Come on, man, ice me.
Give him ice.
Want some ice? I go get you some ice. He didn't know when to stop. He didn't know how to say, I can live without that whale on my back.
And what happened? I don't have to live with a whale on my back.
Stronger than a whale, he can swim anywhere. He can breathe underwater and go flying through the air. The favor of Atlantis is the prince of the sea.
I was in a relationship with Gary Shandling, and it was paradise.
Gary's old girlfriends reveal the shocking truth.
I never talked like this before I met Gary, but the lovemaking was so intense, I blew out one of my vocal cords.
Sunday, you'll learn why Gary Shandling was voted funniest male performer in a leading role in a TV series.
I'm hot, I'm on fire, me, you know?
It's comedy at its best. It's Gary Shandling Show, Sunday.
I could sit here and read live commercials and just make tons of money for the company. I could tell you the same thing over and over again.
I can't be tagged as the guy who's a dick.
They must be so jealous of me. I'm so successful, and they're just kind of not. You know what I mean? I feel the jealousy. That's why I don't leave my house. Don't you also sort of harbor some resentment, even though it's not logical, but you resent your baby for being in the way of your career?
Because we don't want the Japs anymore, man.
Because I want respect. Some people say our show was the first reality show. I don't think there's one thing I've ever said on the radio that would have been found indecent or obscene. The secret to my show is honesty, reality. That I will say the truth.
I gotta go 'cause I got me a drop top. If I hit the switch, I can make that ass drop. I had to stop at a red light. Looking in my mirror, no Jacka in sight. And everything is all right. I got a beep from Kim. She can have sexual intercourse all night. Called up the homies and I'm asking y'all, which park y'all playing basketball? Get me on the court and I'm trouble. Last week, I messed around and got a triple-double. Freaking brothers every way like MJ. I can't believe today was a good day. Anyway.
I'd love to see Mr. Feeny be the hip, streetwise partner to Richard Belzer on Law and Order.
Oh, that's a great team up. I'm surprised they didn't use that. That's a great idea. Speaking of Davyd, Bon, did you hear that before we went on? Davyd was like, if this is such a great quote, and I'm jealous. If Russia and Ukraine were fighting in my front yard, and Israel and Palestine were fighting in my backyard, I'd close the blinds and put the sprinklers on. I give that much a shit about both wars. They call it the forever war for a reason. I forever don't give a shit. Davyd, that was poetic.
Yeah,
and
I was shocked.
Yeah, that was so controversial.
Listen, I think it's time to bring my politics into the Deppening.
You're the best.
Those are my views. Yeah.
Can anyone roll with anything like Davyd? The best. He's the best. Hey, but by the way, great job on the Armfeld. No hugging, no learning. That's gonna drop. Speaking of Ice Cube, probably tomorrow. And then you and Sara doing a Golden Girls. I think it was like 3.5 hours.
The Seinfeld, yeah. I think that's right. Are you joining us for Golden Girls? Sara mentioned.
I don't know if I'm gonna. I might run the board.
Okay.
Meaning, like I'm gonna like go from this StreamYard and then like put it on. Like she thinks I can't leave it on mute and not talk through it. Like, I'm not going to be able to do that.
Well, she's right. Long Island,
Contribute.
big
Yeah,
mouth.
I mean, if you're on, yeah.
It's the least qualified I am for any of the stuff we do. It's not my thing. It's really Davyd and Sarah's thing.
Yeah.
Why is it
utterly a
so
third.
hard to not hear you?
Is that Andrea Zuckerman?
No.
I
again, do it
can't
again.
handle this.
Whoa.
I know
Again,
now.
one more time.
Here we go.
I can't tell you how interesting this is.
I don't know who that is. Help me out. Do it
Dr.
again, one more
Katz's
time.
office?
Oh, geez, Laura Silverman. Okay. Dr. Katz. Ben.
Oh, yeah,
Ben,
sure.
Ben,
That sounds good.
Ben, I don't mind you stepping in my office, Ben, but you gotta respect my patients because my patients have real problems, Ben.
Shut up.
God damn it, that's such an obscure drop. That's so good.
Could you shut up?
That's Sara Silverman's sister, Laura Silverman, who played the receptionist on the Dr. Katz animated series, which is really the comedian Jonathan Katz doing psychological therapy with comedians who do their act to him in this really scratchy animation.
Yeah. Yeah, warbly animation. Yeah.
She's as dry and as sarcastic. Maybe the only one close to Sarah's weight class. Jeanine Garofalo's up there too.
Yeah.
With dry sarcasm.
We're doing 2 Betty White centered episodes tomorrow. One of them is one of my favorites, and one of them is kind of a C- in my opinion. So we'll try to make the most of the one that I don't like as much. But yeah.
Are you people notorious? How interesting this is. Are you? That's something Sarah would say, right? Are you people notorious for liking the Golden Girls? Is that a thing?
Oh yeah.
In like Streisand and stuff. Is there
huge gay icon show? Yeah.
It's pretty campy. Yeah, it's got everything really.
Well,
it does.
And it's there's a lot of like ahead of their time, like gay rights episodes, or just, Blanche's brother is gay, and there's an AIDS episode, so I think and it's campy and bitchy, and it's
bitchy as hell.
Yeah.
Really
how about this, guys? How about this?
Is that all you Italians know how to do? Scream and hit?
Oh shit.
You couldn't even do that today. Is that all you Italians know how to do? Scream and hit.
And Sophia's response to that is, no, we also know how to make love and sing opera.
You know the whole fucking
Holy
you like
cow.
Are you like that
It's
the
my
way I am
Jump
with
Street.
Jump Street?
Yeah.
Is that how I am with Jump Street?
Not really. I'll say this. There's probably like 5 episodes total in each season that I watch repeatedly, and the other ones are kind of they're not a slog to get through, but I'm not interested in watching them for like, downtime.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. So
yeah, blacks, Jews, Hispanics, whatever. And people.
I mean, it seems like you and Sarah have the same taste and proclivities for what episodes you like. Well, welcome, Housey. Great compliment, Housey. Thank you. Been catching up on the shows. You guys are doing a phenomenal. Wow, you really binge watch them all? There's a lot of good stuff. They're long, and there's a lot of good stuff. Oh, God, we got a nice surprise. Here's Chauncey with an update on his penis. Let me bring him in here. Look at that one. Like when you get past, it's 4.5 hours of, and there's some really good, like where you deviate into some rants that are stern, not necessarily Jason and Will, but just great commentary on.
Yeah.
When I was going through it, making the chapters, I really, that's a really good. This doesn't even have to be a Jason and Will show. You sort of deviate and go off the path. Rick, what a surprise. It popped in my head on Saturday afternoon. Thank you, Rick. Thank you, Rick the electrician. Sir, that's really magnanimous of you. Sarah's in here. Let me play the Mark Harris thing. I'll probably jump right in. I have so many Will and Jason moments, and they're just endless. They're just endless. You know what I couldn't find, though? And this is worse because it ties into both things. We're going to be doing Howard versus Saturday Night Live next week to coincide with the 50th anniversary and all the things. If anyone has moments they want to hear of adversarial, bipolar, or Howard just sort of contradicting himself with that effing show, let me know. Like a specific performer, or I mean, I have so much in my head. Dennis Miller is a big part of the first one. Chris Rock, Adam Sandler,
think
Harry
that's
Shearer. Davyd
right.
reminded me of Harry Shearer pissing on Lorne
That's what I was
Michaels.
gonna say. Yeah.
So if anybody has anything they want to just, tweet me, write it in our comments when I hype the, YouTube or just let me know.
Another good one is Tina Fey's 2006 interview, because she talks about having
Paris
a
Hilton.
cameo in the Paris Hilton trashing, but also she had a cameo in Beer League.
Oh
And,
yeah. Thank you
didn't
for
get paid
reminding
for
me.
it.
Artie has a story, right? When didn't he get an audition? He got an interview with Lorne Michaels.
Yes.
And
His Lorne Michaels story is great. Yeah.
that's really good.
Really
That's a great reminder for that. That'll be good. Lorne, I could do a whole show on just the weekend update, guys. I could do Kevin Nealon's toupee, all the Dennis Miller shit with Howard is really. He hasn't been on the show since '92, but they have a crazy just love-hate history. Chevy Chase. I was obviously Norm. You could Colin Quinn. So that's going to be endless. If anybody has ideas on that, I'll be happy to, because it's going to be a multi-part series, and it's like just like with Chauncey, just like with Will and Jason, just like with you. It's like a window into. You cruise through the history of the show through the vessel that is Chauncey or Saturday Night Live or Will and Jason, and you find out all the things through them.
Well, and with the SNL stuff, like if you count the King Vitamin Flower Hour or whatever Boston University radio show Howard did back then, SNL and Howard have been on the air roughly the same amount of time too. So
that's pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he got to NBC. He got to K-Rock exactly when that Dana Carvey, Phil Hartman years started.
Right.
And then we could do stuff just on the CBS show and how bad that was going against it, and he would hype it and say how great it's going to kick its ass. The Channel 9 show versus Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, the Channel 9 show in particular, I remember he would always say like, we beat SNL like 3 times over every weekend.
Every time.
But he's talking about like, in
New York.
Westbury, right? Exactly.
Yeah. In Old Westbury and Rockville Center. He doesn't tell you the demographics.
Exactly.
And we have no access to ratings. Like, how would you even see that?
Right.
When you break it down to the demographics.
How would you get like we got to write like WOR and get their ratings book from 1991, to figure it out.
Yeah. Thank you, Wiggy Dearest. Thank you, Xavier Mugshot. How's your football? So I love the part where the opening where he says, "Do you want to that baby for getting way out of career?" He's projecting. Oh yeah. Bond put that whole thing together. It's really good. Every time I watch it, I like it a little more. It's really good. Bond, you have a film, right? Do you want to save it for when she might be listening, or do you want to? Because I don't want to forget.
I agree. I'll keep an eye on the chat, but I did want to show everyone. I'm just obsessed with this basketball video, which has taken over.
Oh, in the beginning,
YouTube.
Did you do something with that? I knew you were gonna do something.
I ran this whole thing through some AI software to
Oh,
upscale
no.
it,
Oh,
and
Lord.
I got it down to because I don't understand anything about basketball, and I'm just watching it. I'm trying to work out here. So let's have a look quickly. See, we've got this action here. We've got this slow motion. So
It's Mariah Carey, by the way.
Yeah, I'm fascinated with the
She's from
whole
Long Island, though,
thing.
Mariah
So
Carey
look at you. Don't you look at your stallion, aren't you?
That's bad self-esteem. Look at Bon Jovial's copyright on the bottom. This is the star of the video.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. How did that get in there? Look at this.
You see my friend on the
You
see my friend on the left, Bon?
That wasn't supposed to be
male
in there.
pattern
I've been doing
baldness
some work.
in
for
11
someone
Oh, yeah.
else.
Yeah.
How about that?
Look at this stallion of a beast. Like, people were wondering, well, I was wondering, they present you with a girl for some reason.
No, everybody did. I just cut everybody else out. Everybody did.
Oh,
You were teamed with a cheerleader, and you had to. It was this really hokey, gay thing we did, because we won the division for the first time in the history of the school. So they're doing this, like, they call it pageantry shit, where they would. It's so stupid. It's so silly,
It's
and nobody
like
wanted
the
to do it.
entrance to a wedding dinner or something.
Yeah. It's just I didn't want to wear my. They have the warm up tops. It's so itchy, and I wore the. That's my Xavier McDaniel number. That was my idol at the time.
This was fascinating because when I was first watching it, I was wondering, where is he
Those are the
trying to put
breakaway
his
rims
head
too.
through the hoop? He's trying to put his head through see there, and then I realized you're actually putting something up there.
I'm cutting the net down.
Is that
I'm cutting the net down because we won the division.
Look at these people. Don't look at the people's faces in there, because the AI has really made them look like kind of monsters. On the left, you see them all. They look like little goblins.
You see that left thing I did? That was from the Arsenio Hall show when he did the hoo. Cleveland's own Davyd Arsenio Hall.
Right.
That was a huge show at the time, and I did the Arsenio Hall thing on the rim.
This is your yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Bon.
Go, Davyd.
No, I was going to say, this is your Donna Martin graduates.
Yeah.
Moment.
It totally is, and they're
my
all.
My friend's father. Every team has the one dad who videotapes everything.
Right.
So he caught this and he put it on his Facebook a couple years ago, and I'm just like, what? And there's got to be something I can do with it. This just I tried to remaster it. Yeah, this is in full HD too, by the way. This is. By the way, Artie's holding the ladder for me. I'm going to fall on the way out.
Oh, that's beautiful. Look at this, guys. But I mean, I want to thank you, because I never. And you know what's so fascinating about this? Let's get rid of that. This showed. It reminded me of something I've been wanting to ask you for years. And if we look at his. This is his ex thing.
Oh, that's
that's
Alison's family.
No, I always wanted to ask you. There it is, guys.
There it
That's
is.
where the 34 comes from.
Right.
And when I saw that, I went, oh, that's so cute. You are kind of like Uncle Rico from the actual Napoleon Dynamite. Like
Why?
You remember your high school.
Oh, I remember
moments.
A little bit. I remember a little. I remember basketball because that was my favorite thing in the world. It's not like I remember the NBA more than
I'm not saying you're Uncle Rico, like that you're obsessed with it, but I'm just saying it's so cute that. Does anyone agree with me, or is it well, it's just, it's
like I remember
I'm
the
not
NBA.
saying it in the way that Shuli's show is. I just mean in the movie Napoleon Dynamite, it was kind of adorable in some ways that he remembered this. Anyway, yeah, but that's
I was sort of living in my head. I mean, I remember the NBA and 21 Jump Street more than I remember my own high school experience.
Right.
Like I really don't. That was.
I keep having dreams, nightmares about high school. It's really getting messed up. I don't know.
Just like you're not ready for a test or something, or
all of that exactly. Yeah. And what the hell is with that? Like if sometimes I wake up and I feel like it's just like I'm going to school and I don't know where to go for the first time. Remember?
Oh, everybody has
school.
That's very common.
But I know that dreams are really short, but it feels like I've just been replaying that scene for like 9 hours while I'm asleep. When you wake up, you go, "Oh, what the hell was that for?"
Yeah, I've been having the one where it's like it's the last week of school. And you realize there's a class you signed up for that you forgot you signed up for at the beginning of the semester, and you didn't go the whole semester.
Oh, I have that all the time.
The day of the final.
Me too. Yep.
It's crazy.
Why is it always that? The final exam, I'm going to go to summer school. It's always that. What is that shit? That must be our deepest fears. That must be like the thing we like hated the most.
I think
it's out of summer school.
Yeah, it's a fear. I think for me, it's like, I'll speak for myself. It's a fear of lack of preparation.
Yeah.
I over prepare for a lot of like professional things that I do just because something probably happened in my childhood where I didn't have an answer for something and I just felt embarrassed, or I felt incompetent or stupid, and I just was like, no, that's never going to happen to me again.
Yeah.
So, you know,
I think you're too smart to be unprepared. I think you're so much in your head. I think you're so much in your head that you can never be unprepared. Like there's no your IQ is so much higher than everyone's.
It's definitely an IQ thing. Like if you with an IQ, you that's problem solving. Your brain just says, well, why would I not prepare for this? And speaking of embarrassing, I did want to mention the other week that it was a great birthday for you, but Sara always finds her way into. She's like a little viper. She's just slithers in under you, John, and then snaps at you. Look at
it. If I did that to her, it would be a different story.
Well, you wouldn't dare.
Oh, I know. If I did that, that's a one-way street.
I wanted to thank her though, because I mean, look at that. Look at it.
That's Alec Baldwin. At what the hell is it again? It's his old like Falcon Crest. Falcon Crest.
Yeah.
I think it's fantastic. Even I just imagine you seeing it on your birthday, and that you're getting notifications from YouTube, and then you look at it and you see this post, and you go, "Oh, she says happy birthday. Who is that? That's me. What's that?" And then you go, "Oh, it's Sara." All right. Anyway.
I almost used Lorenzo Lamas, but I don't want to have that huge gap in Falcon Crest, for Christ's sake.
Alec Baldwin with that like catcher's mitt haircut. Jesus.
Oh, I know. Welcome, Chubby Pickle, Autobot, Halsey, Wiggy Dearest, Tone Cot. We're gonna get right into it. I swear to you, Bon. Do you have anything else you wanna, or do you want to wait for?
No,
you know
good.
who?
I'll check up if I see her in there. I'll give you a shout out later.
No
she'll be here later.
sign so far. She'll go back and listen, but it's way better if I almost sent out a invite, but you know that would be if she couldn't make it. It's even worse to prepare for that, and then so we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
I mean, you could do whatever you want. I mean, I hope it's this.
Chubby wants us to kick right
There's
into
a lot
it.
of movement.
That's a new one.
Bon never misses a drop.
Hanging out with Mr. Feeny would have been a great show, Tone Cod, on TGIF. Zersky, they don't make wars like they used to. They don't, Zersky. Well said. You should have heard Davyd's rant before this.
Yeah.
Closing those blinds, putting the sprinklers on.
Yeah. Race riot this, race riot that. Yeah.
Howsy. Yes, Davyd is going to play at some point. He's going to do.
Yeah, I can do that.
90210. He's going to do. Did you do Golden Girls yet?
I didn't know.
But you have a bunch of shit on your Instagram though that are Golden Girls oriented.
Yeah, but my face is in it, so I'd prefer we not watch it.
Okay. Seinfeld.
Fair enough.
Seinfeld I have to do. I want to redo the 21. I want to redo all of these with like better microphones, so it's not just on my iPhone.
Oh, okay.
So
yeah, it's up to you. I mean, I love what you got. I mean, it's.
I'll take a day and just kind of knock all the.
Did you guys?
For all the shows we.
Here we go.
Did it?
Just as long as the river finds its way to the sea, as long as the robin sings his song from a tree, that's how long I will love you until eternity.
Oh my god.
I want to keep playing that until we get a copyright claim from Davyd the violinist. Like,
I wonder if his daughter's gonna. Shake down. Feel like a number. You so hot. Then you make me wonder what have you got.
Isn't that the worst thing to follow something that beautiful? Sorry, John.
He's part of this today. He's part of this. Sal. It's a huge fight with Jason. It's fantastic.
After believe we are magic.
Australia is a wonderful island with a treasure trove of unique plants, animals, and people.
That's a lie.
It has to be protected.
Australia is free of many pests and diseases that are commonplace around the world.
That's a sign of aggression. You can see how she's got her mouth slightly ajar. She's got her teeth showing.
Declare everything and you enter Australia.
Got to let you know you're one of my kind.
That is the most Bon Jovial satire that's ever going to be. Nobody knows what he looks like. Nobody knows his name. Nobody knows anything about him. He is completely has this anonymity that you can't do anything with. That's the most satire you're going to get, right? What else could we do with you? You have it where you have all the advantages. You're always playing a home game, and you're in Australia.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably true. Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
That's really good. I love that. I love both of them, in fact.
Well, you see that kangaroo in there. That's what's great. That guy has to hit the kangaroo.
And then Depp and
He's trying to beat the shit out of him. It's on its hind legs. It's what's so scary about those kangaroos, guys.
And then Depp and that weird ass fucking dog smuggling thing. That was so bizarre. I was such a weird.
That was the best.
chapter
That was
and all
on
that.
every news thing here. Like at 7 p.m. news, everyone was talking. It's fucking amazing. I loved it.
Your prime minister and him had a huge feud back and forth.
Yeah, no one else gave a shit. Like
I did.
civilians, they were just like, "Oh, Johnny's dogs are probably the cleanest dogs in the world." With that kind of money,
I know.
Like, why would you worry?
I know. He's gonna. To me, like that war was more important than Palestine against Israel and Russia against Ukraine. Like way more, way more important to the global scale of things. It really is.
You know what? I was going to say something to you that I know that you guys over there are in a lot of issues right now with politically, and I think what this man says is really important for us to just watch for 30 seconds.
Done, and instead of a ceasefire, a U.S. military ship is currently sailing towards the Middle East from Virginia. It's carrying equipment to build a temporary pier off the coast of Gaza. To me, this is called a boondoggle, which means an activity that gives the appearance of value but is actually wasteful and pointless.
Oh my God!
Gotcha.
How did you
see how I have to come up with new ways to not tweak you guys to
Oh my God!
boondoggle you?
Incredible!
Isn't
You
that?
found another one. If you scroll down on that tweet a little further, it says modern day radio gunk is a boondoggle, and he gives that as an example. And you go down a little more.
Johnny.
Interesting
Oh,
fact: Andrea Zuckerman was first character pregnant on the show. Yes. 30-something years old, and the clock was ticking. Jesse, remember her boyfriend Jesse? Davyd called him Paco in the beginning of the show. I'm like, that is weird ass. What was that dude's name again? He sounded like John Cicada. Thank you, African King. Thank you, King T'Challa, Wakanda forever. Bon Jovial, we do boldly denounce Shuli for employing and befriending a pedo.
Oh, look at the way that
Hashtag
African
Shuli knew.
King. Thanks for the cash. John, have you bought the ice tray yet with this kind of money
Yes.
coming in? Remember
Yep.
the Tavolo ice
Yep.
tray? Did you
Two of
buy
them.
it?
Yep, they're
Really?
great.
Oh, I want to
They
read
freeze
you
so
later.
fast. The ice cubes stay frozen for days.
Yeah, it's like you could hold that in your fist. You saw I don't even need to play it all. And I love that this person wrote Bon Jovial.
Yeah. I
with
wonder
a
if that was
G.
deliberate to butcher
Oh,
your name.
probably. Hope so.
Yep.
Well, I denounce him. Well, the whole thing in that Dabble Shuli's Anonymous is trying to work out if Shuli had prior knowledge that the guy was involved in young children, messing with young children. That's the conspiracy theory there at the moment, but I don't know. But there is some issue with your rail system in America.
Focuses on a project in the Pacific Northwest that cost a lot. You can decide if that expenditure was worth it. Here's Drew Griffin.
Oh my God,
What is extraordinary is just how much money federal taxpayers have dumped into high-speed rail while the trains are still slow.
Oh my God!
Oh, yeah, I mean,
Do you have
look
some
at me.
Google alert? That's amazing. You've
How you
bypassed
like
what
me
I've
right
found.
now, motherfuckers? Everybody, come on, give us a stand up in the chat. Give us a thumbs up if you like that. Look at that word there. That Davyd invented this word too.
I know.
That's
And now
the weird part.
everybody's stealing it from him now. You
What
notice? As soon
year?
as he
Here
said
we
it.
go. I'll
Listen,
go for the easy joke. Davyd, what year did you invent it? Was it 1908 or 1915 when you
yes,
invented this word?
1908 when I retired. I invented this word.
Oh, yes.
And yeah, Anderson Cooper stole it from me during our pillow talk, apparently, and put it in the
Pillow
Chiron
talk. Oh, you never hear that now. All right, I'm done.
That's tremendous. That is tremendous. How do we have what we're up to about 8 now or 10?
It's getting bigger, and I'm gonna do when I finally run out, I'm gonna make a shorty on the evolution of boondoggle and the eventual
That'll be incredible.
destruction.
Medley? A boondoggle medley.
Yeah.
Medley.
It'll be a
Sky
big
Spectre,
thing.
welcome. Welcome, Wiggy Dearest. I said that already, I think. Frank the Tank, halftime show, How's he football, African King. Minor correction, Arm. It's pronounced woozy, like the mighty Housatonic River. What's he talking about?
I do not.
I don't know what he's referring to.
Housatonic River. Is that something in Houston or something?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know what he was referring to.
But John, I've got the original moment Davyd said boondoggle on the 21 Jump Street Patreon episode. I've got it all cataloged. I can put
You got
dates
a catalog. Wow.
Yeah. I've got dates and times, and then I've got both of your reaction weeks later when I just threw it in as a drop, and you guys
Are you a product of the David Allen School of the Franklin Covey organizer?
You know what I'm going to show you right now? I'm going to show you
What
something
is this?
that's
What do you have 112 files in there?
You want to see something? You want to see
Zero
David?
inbox.
Get ready.
no emails in the inbox.
Just get ready to get blown. I'm going to show you David Allen talking about the name of this show. Those two things combined.
Lotus Notes. I saw shit.
I've been using Lotus Notes for over 15 years.
Oh.
I saw this was an elegant tool that had a huge future out there, potential anyway, for organizations to share and collaborate in terms of information and communication stuff. And eProductivity has been this incredible tool that's allowed me to then add in the whole GTD thinking model that I've synthesized and developed over all these years, and to plug it into that powerful workhorse. And that's been elegant to see those two things come together. So I couldn't be happier. It's fabulous.
Could you believe that he said GTD, getting things done
Okay.
in Lotus Notes, John?
This is, speaking of incredible tools, so what's happening here is Howard, speaking of incredible tools, is in the Getting Things Done cult, which is basically almost like Scientology. This guy is the leader. Marci Turk is one beneath him. Lotus Notes, which is the name of this, is an IBM program. And my father worked for IBM in Jericho, Long Island. And somehow Lotus Notes, which the Stern Show has been using for years, is linked into this David Allen and the Getting Things Done cult. So even when he's using old school, antiquated, prehistoric programs, Howard's still in a cult dating back. This is all tied into transcendental meditation and all that shit. This guy is the leader, and Bon Jovial. I saw this and I just kept I just forgot to do it. I saw this in one of my searches, and you beat me to it presenting it. And it's so creepy. What I just said, do not gloss over what I just said. Oh, you crazy conspiracy theorists, and you're just trying too hard. No, we're not trying too hard. You're trying too hard.
This is real.
This is real.
Is big time. It's just
that's
out
the
of this
real
world.
leader. He was at. I don't have the clip on me. We'll do it from next time. Maria Menounos and Kevin Undergaro, her husband, stayed at Howard's on 17 Squabble Lane in the Hamptons. This is years ago. They're not allowed there anymore, probably. They're C-list. They're not allowed there anymore.
Yeah.
So Maria and Kevin show up at 17 Squabble Lane. Guess who answers the door? David Allen.
Oh God, I love this story.
I recorded this from her radio. She had a radio show for about a year on Sirius, and I just luckily he was the guest.
Have you got her saying that he opened the door?
He opened the door. David Allen answered the door at Howard's mansion.
How, Davyd, think about the image of that.
This isn't a reach front. This is real shit. This is the real cult.
Yeah. Imagine going to Howard's place, and then this guy opens the door and says, "Hi, I'm David Allen," and it shakes your hand.
Yeah.
You'd be like,
Yeah.
what?
And she didn't know who the fuck he was, and she's such a fame whore, right? She'll just go along with anything. Like, are they not the perfect recruits, right? They're Howard like lemmings,
Oh,
and
you
Maria
need the
Menounos will do
dumbest.
anything to
Yeah,
stay
you need the
famous.
dumbest people. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Well, and Howard's been he's been involved with TM, and TM is also a
For
cult.
years.
For years. I listened to a podcast about someone who escaped from being involved with TM, and there's reports of people who, because one of the things, and I kind of forget it, but like they claim that you will be able to fly if you meditate properly.
It's Scientology shit. It's just as scary. It's just as creepy, right?
And people actually have jumped off buildings because they thought they were capable of flying.
I believe it.
Influence of TM.
100% believe it.
I've never heard about it involved in TM though, Davyd. I'd love to have some more information about that on a future episode.
I'll find the
amazing.
podcast, but yeah,
because you think of TM as being the good thing, like, oh, it's all.
No. Well, he tries to he tries to make it like that. He tries to frame it where, oh, I'm so deep, I'm meditating, I'm trying to become a better person. It's psychological. No, it's a cult, and you're worse for it because you're a prisoner to it. And it's a great excuse to get out of things. Oh, I'm going to my office to meditate. Go fucking home, you goblin. Go home. You meditate. He wants people to see that I'm so deep. I'm meditating in my office.
It's also kind of a pyramid. It's like Herbalife. It's like they only go after kind of the corporate class. They're not trying to make the world a better place for everybody.
No.
So
it's not pay it forward. It's not right. It's not rising tide lift all boats. It's just me. It's the most selfish cult in the world.
This video is old too. It's probably 2005 or 2007 or something. It's creepy. Yeah, I'm scared of him.
It is.
To think he opened the door at Howard's house. Where did he get the chutzpah to open the front door? Like, isn't there a consuela doing that?
Oh, it's almost like Howard is too elitist, right, to answer his own door. Yeah. Beth is getting drunk in the bathtub. And so you have this guy answer it. And he's like, I'll get to them first and I will recruit them into the cult as soon as they hit the door.
I'm Davyd Allen.
Remini.
Yeah, I'm Davyd Allen, the fast talking turtle. I'll win them over.
That's a good one. Well, hey, Zersky, great question. The answer is no. Chris Farley was never on the show. He wanted to come on the show and was scared. Obviously, he's David Spade's best friend, and he couldn't get the anxiety to come on the show. He did Mancow's show though a lot in the Midwest, that's a great question. Howard's cameo and
because they would have had a lot of discussions about his weight on the show.
Yep. He knew that.
And he couldn't joke his way out of that for 45 minutes.
That's another good one, Tonka. When Howard's cameo on Weekend Update that's very good. Yeah. And he just basically shit on the show. Not during that, but even when he came back to the radio show on Monday and shit on the show more and did like a play-by-play. But the reason he doesn't host it, we talked about this, and I'm sure he's been asked. Obviously we want to call him irrelevant. He is irrelevant. But then he wasn't. He's certainly famous enough to have hosted it at some point. And the reason is what is it, guys? Vanity, right? They have someone has to fuck with his hair, and he can't morph into anything, and he's terrified they're gonna find out his fucking hair plugs. That's the whole. It's all about vanity and his right side and all that shit.
Well, and
you think I'm kidding?
Yeah, because I'm sure SNL is covered by like union hairdresser people, so he can't just have Tony Coburn come in and.
That's what he wants. Great. And he wants Jackie and Fred writing him sketches. He doesn't want them writing for him. Fletch. That was another big thing. He insisted Two Master. Does very John Stockton Two Master. You're right. The shorts, very, very John Stockton. Armed Lothario. Yeah, right. That's the most action I got in all of high school at Peck on the Truth, by the way.
That very formal kiss from a cheerleader you were just randomly paired up with.
Are they yelling Fonzie at the end? Fonzie.
No, they were yelling my last name.
Oh, I thought it sounds like Fonzie, and I wished that it was Fonzie. Damn.
My last name, if you rearrange the lettering in Boondoggle, it almost is my last name.
Yeah, right.
Right?
Syllables,
so it's close.
Yeah.
What kind of shoes do you play? I wore Wayman Tisdale's Reeboks. They had like I pronate, so this rubber went outside, and they were Wayman Tisdale's Reeboks, and I had Xavier McDaniel's Etonics at one point, but then they got rid. They went out of stock, and I couldn't find them again. So most of the time I wore Wayman Tisdale's Reeboks. Footlong bread. Wow, that sounds good, Chubby. You're making me hungry watching this. You guys, you and fucking Melvin talking food. Kurt Rambis looked less awkward. I'm a better everything than Kurt Rambis, as a matter of fact. It's like it does look like that. I know we were purple and gold. In fact, Lakers are my least favorite team. Yours was, Davyd?
Yeah, my high school in Ohio was purple and gold. Yeah.
You see, you would have been more apt in my school because Sayville was gold. The Golden Flashes is the name, right? Now homoerotic as that sound. And we're directly across from Cherry Grove, which is ground zero for the gay playland and all of the country. I mean, Fire Island, like it's across the street. If you watch Bethany's show, right? She took a ferry from my town to Cherry Grove.
No pun intended. Right.
Yeah. No. Magic. Frank to take. So you guys ready? You guys ready to dive in?
Yeah.
Xavier McDaniel is Bon. Did you ever see Singles, the movie?
Yeah, of course I did. I had the soundtrack. I mean, the two. Isn't that amazing? Oh, that soundtrack. Two great Pearl Jam songs. That should have been
what a great Paul Westerberg. Right?
Oh yeah, everything. Soundgarden. I love it.
Depp auditioned for the Kevin Dillon role and didn't get it. Matt Dillon. And didn't get it.
Really?
Yep.
Oh wow.
He went to the premiere. So in it, they go. Campbell Scott has a flashback, right? He goes and the guy goes. The basketball player goes, Kevin, don't come yet. That's Xavier McDaniel. He talks about he's driving with Kevin Bacon's wife, Kyra Sedgwick, and she goes, "Oh, Xavier McDaniel, is he a felon or a basketball player?" And then Campbell Scott goes, "Dare to diss the X-Man." That's who Xavier McDaniel is, and that's who my number is modeled after in that. But he's in that movie. I know you know that scene. Remember they flash to a basketball scene. He looks at the camera and goes, "Man, don't come yet," because he's trying to hold out. And Campbell Scott's thinking of Xavier McDaniel to try to hold out. Look, Tom Gugliotta Zersky is from Huntington, and he watched me play once because he came home to visit, and we played his alma mater. And I was on the phone. He was in the crowd, and he was on NC State at the time. He was like 4 or 5 years ahead of me, and he came home to watch his alma mater play while I was playing. It was I couldn't concentrate. It actually makes you play better when you know someone famous is watching you.
Yeah.
Sarah, don't kink shame, right? Arm looks like Kevin McHale. Yeah, I wiped the sweat off. Old Town Tavern. Old Town Tavern. Will and Jason. Will and Jason. Will and Jason. Survive. Survive. The Black Keys. We're going to Kiki Vandaway. Good reference, Sarah. We got Ida Greenbacks. Welcome, Ida. All right, here we go. Here we go. First one. They're not in necessarily any order. Let's go here. Will and Jason. God, so many. You just go forever with this. They really, Jason especially, but Will's underrated. Here's Will. We'll start with this one just to get feet wet. This is Will drunk at the Philadelphia block party. This is 2012 when they have footage of him just drunken Will, and he's talking about cheating on his wife, and that's coming later too when Ronnie actually outs him on that. And I want to thank Whoosh, what's his name? Who put together a video. The guy is great. He has a bunch of Howard TV videos, and I know him from the Instagram. I gotta thank him again. And he put together the edited out Ronnie telling Will he cheated on his wife, and he put it into the video. And he made a new version of it. It was really fantastic.
But by the way, that's a good sort of they're a good duo, because where Jason comes into the studio with like a machine gun of insults, Will is more like a sniper. Like he's very, his moments are very subtle when he's stirring the pot.
Well said. Here we go.
And all my guys are acting retarded. Will went there and got all drunk, and he starts talking like a pussy. I don't know what happened there. Oh, listen to him.
Scott DePace, I'd like to get your assessment.
Oh, you'll love this, Bond. Shuli's in this, and I hopefully could find something embarrassing on him. By the way, speaking of Shuli, you talk about him hanging out with a pedo. You are who you hang with, right? You don't think he knew of this? Where there's smoke, there is fire. You are who you hang with. He obviously, that is my prevailing belief on everybody when stuff like that happens. Dan Schneider, whoever, you are who you hang with. You knew exactly what he was and what he did. It's just, it's always the truth.
There you heard it first, guys.
Yep.
On the night.
Will wants to suck a girl's tits.
Yeah, my wife's, but for whatever reason, if she's not available, if she's busy, then yeah, I'll take fucking gray tank top. Only if my wife's not around. Then I eat homegirl's asshole. Will that get me in trouble? I mean, Jamie, you fat fuck, there's fucking food in there.
Have these guys ever learned that, like, when you're around work people, you don't...
Will, and I like this about him, would terrorize JD Harmeyer.
Yeah.
Because I think
I
he
hope
knows
so.
he doesn't deserve to work on the show, and he went after these people all the time in a good way. Like he really, especially on back office radio. Go ahead, Bon. I'm sorry. You about to say?
No.
Okay.
don't overdrink because...
No, apparently that's all you do.
Yeah. And like, I really
you wait for them to come around and then you overdrink.
I really like Will, and I've been talking to Gary about giving Will more responsibility, and then he gets drunk.
Hear that? So that is the upgrade. That is the
Right.
promotion belief. In another year, the Pelican brief is going to go down. And so here's Will and Jason getting raises, I guess, but not necessarily. He's innuendoing it. So it's going down right now. And Gary's going to delegate Dell'Abate responsibility. On
That's good. I like that.
Thanks.
I remember a clip from maybe 2015, 16. Maybe it was earlier than that because I think Howard TV was still there. But like Howard was criticizing Jason's weight, and I remember him saying, like, listen, you need to lose weight. You're going places with this company. I see a future for you. You know, he's hinting
Blazers
at,
and yes, put on a
Right.
fucking sports coat. Yeah, that's exactly. This is the sports coat era. Remember they put the fucking Blazers.
yeah, the
on
mustard
them,
colored.
yeah.
Yep.
Right. From Monday Night. You talk about lipstick on a pig, right? This is this whole show.
Right.
Thank you, Ida Greenbacks. We love you immensely. We really do.
Drunk, and he says dumb shit.
Howard looks at me and goes, "Who the fuck is that guy?"
Like,
He doesn't know you.
he's stupid.
He doesn't know me, but there is a group.
Listen to your rap. Wait, just
No.
stand.
Hey, Two Max. So that's a great line. Balloon Knots Landing is a great sketch with George Takei. That's a great sketch.
Stupid.
He doesn't know me, but there is a group.
Listen to your rap. Wait, just
No,
stand here and
but
listen to it. This is your punishment. I want you to listen to yourself right now. Listen to this.
Look at Sara Bond. You could use this against her someday in this weird TV taste. She won't watch new shit, right? I constantly recommend, like, you know, Mayor of Kingstown and shit. But no, Falcon Crest is the best behind Dallas. I recently binged 10 seasons of Dallas with all the things you can watch. That's new.
Come on.
She's watching Dallas, and it's still great. I do love that Victoria principal, though.
Yeah.
Retarded.
Howard looks at me and goes, "Who the fuck is that guy?"
What?
He doesn't
Well,
know you.
What does that
It
mean?
needs to be put in context.
All right, hold on. I'll give you a chance.
There's a context for
Yeah,
that.
can you imagine?
I hope. He doesn't know me, but there is a group of people.
If anyone knows the basketball player Chandler Parsons, he looks exactly like Will Murray. He is got that guy has a deal. He basically made like $80 million and played 5 games and retired. He couldn't be more injured. Just constantly, just things that aren't even injuries, like body parts you didn't even realize
Right.
were. Chandler Parsons out 20. He didn't even play. He's out 20 games.
I hurt my xiphoid process. I can't play.
Even his name sounds fake. It sounds like he combined the guy from Big Bang Theory and Matthew Perry together. Chandler Parsons.
Yeah, he and Shoshana Lonstein should pull an insurance scam. It sounds like that's what it is.
We did a great Shoshana Lonstein thing on Armfeld. I basically read the Playboy interview from 1993. Jerry, forget Shuli. Jerry is a full-blown pedo. Like this is the only time he's ever spoken about Shoshana Lonstein in detail. He is. There's no Davyd, right? Am I right? There's no mistaking what we read.
The line that stood out to me from the interview is that Jerry said, my parents or my family said to me, 15 or 16 is like 17 is over the hill for you. Like you really should be going after a girl from Syria who is 15.
It doesn't matter in Syria, right?
Right.
It's like Roman Polanski shit. I'm not kidding. And Woody Allen's his idol. So put that together. Thank you, Ben 4810. Greg Evigan and fucking Alec Baldwin, my two dads, BJ and the Bear. That's great. That's
Is
funny,
Robin
Ben.
in studio or is she out sick during this time?
She is just gone remote, and they won't talk about it.
Right, because they're not cutting
around
to
here.
her when she's talking. So
No.
I was like, oh, she
Good
must be out of
catch.
studio.
Great question and great catch.
It does give a fuck about Will Murray.
They do know Will Murray.
They do.
Okay, speaking of Robin, I don't want to forget this because we'll get to it some other time. You know, she and Will did a show together called The Chatter, and Will was her co-host.
Yes.
That was one of the 101 shows.
Yeah.
It was so bizarre. And they had a panel of people who they wouldn't have on the regular show. They were just like, good comedians. And if you go back and look at it, some of them are pretty big now, and they probably are really bitter that they wouldn't have them on. It was just like people.
How many episodes of The Chatter actually went to air?
I think about 8.
Okay. Wow.
I have them all somewhere, and we could like skim through them. And it's
That'd be
really
fun.
just
Yeah.
it's forced and bad. It's as
I'd
lame
like
as
to
you think.
see some. I've never seen it. I don't think I've seen
Robin
it,
is a
but Will
horrible
on
broadcaster when she's the leader, so it's fascinating to listen to.
there.
Cringy,
And Will,
but
it's
fascinating.
Will and Robin.
Right.
Really?
Somehow they
Oh.
tapped Will to be her co-host. It's
The
strange,
guy-
right?
Oh, it's dumb.
Give a fuck about Shuli Egar. Right. They do give a fuck.
Look who it is, Bon. Tam Fran
I
time.
know.
Happy weekend. You want after this? You want to debut your
Yeah,
film?
we'll get through this. Look,
Talk
but
about
this
Scott.
Isn't it surely Egar?
Well, when you're drunk.
I don't know if you listen to our Bon, right? How many I Hate Shuli shows did we do? 4 or something?
We did 2, and then we did the third one when he started that awful podcast. So we did 3. We could have done
and they're like
4.
12 hours or something total.
Oh,
and
it's just war and peace.
his real
I'm
name is
sure.
Shaoul, which I found in one of the things I
That
ferreted
shocked
out.
me when you ferreted that. I had no idea, and when we went for 5 minutes trying to comprehend that Shaoul, and
Shuli's
in
actually a
his-
fake name. It's Shaoul. Is his
Yeah,
real
in
name.
his little mind, Shuli, Shaoul. What's the difference, really? It's
Like it's snappy. He's trying to showbiz himself up like that's going to work. If anything, it'll work against him. He really thought I'm going to change it to Shuli and I'm going to become the next Adam Sandler. He really, even in his mind, he thought that was what's going to happen.
I remember Benjamin saying in a gunk years ago that he actually interviewed Shuli when he was living in Vegas.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's a great memory you have
for like a magazine or so. I assume.
Yeah.
Benjamin was with a magazine or something. I wonder if
That's
we
a
could find
great
that.
memory you have. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Holy shit, you're right. You're right. Remember that the first time Shuli was on the air is he thought that my favorite thing and Howard's favorite thing is the N-word.
Right.
And I'm going to tell a shitty Jackie joke with the N-word in it and fully pronounce
hard R.
N-I-G-E with the hard R. Yes. I have that clicked on a hard drive too.
Is it, yeah, who even know? Is it Egar? Is it really for real?
Yeah, for real. I'm not making
It's not Egar.
Egar.
So that name is.
So it's 2012. Shuli's been on the show for 7 years, or maybe they're just finding his last name out now. Isn't that crazy? The Buckwald Troika is just finding out his fucking last name 7 years after he joins the show. And he's on the news where he fully pronounces his name.
Right. I guess he's never sent them a W-9 to get paid for what he does.
You think he was getting paid off the books? That's possible.
Yeah, maybe.
That's possible, right? And he moved to Alabama where everyone's off the books.
Worse than I thought it was.
Yeah, it's like
Egar.
Egar.
We should just call him Egar.
Egar.
Like Egar.
Get over here.
Egar.
Yes,
Come here.
Howard looks at me and goes,
Look at Fred coming to life, right? He doesn't say another word for the rest of the week, by the way. That's it.
Yeah. By the way,
Well
this
done,
is,
Fred.
this is them recycling a bit, like the not knowing how to pronounce Shuli's last name is a bit that I've heard them do like 4 times over the years. So
yeah,
I think it is the selective memory. It's the pretending not to remember, but it's also like I need to pick at something. So I'm going to pick at the pronunciation of your last name as a bit because it just kills time before I have to go home. So
Yep. Yeah, Zerski, I was just old enough to serve in the, and I had a bone spur. My dad got me out of it, and I knew Crazy Cabby was serving, so I had my dad get me bones. Emma Vigeland, I love it. I love me some Emma Vigeland too, Master. Great reference.
Howard looks at me and goes,
and Francesco Fiantorni. I love those two.
Yeah, we got to get the Seinfeld sign language gymnastics clip for the next Armfeld, by the way.
Yes. Davyd Villataro. Somehow, Davyd, you have a super fan now who's got the tick in your name. And that's Jose Villataro. Welcome, sir.
who the fuck is that guy? You played sport already.
He doesn't know you.
He doesn't know me, but there is a group of people that does give a fuck about Will Murray.
They do know Will Murray.
They do give a fuck about Shuli Egar. Right. They do give a fuck about Scott.
I don't give a fuck about you guys. It's the only reason I'm still working is to keep you guys employed.
Whoa!
The engineer.
Wow.
Oh, he's helping them. Yeah.
Go ahead, Bon.
Brutal.
This is 2012, right? He's on the air 13 years more to this day, right?
Right.
And we're supposed to believe, as Bon just said, that he's only working to the tune of $4,000 a minute for a show about nothing. Couldn't be easier. Couldn't do less. That he's on the air to facilitate these guys' lifestyles, especially Shuli, who was forced to move to declare bankruptcy and then move to Alabama.
If he really meant that, I know he doesn't mean that, but if he really meant that, what I would do if I was Howard was, hey, let me give you guys your own shows on other serious channels so that you're like, you know, I'm pushing you out of the nest so that you can fly, so that I don't have to be the one responsible for your employment for the rest of your time being employed.
And also you would say, and then Howard has said this to them, look, guys, this show, you stepped in some kind of shit. Now, forget the money. This doesn't translate to anything else in all of show business. You better you better transition out of here because you can't put this on a resume. This does not cross over to anything else. Any other show, you have to work.
There's the evidence. Shuli's the evidence of Shuli's there for over 15 years. He leaves, he's fired, and no other industry job available to him.
Yep.
He comes here with us, where anybody can start a podcast if they want to.
And you're hiring people on the order of they're less talented than you, uglier than you, balder than you, and fatter than you, and you can't do anything with them. And you're threatened by anybody who has a modicum of talent. Even something like Will and Jason, two quote unquote nudniks, go and do back office radio, and it becomes far superior to the show you're putting out once a week, and you're so threatened you have the entire channel killed.
And you know, the only one who I think left and had some kind of viable producer-y job was Scott Einziger. You know, he left and it was a big to-do and there was a big falling out.
And that was a big ass feud, right? That was well, the guys who, I mean, even John, right? Like John had hit the big time, right? Going to Leno, and that was unheard of coming from that show. And if you do that, he is going to shame you on the air for hours and hours and hours until you hopefully get fired. It's because what he really wanted was John to get fired. That Leno would be so exasperated that he'd say, you know, it's not worth it. John has a cute little niche personality. I thought it would work. He's a fun guy, but Jesus, the shame we're getting every day. It's not worth it. Bye. That's what Howard wanted to happen.
And you need to. It's almost like a Mitch Fatel didn't make enough of an impression on Howard that he feels like he can, you know, hook his claws into him and say, I'm the reason you became successful. I do think there is a line that certain people cross where, for example, Jimmy Kimmel. I think that Howard felt like he owned Jimmy Kimmel in 2003, but then he's Mr., you know, Starfucker, and he's getting Meryl Streep on the show and all these big stars. And now the reverse is true, you know.
That is a great comment. That is a great example. Well, you know, Kimmel is an example of a guy who passed him by, and whether we can track the year that happened, right? if you go through, it's probably when, because like hate Kimmel or not, he's been on the air for 21 years.
Right.
With a late night show, a third late night show, which is unheard of because it was only Letterman and Leno for years and years and years. And for the most part, it was only NBC. And that there was going to be a third guy getting in there was unheard of. And he's been on the air for 21 years. And it's far more successful than anything Howard's ever done. So at some point, some year, Kimmel had passed him by on the showbiz food chain. What year that is? I guess, what do you say, 07, 08, something like that?
I think
he's fully established it.
I think when he did the with Sarah Silverman, the "I'm fucking Matt Damon" video, because it was kind of an early. Again, Jimmy Kimmel adapts to the future of the internet, where it's like that's one of the earliest viral videos, and he gets on the train to the future, not the I need to buy all these stilettos and put them in my car to listen to Howard Stern.
Yep.
The other thing too with Jimmy Kimmel is he wasn't afraid to fight back at the like I remember there was a clip in the K-Rock days where Gary came to Howard and said like, oh, on Kimmel last night they did not Pictionary, they did some game show thing that like
I mean, there's many examples, and I don't know how we incorporate this into, I don't know, Kimmel and Kroll. I don't know how, but yeah, he accused Kimmel of stealing from him, I think 3 times.
Yeah,
and this is like
Kimmel
early in their
fought back.
relationship, and it was Ralph that called it
Right.
because Ralph wanted to sabotage their friendship.
Right. And what I liked about it is that Kimmel fought back, and I think that sort of set the tone of like, you're not going to fuck with me. I'm a super fan of the show, and I know how you work. You know, and I'm not going to have Ralph coming after me and making me feel like I have to grovel to Howard, like, oh, but we didn't steal it. No, he totally fought back with anger at Howard and Ralph and Gary and everybody. So good for him.
Again, say what you will about Kimmel and their obsequious, ass-kissing friendship. When Kimmel does Howard's show, it is the only listenable show in modern day.
Agreed.
Because he has his number and because he has nothing to gain. He has nothing to gain from Howard anymore. It is a one-way street. And he comes on there and he dishes.
I remember the ones I've heard of him on there, it's weak as hell. He doesn't. He's so bad.
You're comparing it. I'm comparing it to.
Remember the time he was on when it was the anniversary of Underdog and Shuli came in and bombed for an hour, and all Kimmel did was just sit there like a little. There's something creepy about it when he comes in.
But I think post-COVID, Jimmy Kimmel is a little like he's mad and his wife is mad at Howard for not going to Italy for the full time.
Yeah,
and
the stuff with the candle and the like that stuff you're never going to find out if it's not for them coming on. Like he just doesn't. He's going to dish on him. You're going to find something out, and then Kimmel knows. Kimmel's just a better hang, like by far than Howard is.
Of course,
he's far more interesting. He's more well-rounded, and he comes on there, and it's that third mic that let's just say that Kimmel's taken Artie's place in that situation,
right?
And that's
anything is better than nothing.
Anything's better than what they do regularly, right?
But he hasn't even dropped in on that show since COVID, has he?
Kimmel?
Is that am I right? Yeah.
No, he's been on about 3 times. He's been on 3 times, but not as much as he normally has.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Because they went to Italy like 2 summers ago or a summer ago or something. I mean, he's on, and I think that when they were still in studio, and it was before COVID. Like Jimmy's kind of finishing. He's getting ready to retire from obsequious superfan, and he's going into his like emeritus years of like trolling Howard on the air, which is great.
Yeah. And he would have like Jim Florentine on, and he had Gary on. He had Robin on. Remember they reenacted Gary's Mets first pitch, and he had Robin threw a perfect strike, and Howard threw a perfect strike, and Gary threw 3 balls in the dirt in a row trying to make him redeem, and then Gary blamed Kimmel for sandbagging him.
Right.
It's just
that's great, but that's a while ago. That's a long.
It was a while ago. That was like 14 years ago. Now, believe it or not. Hattori Hanzo says
half the company I work with still uses Lotus Notes, and I use a Commodore 64. Hattori.
By the way, I love the idea of like David Allen going to other 90s CD-ROMs like Claris Works or Encarta.
Oh, that's old school, Davyd. How do you even know about that?
I don't know. Black and
Yeah.
white computers.
Was Davyd born when that came out? No. And Davyd, I just want to mention that Jerry wants to say something to you about your piano playing.
You play a hell of a piano.
Very nice.
The thing about Davyd doing those songs is that I would prefer he actually learned them live, because that's what gave me the biggest thrill, was hearing him read the music, and then he went and played it and made a few mistakes. And then when he played it again for you, John, he played it excellently. That's fantastic to my mind to see. If you put the music in front of me, I can't read music. I'd just be like, oh, well, I know how it goes. But
I'm 95. I'm not dead.
Davyd, if you didn't know how it went, you could have still probably played it like that, right?
I could have plunked it out. I can play by ear with it.
How would you know the rhythm, the beats per minute, if you didn't? Does the music give you that, a beats per minute, like the old?
Well, the Cheers theme I know. So
no, but if you didn't know it, how do you know the tempo?
It may have a metronome marking at the top, and I can just go.
What about old stuff, Beethoven? How do you know the
hold
meter?
on, Bon, hold on a second.
That's what I was going to email you.
An emphatic stroke of Byzantine whimsy.
I think I'll email you.
I have your
stuff,
metronome
Davyd.
marking right here, pal.
I'd love to know how do they know the tempo 500 years ago? That's what I'm saying.
I'll make this. I don't want to derail the show, but
okay.
I mean, there's no. But there's different Italian words that have a specific metronome range. So
yes. Right.
grave is like a quarter note equals 60, and then andante is like a quarter note equals 72, and allegro is like,
that answers. Oh, great! Thank you.
Stunad.
Thank you. I was going to email him. If everyone listening, if you're going, oh come on, guys, I know. I was going to email him about this stuff. So
let's just do
Well, all the guys from my barbershop quartet are dead, so no.
Is that all you Italians know how to do, is come up with music words?
Oh, that's cool.
Let's get back to this.
Yes.
The pace. The pace. There are people out there that do.
Who are these people?
They're the fans of back office radio.
He's a bad drunk.
Did you see Wolfie with the camera behind him? It said that Wolfie's related to Will, like he's his cousin and stuff. So Will's saying we're much bigger when we go out. The fans know us, and Howard's not giving us our due. That he's not the humble behind the scene guys he wants you to make you think he is. He's actually very bitter, and he wishes that people knew him more. Look at Misa Recto. Oh, look, Sternverse with organization preparation. Thank you, Misa Recto. That's a great compliment. Jesus Christ, you getting GTD. GTD.
That's a guitar. That's his name is a guitar amplifier.
Is it really?
Mesa recto verb or rect.
I guess the world doesn't have enough guitars, Bon, if he knows that. That's a great
Mesa
reference.
Boogie make guitar notes. I'll crowbar in a guitar reference any chance I get. It doesn't come up often.
How many? Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. No, go.
How many shows? When was this in relationship to the last back office radio? Was it soon canceled after this?
A year later.
A year
later. Back office
okay.
radio went. Okay. I want to say 16 episodes. And it went basically from early 2012, and it was like once a week, and to early 2013, maybe mid 2012, and it ended right around the time. Guess what? When the Pelican Brief came out, it was killed. Bon, did you hear my phone call on the last back office radio? That probably contributed to getting it killed.
Yeah.
Did you hear it at all? Okay.
I'm going to get fired up now because this.
Benjamin got my name right. It is John Doggleboon. That's exactly right, Benjamin.
Gets to my wheelhouse. But Jason and I do give a fuck about those people. But we deliver a show every week that we think the fucking real fans of this show care about. And you can laugh all you want. And Wolfie, you can fucking go suck a dick. But I'll tell you this, there are people that care about this show, and we fucking deliver. Bottom line is Howard does not give a fuck about us, but that's fine, because we have an outlet. And it's called Back Office
How about we take
Radio.
away that outlet?
No.
Okay, Howard's pissed.
Yeah.
That's those words. Basically, it's this truth serum. If you want to call alcohol truth serum, Will just said our show's better than his show, and the fans know it, and he's absolutely right. And I agree with everything he just said.
Howard, look at that face. He's not.
Look at
he's
that
not
face.
Happy.
He is not happy, and this is the beginning stages of can. I didn't even realize that this was done. Like, if you're listening to, you see this like on the radio and stuff. You don't get the full. This is from Howard TV.
Yeah.
I didn't even put it together. This is probably phase 1 in killing all of Howard 101. That rant.
Yeah.
Would you agree?
I agree. I think that I mean, again, I think that there was a happy accident that Robin had to clear out of the studio for a little bit so Howard could do some restructuring. You know, because I'm sure that at some point it's like Robin's just going to go along with whatever Howard says when she comes back, you know. But if she was there while he was trying to restructure, she might have kind of, you know, tried to make it not happen by criticizing Howard on air, you know.
You got to remember too, Will is on the message boards reading this shit with Jason, right? He sees us on PayPal Shed and Stern Fan Network and all that stuff, eviscerating. This is like, we're full haters now, right?
Yes.
He's reading this. He knows how much we love Back Office Radio, and he knows that Howard's just getting eviscerated for not replacing Artie. It just, the negativity couldn't have been higher at an apex at this point. This is when it started to boil over, and there was no coming back, right? He's not having a comedian anymore, and he is getting, the show's just good. And Will knows the tone from the audience, and Howard in his mind knows full well that Will is right. And this, he can't handle it. He cannot handle that. I mean, you can see it. He's writhing with just bitter jealousy, and he knows Will's right. And Howard's probably still reading his Twitter at that point. People like, we're tweeting him all day, telling him how much the show sucks, and he's getting killed. And I did not connect this at the time. This is even an epiphany for me here.
And Howard is such the boy who cried wolf, because he doesn't learn from either the message boards that like people are going to be negative about you. It's like, well, maybe Twitter will be better, and it's like, no, it's going to be just as bad, because people are anonymous. They're behind they're behind a device, and of course they're going to, you know, trash you. You know, why wouldn't they?
You know, you bring up a great point. You know, there was this exodus that happened. It's social media exodus where people would get, like, say someone like Howard, right? He gets eviscerated on, let's say Facebook, right? Oh shit, I'll go to Twitter. I'm going to start all over. And those are they just tear him a new one on Twitter. He can't have, I'll go to Instagram. That's a new place, and I'll have to, you know, I'll give myself a new life on Instagram. And so you keep moving from social media platforms until you think the lemmings are going to be there and gush you with, but it's not. He knows that there's nowhere he can go now.
Yeah, right.
You have an outlet because I exist.
Of course. Listen,
what is all this
drunken
nonsense? Drunken.
I meant as far as an on-air persona. That's what it was about. It had nothing to do with in terms.
What?
When I said,
did you guys hear this conversation when it happened in 12, or is this new to you?
Good. I've never heard this before.
You know, I heard it, but I was half asleep. I remember had it in the background, and it's kind of new to me again. Thank you, Pell. Pell gifted 5 Deppening memberships, everyone. Thank you, Pell. So this is tremendous. This is new to me. And when I was making this, I didn't watch it full. I just kind of wanted to keep it fresh. And Will, you don't see Will put on the spotlight. Usually Will's getting praised, and this is a very rare grilling. And Howard, see, nobody loves this more than Shuli, because Shuli thinks, oh, Will just buried himself. That means I'm going to get an opportunity here somehow. I think Shuli thinks he's going to get promoted.
Scumbag.
Right?
I think a deep dive from the day Don Buchwald came in to announce America's Got Talent to the 60th birthday show would be a fascinating era to cover, to see how it's dismantled. Yeah.
That's January of 2014, and you go from the Pelican Brief, or like January of 13 to January of 14, and
Yeah.
that's a good idea.
I think that would be
There's
interesting.
so many clues. There's so many clues in this one.
Right.
Actually.
Yeah.
With Brandano screaming at them because, well, I'll get to that one.
Was the Pelican Brief?
That's what
sorry.
I'm.
Go ahead.
Was Pelican Brief after he had started AGT?
Yeah, Pelican Brief. He had been on America's Got Talent for about, I think, a year and a half.
Okay.
And then the Pelican Brief came along, and he knows the fans hate that. He's got Judd Apatow telling him it sucks. He's got, and he has to do this damage control meeting. Oh, I'm trying to rebrand myself. You don't get what I'm doing here. It's almost like the Pelican Brief is almost like an answer to how bad AGT was. It's like, oh, you don't get what I'm doing here. I'm rebranding myself. Like he's trying to get in front of how shitty that was.
It's this time in 2013. It's mid-February because he's saying the core team is going to meet at the start of March.
Yeah.
So
that's another thing is look for those key cult words like the core team and
core
the
team
donut
is
and all that
creepy.
stuff.
That's creepy, man.
You did a good job. You remastered it and you made it like 4 times louder, I think. And you did a really good job on that because it needed to be, because there were things you couldn't understand in the beginning of when the first go around.
Yeah.
And my theory is that Will is actually Stuttering John's mole all that time, based on last time. I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it.
Okay, I like that.
Interpreting the fucking idiocy that I'm talking about.
You don't know what you were saying?
You don't know what you're saying, but you're guessing.
First of all, I don't know what the question was asked.
Wait, what is your explanation? I don't care about your on-air persona.
Listen, there are people here that you like on the air, I think.
Right.
Will would be great on the air if he wanted to be, because when he asserts himself, he's got everybody's number, and he was great on Back Office Radio. Like Davyd summed him up perfectly before. He's almost like a little sniper, but there's a lot going on inside. He's a smart guy, and he's got Juan Gonzalez, F the Shuli Peel Network.
Like JD and those guys.
Right.
And I don't think that I fit into that group of people.
Does every one of my guys
No, of course not.
Does anyone want to work, or does everyone want to be a
No, they don't want to be
Howard.
stars.
No. Do I ever act like that? I never am obnoxious like that and really feel.
Howard's so stupid. He's not naive, or he's trying to be this fake thing. Guys, everybody on the show wants to be famous.
Yeah.
They got on the show because it's the only like rat fest that'll accept them. So they want to be somewhere. They all want to be somewhere else. They all want to be some other level. Talk to any of these people. They go, oh, I wanted to be an actor. I wanted to be a screenwriter. I wanted to be
a comedian.
Yeah, something, especially comedian. They all wanted to do something else. And so this is the only place that accepts people with no talent and no charisma, like Shuli. And you ride it out, and eventually anywhere you work, you get sick of it, right? You get complacent, and like you want to move on, and you want to get you see, if I'm Will Murray and I'm not an air whore, which he claims to not be, and I somewhat believe him, and you see guys like JD getting like hours of stupid, brain rotting, redundant airtime. Eventually, you're just gonna go, I gotta step in, and I gotta do something here.
Yeah.
I'm not this guy. What is he doing out? Jason hated JD on the air.
Yeah.
That's part of this coming up.
I also think that a lot of them joined the show thinking that Howard's chair was a slot to fill once he retired, that somehow like they'd work their way to the Artie chair, and then when Howard was ready to go, they would take that over. And
like they're thinking Gary's gonna have his own show, and they can sit with Gary.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, there's two guys. There's 2 guys that are thinking on that level, like all the time. One of them is Jason, in terms of, and the other one's Shuli.
Right.
So
Shuli
you saw
should
Shuli at
never
work during the Hurricane Sandy saga.
Yeah.
That was what Shuli thought was going to be his Artie. I'm going to go in there, and I'm going to be the next Artie, and I'm going to overlaugh at everything Howard says.
Makes me sick. And remember him sitting there. We got the audio. He just sits there and he can't bring anything. It would have been the biggest anxiety. I don't blame him because he's talentless. If I was him, I would have been sitting there just sweating. Sweat would have been dripping off me. I'd be like, I've got to say something the way Artie did, but I can't because I'm talentless. Fuck.
Well, he also know. I mean, I don't know how. Sometimes with Shuli, how unself-aware he is, or he has to know the temperature of the pulse rate of the audience that who misses Artie all the time, like just one message board thread after the next.
Right.
Still, like 4 years later about Artie, so he knows he's got to be coming in. There's no way you're going to win these people over. I don't know how stupid do you think you're going to be. You have no charisma. It doesn't even matter if he says something clever or witty or funny. We just hate you. You're just icky.
It's a
and you
drop
have
in
no
the
charisma.
ocean. He'd
Yeah,
have
it
to,
doesn't.
if he said something witty, he'd have to say it for 6 to 8 months before anyone
But
would
it's
give him
him
any
saying
credit.
it, Bon. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's him
Yeah.
saying it. So you just hate
That's
him
right.
no matter what comes out of his mouth.
It's
Right.
like your
You can't
speech
teach
the
that.
other week, you know.
Right.
A,
Right.
His
a broken
dreams,
clock
they
is
don't
right
matter.
twice a day. Exactly.
Yes.
You know.
Horatius says, "I can't believe Will didn't get his jaw broken at the." I have footage of Will at the. I think it's here of him getting drunk at an Eagle. I don't know. Yeah, it might be
He's
this
such
one
a
or the next
bad
one.
drunk. The slurring. He's
Texaho, welcome. Well, good to see you in here. Be careful who you hang with and slandering. We all know gay men and their youth fetish. Tick, tick, tick.
Feel that way. I really don't.
The
It doesn't
only
bother
reason
me.
you're not on the air more is because you're not an asshole.
I get that. And I apologize.
And I don't like you. What is that?
Yeah, Frank the Tank. I cannot wait to go into Big Black and JD. He's a very prickly and I don't mean this in a negative way. I love Big Black. I really do. I've always loved him, and a lot of people do. I think he's almost beloved, but he is flaky and prickly, and he's very tough to pin down to get to commit to anything. So I don't know how many times I'm supposed to hack away and tweet him and shit. He's got his offer anytime he wants to come on. But I am a fan. I am a big fan. I don't
you
know.
have to DM these guys, though.
I know.
Yeah, that's the thing. You got to get over that hurdle, John. You got to start. I guess you have to suck up to the man.
I did. I gave him a great compliment. I don't know what else I could do. I mean,
No, but you gotta
crazy Robin.
You got to send him like a DM saying, "Hey, man,
I will.
love your work and all that stuff." And then
Everyone, here's
send a
Crazy
link.
Robin back in the
Yo.
fray. Welcome, Crazy Robin.
I get that. And I apologize.
And I don't like you. What is that?
You don't know him.
I don't know you.
Will is the head writer, Loser Club.
I know
The
one thing
Loser
about you.
Club.
You're a worker.
Great name.
No,
you work hard.
And I say head writer, and it's not an insult to Will Murray. I think he just is rolling with the hideousness. He's just rolling with the corn, and he's just like, I gotta, if Benji survived in that job, how hard could it fucking be, right? I mean,
Right.
Howard's. I
Oh,
haven't laughed at
God.
anything Howard said since Jackie's left.
Right.
And always people go with Benji. They always go, "Oh, he's there for a reason." The show sucks, and it sucked. I have not laughed at anything Howard said for years and years and years. That's the reason he's there. If he writes in Howard's voice, Howard hasn't said a goddamn thing that's made me laugh in years, and I put that squarely on Benji. And Will has to be going, "Yeah, if Benji can do this, anybody can do this." And Will just is writing in Howard's stupid voice, and he's writing the shit lines that he finds appealing, and I guess it's a living, right? I mean, it's just like it's just punching a time clock. He knows it sucks. I know he knows. He's telling you right here. He knows it sucks. This is 12 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, it's.
I know one thing.
Go ahead, Davyd. I'm sorry.
It's a game of bingo. I mean, there's so many common Howardisms that he just crutches on so heavily. Whether it's the fact of the matter is, or even just setting up. Even just setting up a thing where it's like, so Robin, listen to this. Ralph, he comes over to my house, and Ralph,
And
get
then
in
pauses,
here.
and then pauses for 15 seconds.
Right, exactly, right.
We used to do that thing on Radio Gunk where we would pause it, and it would be like, we didn't stop it. That's not he paused for 15 seconds. He speaks so slow now. Everybody I talk to that wades back into the show and says, "Oh, I just listened the other day for." What I first noticed is how slow he fucking speaks.
Now,
it's just low energy pauses.
yeah,
and shit.
it's really bad. It's really, really bad now. Like, good. Remember
Fresh
when I
start
did my
painting.
remember a couple of years ago, John, when I showed you guys my analysis on Radio Gunk of all the pauses he does
Yeah.
in a show, and I
Yeah.
cut
Yep.
them all up and got about 6 minutes of pauses, 7 minutes. Imagine what
There-
it's at now. Should I do it again and see how long he's pausing for every episode?
How much
There
is
are
it a
shows
minute?
where you can take the phrase, Davyd just said it. Fact of the matter is, or in other words, and make an hour audio out of him saying those two phrases in one show. In fact of the matter is, in other words, in other words, in other words, in other words. Like, you can't be in other words
In a
if you didn't say
sense.
the first thing. Welcome Fresh Start Painting. I said that for many years. Chandler Parsons never played. There he is. He's right there. Chandler Parsons. At the
Thing
Howard
about
Stern
you, you're a
Show.
worker.
No,
you work hard.
You say great.
You do a good job. I mean, what the fuck are you looking for? A lollipop?
Believe me, I hear this
Or
clip.
get back there and never drink again.
It won't happen.
See, if I were Will, I'd say, no, I'm looking for a rice cake. I'm looking for a frozen banana out of your refrigerator, you fucking fruit.
Honestly,
I'm sorry.
really. I mean,
Yeah, alcohol is not your friend.
I know. Believe me.
You dropped 30 IQ points as soon as you start drinking. And, and like people, listen to this guy.
Let me ask you this: which one of you is driving home?
That would mean Howard would go from a 79 IQ to a 49 IQ.
Yeah.
Will definitely has too big of an ego.
Oh, no. Believe me.
Now there's Shuli with Wolfie. Wolfie essentially is the new Shuli. And no one's loving this more than Shuli because he thinks he's going to get Will's gig.
You dropped 30 IQ points as soon as you start drinking. And, and like people, listen to this guy.
Let me ask you this: which one of you is driving home?
Oh, no.
Oh, really? How many beers have we had?
Gee, take a fucking guess on that. Who the fuck is driving home?
How many beers have you had, Miss Howard Stern?
Fine. 2.
I'm ready to kill a fucking family. I don't give a fuck. Oh, your 2-year-old's cute.
Will,
He just learned to say fucking hi, didn't he? Bang! I killed him, you fuck.
What the fuck is
Wow, he's making like screaming comments at Shuli's 2-year-old. Jesus Christ, that's so bizarre.
Threatening to kill them? Is that what he said?
It was Shuli looked like he was being attacked by Stuttering John in LA right there. You see how he's like, sort of keeled over, like got all feeble and shit. He used to have like a Thundercats backpack on.
Learned to say fucking hi, didn't he? Bang! I killed him, you fuck.
What the fuck is that? Even Scott the Pace is like, what is
He was
that?
horrified. I know. I'm an idiot.
You want to be a drunk driver and kill a 2-year-old?
No, of course
not. Is that your routine? What are you talking
That's
about?
a good one. Nobody else is going to
Better
take
than Ronnie's.
Way dark, I'll give you that.
Nobody's going to touch that one.
Look at you.
What is that? What are you talking about?
You're driving home. So
Oh my God, Horatius! I can't believe you remember that. Larry David did a monologue on Saturday Night Live. He hosted it. I don't know what this was. It got to be like maybe 7-8 years ago. And the whole premise of the monologue was every Hollywood pedo is Jewish, and he just kept going. Weinstein, Jew, and he just rattled them up. It was really crazy. It was probably the edgiest monologue I've ever seen. And I can't believe Horatius remembers that. Maybe that's Horatio Sands. Davyd, right? Speaking of,
I'm honored he is in our chat. Yeah.
Okay, prediction, everyone. Okay, I'm not jerking myself off here. I just want credit for it. It's a win-win for me because if it didn't happen, if it does happen, I look like a genius. Ready? You heard it here first. Tomorrow night, Saturday Night Live 50th anniversary. Dennis Miller will blow it off. You heard it here first. This is my prediction. I know the guy backward and forward. Dennis Miller will blow it off because he thinks he's going to get more attention and too cool for school for not being there. His wife can tell him, but the real reason is Saturday Night Live is a very left-leaning entity, and he is a hand puppet for Fox News. So he thinks in his mind, if I go there and someone says, "Hey, Dennis, what have you been up to for the last 20 years?" They're going to go, "Oh, I know what you've been up to. You're a Fox News hand puppet, a shill." And that's he's terrified of those conversations. Like, it's not that those people will do it. It's just he's this. So even like the current, it's yes, there's woke people and stuff, and Tina Fey is the opposite of him, but he's in his mind, he's calculating that from Al Franken to Tina Fey to he cannot take walking into that, and he's going to blow it off. It's going to be a story, and you heard it here first. And it's going to get him more attention for not going. And everyone's going, why is the Weekend Update guy from the most successful seasons in the history of the show not there.
Well, also, like, Chevy Chase, despite having been on the show even earlier than Dennis Miller, I think has been more famous over a longer period of time than Dennis Miller. I think he's maintained a better like height. I mean, even though he's notoriously an asshole or whatever, I think he's still...
I mean, he basically is the co-creator of the show, him and Lorne Michaels. Like,
Right.
He probably doesn't get enough credit for that. He actually created it.
So I think if he's there, I assume he's going to be there. I don't think they'll care that Dennis Miller isn't there. And I agree with you. I don't think he'll be there. I would be shocked if he was there.
He didn't go to the 25th. Why would you
Right.
go to this? Or the 40th? The 40th.
Or
He didn't go to the 40th.
yeah. Right.
And so he kept making up lies. He goes, he got asked and he kept changing the story. He goes, like, first he goes, yeah, well, we sold my house and it's like the last opportunity. My kids and I and my wife are going to have to be in that house. So I didn't want to go to New York for that. I just couldn't. I'm like, what kind of excuse is that? Like, he couldn't, go back and forth like one day. And then the next one
If
he
didn't
goes,
turn up to the other ones, then he won't.
I mean,
turn
the
up,
only he goes,
no.
I don't want to be the guy. This is kind of funny. He goes, I don't want to be the guy who graduated from college 3 years later and he's going to the frat party still. But Chevy Chase is going to the frat party still.
Right.
Yeah, that was his other excuse. He's too cool for.
I think, yeah. I mean, it's a feeble excuse, whatever it's going to be. But I would be surprised if he even gave a justification to Lorne Michaels. Like, I'm not going. That's just plain and simple. He doesn't.
He didn't. The first time he didn't even. He was forced to have to make an excuse. So he got on Twitter when he was still on Twitter and he got chased off of it.
Yeah.
And that whole, what was her name? Michelle Wolf did the roast and he tried to shame her and everybody pissed on him. He goes, Lorne Michaels is one of the classiest guys. If he says I have a good reason, he's right. I didn't have a good reason. So he tried to do damage control, but he was forced to do it. I guarantee he's not going to go.
Yeah.
You heard it here first and I want credit for it.
Cares.
All right.
Yeah, good comeback. Good comeback. I appreciate
Is that you? I mean, I'm playing psychiatrist here, and
let's see what
it's
he's
way
saying.
dark. I'll give you that.
Nobody's going to touch that one.
Look at you.
What is that? What are you talking about?
You're driving home, so who cares?
All right.
Yeah, good comeback. Good comeback. I appreciate
Is that you? I mean, I'm playing psychiatrist here, and you might want to just deny this. But the truth is,
I want to kill my family.
Well, how old is your kid?
He's almost 15 months.
Yeah, he's almost 2.
No, come on, dude.
Dude,
I love
you want to find a family and kill the 2-year-old?
No, it was a terrible, bad joke.
And when you're drunk every minute, fucking kid, and you listen to this?
So listen to some other clips where I go, I love my wife, I love my kid.
Yeah.
So what does that tell you?
You're straight then.
Why doesn't Will, maybe you can answer this one. Why doesn't Will just get like a team of drivers and just drive him back and forth to wherever he has to go? Right? So that way he wouldn't have to make drunk driving jokes and he wouldn't have to drive. Why doesn't he just get a team of drivers like Howard?
Yeah.
does?
And if he was ever out and about with his wife and child and he was approached by fans, he could just hide in the limo.
Exactly. He'd have a place he could have a bulletproof with the, so like, anyone can do that, right? Why can't he just get a team of drivers? Like, I don't understand why he doesn't just do that.
You could make it that everybody should stay in their office when you're leaving. You don't have to. Don't come out for 5 minutes. Yeah.
Right. You could hide.
Have his wife clear the hallways of his 15-month-old when he comes home.
ESG goes, Shuli does a great Bobcat Goldthwait impression. He does. You're right, ESG. He does.
Whoa.
That goes really well with crowds now. Everyone's clamoring for a Bobcat Goldthwait impression.
Yeah, they really
Wow, they're really hating Shuli in the comments. Everything's about Shuli. This is
I just
great.
separatist and total hack. Hey, I do a Michael Winslow impression. You ever see that?
And you're under control.
No.
I do a Steve Gutenberg impression.
Right.
I do a Leslie Easterbrook impression. You ever hear
Do
that?
a Stephen Wright impression.
Believe me,
never
I'm
gonna get
just
through
as
this clip.
obnoxiously drunk. That was really great.
I don't get it. What was that? Was that when you were driving?
Yeah, I told you, I licked that girl's ass. What do you want?
You're
Look at
incoherent
Ganji.
at this point. You should shut up.
I don't give a fuck. My wife knows I love her. I love my baby. Jackie, where's the Jackie the intern?
You love Jackie the intern?
Well, she's very friendly.
You love everybody.
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't mean much when you put Jackie the intern in it.
I told you weren't father material.
I know.
None of these guys listen.
There is no father material, apparently.
I mean, what?
Are you father material, Howard? Look at his teeth. Look at the veneers. He just got the fucking.
Look at
fake
those
teeth.
piano
Look at
keys. Wow.
That is a great Bradley Cooper reference. Callback.
Listen, you got me for 5 minutes out of, we're talking like 50.
Wait a minute. What kind of dad is Howard? Let's find out. Shall we?
You are the dream I never knew I had.
Bon's gonna counter.
She's singing that to John Stamos, wishing he was her father.
And as the world
Look at her.
turns around and around.
Oh, good.
Keep listening to your 5 minutes.
I'm married with a kid. My wife knows I went home with Scott the Pace tonight. Horse, get the fuck out of the way. I'm not.
Yeah, when people get drunk, their native accent becomes more pronounced. So when I go home, so the Philly stuff comes out.
To my building.
No,
Look at you, you fucking. Oh, great, we get kicking the ball. Shut the fuck up. I can eat that bitch's ass. Yeah, it's great. You get kicked in the balls. I love it. I'm gonna.
This is an intern, right?
Wow.
Yeah.
What could you do with this footage? Right, you could submit it to God knows who, right, and have how many lawsuits on your hands?
Yeah, did she put in a lawsuit? Because probably.
Well, there's a gaggle, right? Was it 15 interns successfully sued them? She has to be in the mix, right?
It's incredible amount. That's so many. I mean,
it was very thoughtful of them to put fun graphics behind their sexual harassment footage.
Oh, I know, right? Right. You need it because it is a fun setting here, and you do have to doctor it up.
This is a really comfortable, not triggering episode here. Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Right, Richard and Guardians of the Galaxy with fucking gun. That's right. He was jealous that Richard actually took a cameo that Howard didn't. It's basically the equivalent to Howard in fucking Transformers, right?
Transformers, right.
Richard doing Guardians of the Galaxy.
Going home with Scott the Pace and fucking go to bed.
Look, she is attractive, but she hates me.
But
what a shock!
If I had my way, I'd lick her asshole. I'm not gonna lie.
Wow.
Thank you for being honest.
Oh my!
If I had her way, I'd lick her asshole. That's an intern. That's what this show does to interns, right? I mean, and they have video footage. It's not even his word against hers.
No,
not even audio, video footage.
Beautifully shot, by the way, like showing
Yep.
him talking and cut over to her sitting right there. There's
and
no,
HD just became mainstream at this time.
Yeah, right.
God, dude.
I
You
know.
doing marriage counseling yet?
No, please.
You need it.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you got a lot of shit in you.
No.
Look at me. Man to man.
Yeah.
Howard, tell him about your marriage counseling. Tell him about your court-ordered therapy. Tell him about yours. Tell him what it's like. I mean, you're going to give him advice. You care about him.
Howard, what also adds insult to injury is Howard doesn't even reprimand him for like terrorizing an intern. It's like you need to work on your relationship with your wife. Like the intern is just raw, chum that is put out for the staff to terrorize and.
Nice Jaws reference, Davyd.
Thank you.
You'll do anything with John Williams to get John Williams into this.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
Crowbar Jaws in there.
Welcome, Machio. Welcome, sir. We're gonna hopefully beer league comes up at some point, Ralph.
Marriage therapy quickly.
Finish.
Quick as you can get there. In fact, quit your job and get over there.
You don't have time for this.
Yeah, you don't have time for work. You're in a crisis, dude. I heard one.
Do you guys think Howard in his mind is thinking, I'm going to be sued, I'm going to be sued, I'm going to be sued, I'm going to be sued from the intern? Do you think that he is thinking on those terms? Or his lawyers are telling him when he gets off the air, hey, you better get in front of this?
I always think that, like, it's the same with the FCC fines. Like, they probably never ever even reached Howard as, like, a concern. It's like Don Buchwald just worked with Tom Chiusano to pay for K-Rock to pay those FCC fines. So I feel like it's similar with any sort of sexual harassment things where Tim Sabian's taking care of it, or it just never reaches Howard, and so he doesn't
Yeah.
even know that it's a concern.
He uses walls of insulation in front of him, but it's getting to where now he isn't worth it. Certainly this current show is not worth going to the wall for anymore. Like, and I'm wondering now, that's because he is so sanitized and sterilized now, right? That there is no threat of that. So I think he knows that he's not worth it anymore. He must know it.
Yeah.
Clever, you like, oh, fucking kid.
No, that's not true. You did not hear that.
You're not playing that one?
That did not exist.
Save him.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Exist.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Of course it doesn't.
I hope I'm wrong.
Dude, come on. I'm sorry.
Right.
I was a drunken idiot. It will never happen
Howard
again. And I love you.
Care about me.
I
mean,
love
all
you.
I do is care about you.
Listen, if you
granted, I don't put you on the air every minute. You're busy working.
That's fine. I'm fine with that.
Somebody's got to work.
Yeah, I mean, we got Ronnie now as a superstar.
Yeah, a lot of Jason Irons. A lot of people forget Kimmel hosted Ben Stein's Money. You remember that in the beginning on Comedy Central, and The Man Show, and those were. Most people would probably say that was like the pinnacle of his career, like those two things. It really is. I mean, like they were good shows, and
yeah. Will's about what 38 here or something, probably, or 30.
No, here.
Yeah.
No, he's probably. Let me do the math here. 1970, 20, 22, 32, 30, 34.
Okay.
He was born in 78. This is 2012.
So it's just weird. Like he's still young enough where he could conceivably leave. Like if he's getting frustrated with the show and it's not what he signed up for, and he thinks that the fans, and he's aware of what the fan feedback is. I'm kind of surprised
he doesn't want to admit he failed. It'd be
No.
a failure. Yeah.
He doesn't want to admit that.
It's too embarrassing, Davyd. That's the problem for him. The ego. Like you could and I could, but Howard couldn't. No.
I will say that Will's skill set on this show does translate because he's doing like interviews where he has a guest on and he's pre-screening them. That stuff is universal to talk shows. So it's possible that he could maybe at all those people parlay that into some basic, working for fucking like, Fallon or Seth Meyers or something like that.
Well, and the farce of Gary maybe becoming a producer for like Wendy Williams. Remember when they would always talk about that? Like Gary could never do that, but Will could. I could see Will doing that.
Yeah, I mean he's doing a lot of administrative office stuff that does translate. And he kind of is, I guess, smart enough to know, I can adapt to this situation. So I'm not saying it would definitely happen. I'm saying out of all of them, he probably has somewhat a chance to have parlayed that, but it's too late now. That ship is totally sailed.
Yeah, but that's why I say like 32 is not old enough to, you couldn't reinvent your life if you wanted to. I get that. If there's an embarrassment factor, like a failure factor, I guess I could see that. But if he doesn't respect the show, what is there to be embarrassed about?
Right. And I would say that. And it's a job. I mean, how many people love the show they work on in showbiz? You just take, I'd say 95% of the time, you're just taking whatever the hell is available.
Right.
The pickings are slim, and you're just lucky to have anything. Whatever stupid CBS sitcom you're working on, well, whatever, it's a job.
Well,
Tamara's just sorry to go off track here. Tamara's just noticed your avatar, John. So I just want everyone to see that. There we go. I don't know why.
Do we know who that is?
I don't know who that is, Davyd.
Okay, it's the exterminator from Seinfeld.
Oh, there's Jerry on the right. You guys are cute. Where did you decide? How did you decide that was appropriate?
Because he's the only black guest on the show in the history of the show.
I'm sorry for derailing that. I thought I didn't know who it was. I needed to see.
The joke was that the show, and Larry David clearly wrote this, that the show has no black people. They have no black friends. And so George had to Mr. Morgan, he had to prove that he had a black friend. And so the only guy they knew that was black was the exterminator, and they called him up.
Jose has changed his name to Davyd. Look at that, Davyd.
Yeah.
That's a tribute to you, bro. Wow.
Yeah,
we said that.
They're actually changing their names now.
Comedy Central was amazing in the
'90s had Hanzo. There really was. There was so much good stuff. I agree with that.
JD's on the road.
I know.
You know, Gary's busy with his internet show. You know, I mean, there's hardly anyone left who isn't a superstar. He's got the engineers pitching bowling shows. I mean, really.
I get it. I hate
Benji's
that too
a
about the
recording
show.
artist now with his girlfriend. I mean,
Thank you, Housey Football 57. Thank you. Great analysis, spot on. Thank you, sir. I'm
So,
proud of our analysis. I really am. We do good analysis.
What's her face is involved in the show at this time. Benji's girlfriend. I forget her name.
No.
Yeah, Elisa Jordana was irritatingly all over the place here. That's a good show to do. Those two.
That would
And
be fun. Yeah.
I've got a great oh god, I've got so many videos. I've got a great. It just so happens I've got Elisa talking about Shuli last week. So she's in her car. This is short, John.
God,
She's in her car, and I kept this in. This is the best part. Is that she's what women do is they clean their teeth to get the lipstick off. So look how long she's doing it before she starts talking about Shuli.
Like, Shuli's a kind-hearted person. I wouldn't go that far. Kind-hearted person. This whole show is like bullying one person. How's that kind-hearted person? His whole show, like his entire show, is about like making fun of someone. I mean, like Stuttering John's easy to make fun of, but his like whole show is about him. I side with Shuli too, I guess, but like I usually side with the person that like they're making fun of. So like they're making fun of John. So I'd be on John's side in that. I wouldn't be on like the bully's side. And to say that like Shuli's a kind-hearted person is like, I think that's going like, I think that's a little false. Like I just had to correct it because like there's no way that's true. Like he would have a show about something else if that was true. I think what he does is very bad form. I would never do it. You do it when you have like nothing to offer at all, except like making fun of someone else. Like then you could do it, but I wouldn't make that my go-to.
Yeah, it's a shame.
So right.
She obviously a good-looking woman, right? But like doesn't need makeup and doesn't need plastic surgery. Just completely butchered herself. She's literally going into the housewives mode, right, Davyd, where they all get those jobs.
Ladies, yeah, right.
Makeup does not work for her, and that's all I could fixate on. So I heard what she said, and everything she said was kind of spot on in a way. I think I agree with everything she said.
Yeah.
How about you?
Yes, and I'll have to tune into more of her Uber talk show.
Taxi Cab Confessions on HBO.
Right.
Remember that one?
God, dude. She opened all my crystal.
Is that Rogue? Oh my God.
That's Jax.
Yeah, but fresh start painting. We're gonna do a Howard versus Rogan series. There's some really good stuff and how that all started.
I'm not really sure what I've done to you, but I'll take a Pinot Grigio.
Wow. Very nice.
I barely have anybody who works.
I've been waiting a while.
I'm working for you, I promise.
All right. Get back there. Do something to make me proud.
Yes, sir.
Howard doesn't care about me. Wow,
This won't stop him from drinking.
No.
You know.
Yeah, that's okay, Sky Spectre. That's okay. They announced Will was the head writer, but that was like a secret, and then they announced it on the air. You wouldn't know it. It doesn't matter. Howard couldn't be more unfunnier than ever. It doesn't matter who writes for him. He's gonna suck. It doesn't matter that you got it wrong. You should be proud that you got it wrong. You shouldn't be paying attention to the current show anyway. Be proud of that.
The current
I'm
show.
with you.
I'll show you something about the current show. This happened this week, and I'm too scared to watch this. I will, but Howard interviewed.
Housey Football said it here.
Howard
Norman
interviewed
Harris.
Norm. He owns Norman's Rare Guitars, and everybody you've heard of has bought a guitar from this man.
Look at his face. Does he look like Tim Waltz and Crazy Cabbie had a kid?
Well, it's a documentary that hold on, let me bloody hell, what am I doing? I'm switching. Hold on, let me put up it's a doco that he that's just come out on Netflix about doco.
I got your doco right here, pal. I never heard that.
Norman's Rare Guitars. Everybody buys, and look, you see the stars: Post Malone, Jeff Daniels in there. The list of stars that'll be in this, I'm going to have to watch it, but I'm too scared to watch Howard's interview, which was this week, interviewing this guy about guitars. It's a nightmare, I can imagine, of Howard trying to talk to someone who is so educated. This man, Norman, he knows everything about guitars. If I came to America for a tour, which is probably going to happen, if I toured America, I would for this show, of course, I would be going to Norman's Rare Guitars to see that. But I'm too scared to watch it. It's like Davyd if they did a whole thing on Bernstein or Bernstein. If they did, if Howard did
Leonard
an
Bernstein.
interview with his wife, one of his wives or something,
Yeah.
you would have
Yeah.
trouble watching that, wouldn't you? Because you'd be scared. That's what I'm scared about. Just because someone said the current Stern show, that's what's happening on Howard's World. I'm going to have to watch it. Howard interviewing a guy who knows everything about guitars and asking him why is it so hard for me to tune my guitar? I bet you that's a question he asks him. And Norman's going to tell him like 10 things that Howard should already know after trying to learn guitar for the last couple of years. That's been the show, John.
Shame on Norman Harris for capitulating to this poser.
Oh, it's so bad. Like, John, Mike McCready's guitar, the one that's all beat up that he uses, he bought that from Norman's Guitars.
Yeah,
that's iconic guitar. Everybody's gone there. And they've got probably 500 guitars, and they've got ones that are worth like $100,000 in there. I can't believe he got him on, and I can't believe how I think we might even have to do a show about it because I'm going to hate it so much, John.
You're really making me hate. You're really making me
show.
hate that instrument. You're really making me hate that.
I know,
instrument.
I know, but I
Between
can't believe
Depp and his
Howard
bullshit,
started
between Depp
talking
and his
about
bullshit,
it. Oh,
I'm really starting to hate the guitar. The world
you
has
shouldn't.
enough
It's
guitars.
amazing. It's amazing
Couldn't
instruments.
be more any apt. I mean, this is
beautiful.
He has successfully. Not well. I mean, he thinks he's successfully brainwashed people into thinking he's from Generation X. Now he's thinking he's successfully brainwashed people into thinking he's a guitarist.
It's an
And
incredible instrument.
it's not an incredible instrument because seemingly everyone in the world plays it except for me.
Oh, it's
it can't be
elegant.
too
I'm
special
using
if
David Allen's words now. It's elegant instrument.
I'll take Davyd and the piano at this point.
Oh,
there might have been a
come
time
on.
when
The piano is an amazing
if Howard
instrument.
if Howard's thinks he can play it, then there's something wrong with it.
Well, there's a school of people who say that a piano isn't a. They argue it to whether it's a stringed instrument or a percussive instrument. Davyd honky tonks that up. It's kind of happy. I love that. Oh, that's great.
Because I'm trying. Because
Davyd,
without a drum set, so I got to add rhythm somehow. So it's just.
But isn't that interesting though? It's
like
a
a stride
stringed.
piano.
It's got strings inside it, but it's also hammers when you press the finger. So some people say it's stringed instrument. So it's a percussive instrument. I love that. See, John, I could do a whole show.
Don't you think,
Bon
Bon, don't you think
Jovial.
that people like Howard ruin the guitar for you? Like it makes it
No,
waters it down.
Well, I'm not going to
People like
listen.
you-
But
I'm
when I've
saying
heard clips of him, no. It makes me love it more, John. Come
No,
on. It's like
he
if you heard Howard talking about basketball, you'd be going,
Yeah, I get
sack of
very angry.
crap.
I get very
but
angry.
you'd be
when
like, I am a triumph because I know my shit.
it's just I can't. No, it makes me more angry. It makes me think.
No,
that
it doesn't. It makes you happy.
does.
It has to make you see. You're
doesn't make me
depressed.
happy in the slightest. It doesn't
That's
make me
depression.
happy. It's poser 101.
No, it
And
should be a serotonin rush.
Not
because
at all.
You know
Not
the
at
good
all.
stuff. You listen to me. I'm banging my hand on my chest. You're the one. You're the one.
Let's get back to this. I'm good.
Get back there. Do something to make me proud.
Yes, sir.
Howard doesn't care about me. Wah,
This
wah,
won't
wah.
stop him from drinking.
No.
You know, that would sober some people up.
Well, you seem comfortable out there. How do you think it went?
It went great. I was happy. You know, you're in a Philly crowd.
went great.
You can talk all
It
the
went
shit you
great.
want on New York, because it's true. I hate fucking New York, and I love Philly, and so fuck them all. So it's great to be in a place where you can actually do that.
What was the...
Okay, can I ask something? To someone who loves Philly, does that mean anything to you guys? Does that mean he's a dick as well?
No, it's just like, I mean,
Should
Davyd
he-
will be, David's the best guy to speak to this, and I can do it a little bit with New York, but David's probably better, I think.
So do
New
you
York
hate
and LA
New York, John?
No, sometimes. There's
Okay.
parts of it I hate. New York and LA are filled with people who you have people from Boston, Philadelphia, Chicago, Pittsburgh, et cetera, Detroit, that move to New York and LA. And they come there and all they do is fly the flag of the city that they're from. And then you say to them, like, then why did you move here? If you've got it all figured out in Boston, if everything comes out of Philly, if everything's better, and that's fine. I'm glad you're proud of your city. Then why did you come to New York? Right, Davyd? You got a whole city of people who do nothing but talk about where they're from. And at some point, he's like, why don't you go back there?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think that people, I mean, especially Philly is not, Will could find a comparable job in radio with who was the
Sports radio. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
It's like sports radio. Yeah, totally. Definitely.
Yeah, there's I mean, I get that. Again, we're dealing with people who want to work for their childhood hero. You know, we listened last time to Howard calling Will at the age of 18 when he kicked cancer. But at the same time, it's like, really, it's worth it living in a city that you absolutely detest just to say that you work for your childhood hero? Like, you could get a comparable radio job in local sports radio in Philly, probably, you know?
Yeah, you're right. But you know, with Howard, he thinks, and there's some truth to this, that he crosses over to another strata of show business.
Yeah.
Right. So with like sports radio and stuff, there's no chance that you're going to parlay that into anything outside of radio. So they all think, oh, this is going to lead to TV or movies or screenwriting and stuff. So they hang on to that while they're there.
Right. But I would
always cling to that.
I would make an exception with Will, though, because I feel like he's one of the few that doesn't want his own show. I mean, I get that he has back office radio and stuff, but I think that's more to purge the poison of what the fuck is this Howard Stern show now? I need some sort of outlet to negate everything that I told Howard was actually funny or good or interesting.
There's no doubt, Davyd, that when Jason and Will concocted back office radio, between the two of them, they sat in a room together and they said, we need to bring back the piss and vinegar from the old Stern show,
right?
Because the fans are hating what this is. Let's
you might
do
be
it.
giving them too much credit.
No, they not if you listen to them all. They're really good.
Look,
I
John,
will not.
Tonecott says you're wrong. I lived in Philly area for 17 years. They take pride in being shit heads.
I know.
Do you wanna-
They do. I mean, they
So you're
they
saying-
like the hooliganism of it all. And I know they do, but like people come from all they do when Philadelphia people go to New York and they say how great like Will's doing here, how great Philadelphia is. So you say, well, then why did you come to New York for this? Davyd just said that's one opportunity. Clearly, if you love that city so much, it's not worth leaving it for this.
I mean, and especially for a guy like Will who doesn't, you know, like I didn't really want to come to Los Angeles, but it's where the job that I want to do is centered for the time being. That's starting to change. But, you know, Will just wants to kind of be in an administrative position on a radio show. He never was angling, even when he got to K-Rock, at being on the air in a way that was like showing off. He doesn't show off to Howard like the other ones do. You know,
no, and that's what threw Howard for a loop here,
right?
Because the truth serum came out and he said, "Oh God, I harbor a lot more ambition than what I'm doing," and he basically said in code, "The Stern Show sucks, and what we're doing in back office radio is how it was and how it should be done now."
Right.
And Howard heard that.
and I had not seen that, in framed in that. Thank you, Toncott Benjamin and Horatius. Yes, Victoria Jackson is another good answer who probably won't show up. That is a good one. That is a very good one. That would be the number 2, the female run. Yes, she's like a Christian kook, and it would surprise me if she went. And she was very good in those years too. Those Dana Carvey, Phil Hartman years. She was very good.
Key to gaining
that whole cast, by the way. I just want to say really quick, the Dana Carvey, Phil Hartman cast. It was, to me, and I have my receipts. The batting average the show had is unlike it's ever been. It was good all the time. Yeah. Those guys killed it every single time. There's something about it and a team cohesion. It never seemed like those guys were competing against each other. They actually had like a rhythm and unlike now where they're all at each other's throats. And there's something about that cast that has not been replicated since.
Yeah, and my people love the Sweeney Sisters with
that's a great sketch. That was a great recurring sketch. Did you see the Shatner hosted one?
I don't think I did.
Yeah, that's a brilliant episode, and that was how, the jokes on the internet now that your parents' basement, by the way, that was the first time that had ever been uttered.
Really?
William Shatner got on
in the 80s.
Yeah, he goes, "Move out of your parents' basements."
Right.
Grow the fuck up.
That was
the first time that had ever been said.
Yeah, that's cool.
And it's such a good episode. And Shatner was great.
You should be on that show, John, doing characters. I say that.
I think you should be making like short films for them. Like the shit you do on here is exactly what they do in those short films.
I would love to. I'm coming to America someday, guys. And yeah, I just
that's how Ben Stiller got started. You should submit short films to their producers.
Yeah,
Ben Stiller was on the cast for 5 episodes, and he submitted short film. Not that, obviously he's a nepo
there's
baby,
nothing more than I would love than something like that to happen, so I could come
Australian,
to
maybe the
America
Australian angle. They'll love you for that.
And I'd get you, and I'd get Davyd, and I'd get Sara, and I'd say, "I'm buying a warehouse. Pack up all your crap. We're all living together."
We're all living in a abandoned warehouse in Reno, Nevada.
Yep. Look at this. Look at this. Tony Altimore. He wrote a Dennis Miller joke, I believe. Right. Let's see how this goes. How we would do it.
Oh, do it, Johnny.
Blowing off the anniversary of SNL was more quaint than practicing abstinence at Ray Cohn's pool party in Subcot Eve, for Christ's sake.
Wow. You improvised.
Very, very covert.
You got to
AIDS
put
joke.
for Christ's sake at the end of everything.
It's a very covert AIDS joke.
I think when I came out, I said, "Fuck New York." They were with me from then on. The only thing I regret is I didn't do the Eagles chant. I wish I had done that.
Now, what happened there? Mental lapse?
Yeah, dude, you're out there, you're trying to hit it hard. 10 beers in doesn't help. I still had fun, though. That was awesome.
Congratulations.
What is this? Fuck New York. New York is the most wonderful city in the universe.
Okay.
Oh, what?
Davyd, you want to take that while I rest my voice about what we said about what New York is wasted on?
Yeah. So the first thing that comes to mind is I think when Kenny Kramer called in and Howard was like, "I've never been to the Statue of Liberty. I wouldn't even know where to find it." Yeah, I mean, people have said to Howard, or he has said this himself, if you took him outside, blindfolded him, spun him around 5 times, he would not know in what direction he was facing, where anything was. It's a city that's built on a grid. He still wouldn't be able to.
Yeah, it's very south, it's very north, it's very west, it's very east.
Yeah, and he loathes the city. I mean, that's why he's in the Hamptons or Florida. That's why I assume the Millennium Towers is pretty close to Sirius.
It is. It's about 15. It's 1.6 miles away.
Yeah, so he's not going to Tribeca. He's not going to Hell's Kitchen. He's not going to Toad Hill. That's just a place I know. So
wait a minute. Is that the new gay? Is that the new Chelsea or something?
No.
Toad Hill.
Wind in the Willows.
That's an Artie line.
Okay.
Sorry. I think it's a Jersey place. Anyway, but yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. And I remember when Letterman came on Howard's show in 2004, Letterman said something to the effect of, New York City wouldn't be the same without you, and I always hated that, Howard got this assignation of, he's so Mr. New York, or he is part of the what is baked into the culture of New York City. He's not.
Also, when his goal was to syndicate the show, his goal was to make it less New York. When they first syndicated, he said, we want to do this where it's not, it's not inherent to the area. I don't want to make, Jersey City references and Massapequa references. I want this to be national, right? That's the last thing he wanted, was to be to New York. I mean, the guy, he lives across the street from Lincoln Center and needs a limo to go to Lincoln Center. He lives across. If everyone goes to New York, go to Lincoln Center, walk across the street, go to West 67th and Columbus, go on West 67th, and that is the awning where his doorman. That's the Millennium Towers, and that's how you enter his penthouse. Yeah. And you couldn't, if you were hiding, you couldn't be more in the mix, like it's dead center in the middle of Manhattan.
Yeah,
where he is.
And I would also say that if his show, especially when he was on K-Rock, if it felt particularly New York City centric, because they would have like people up from the street, or like, do you want to take your top off for Howard, or these, these truckers or construction workers are fans of Howard and they want to come up. Howard only allowed that because it buys him time to not have to come up with material. He's a drowning man, and he wants to just rely on everyone else to do the work for him. So
it's a total accident. No, I mean, he looks at that and says, there's an hour and 10 minutes that I don't have to do anything. It's just this visual low brow bullshit for the lowest common denominator amongst us.
Totally.
Yes, Horatius, Gunn did get accused of that, and it kind of went away. There's a couple of guys in the Me Too movement that this sort of statute of limitations had, they laid low for a while. Like Jeff Ross was one of them. Remember Jeff Ross had that whole thing? And that kind of went, it didn't get solved. He just laid low, and he just decided to not talk about it. And he's still, you see him around. So it's a very strange.
I don't know, do you hate New York? What do you explain this to me? You hate New York State, or you
now
hate
you're back on the air, Will?
Yeah, combine it. I want to. You hate New York? Like, what do you live and work?
I remember Will on Back Office Radio, I believe, said this too, and he's absolutely right. He said New York is too hard. The littlest things are the hardest thing in the world. You can't park. You can't do everything. Takes too long to go. It's too expensive. It's too fast. You can't. So all these reasons are totally valid. And to his credit, he doesn't live there right now.
Work in New York. You make your living in New York. You're friends with New Yorkers. What do you?
And again, we say this all the. What Howard's version of his life, you cannot equate to anybody else. He has a team of drivers. He lives 1.5 miles away from that. Everything is brought to him and catered to him. Right. His New York is not anybody else's on this show's New York. Even Robin has a tougher New York than Howard does.
Yeah, and the life that Howard is living, you could create a carbon copy of that life in Los Angeles, in London, in Toronto. I mean, there's nothing about Howard's lived experience that has been improved or destroyed by living in New York City.
Yep. No, New York couldn't be wasted on someone more than Howard. With all the access he has.
Do you have to give bigger tips in New York and LA?
Yeah.
Is it kind of like that? Really? So you just know that you have to.
In your pocket. You can't go. You can't walk 10 feet without reaching into your pocket.
So if you're in Chicago, you can tip, say, $2, but if you're in New York, you got to tip $3. Is that the way it is? Or?
My cousin was going to write a book based on the bathrooms in New York. The free bathrooms in New York, because you had to pay to go to the bathroom. That he was going to write. He was going to say, "Oh, if you want to go to New York, you go to this hotel, and there's a good bathroom here." It's that bad. You can't walk 10 feet without having to reach into your pocket. Like, the more you know, especially if you're a tourist.
Yeah, my friend, when I came to New York, my friend who lives in Manhattan said, one of the things we can do, we can go to Zabar's and negotiate bathroom privileges.
That's a great joke. That's such a gay joke. Is your friend gay?
Yes.
That's such a gay joke. That's such a gay joke. That's such a great like Bravo line. You guys
Yeah,
sitting around watching.
pithy. Yeah,
That's
right.
that's such a good gay joke.
When I
Kathy
tour,
Griffin would love that joke, Devin.
Yeah.
when I tour America, I'm gonna have to. You guys are gonna have to tell me how to tip because we don't. It's unheard of here.
It's
I can't
20%.
believe it. So you've got to have a wallet full of ones. You
Yeah,
have
doormen,
$20 in. Oh, it's awful.
parking attendants. It's endless. It's endless. Everybody's got their hand out. You ever watch the Jeffersons, Vaughn?
The cartoon.
All in the no, it's a
live
never
action
mind. I know you
show
don't watch
from the-
black shows.
yeah.
Never mind.
No, I've never heard of it actually.
They had a doorman, and the joke was he always had his hand out for a tip. Like everything George did, he had his hand out. Like no matter what it was, no matter how minor or innocuous, he had his hand out, and George would slap him give him a 5 each time. That's not ridiculous. That's right, Sarah. The lipstick is hideous on Elisa.
Isn't your hero? Isn't Trump changing tipping? He's making it not tax. He's making it taxable or something.
For the wait, like the waits, the bar, the wait staff, and
So
I mean,
that's a
he
good
had
thing.
casinos with people. Why didn't he do it then with his own people? He owned casinos and bars and shit. He could have did it then.
Here we go.
Says-
Autobot's telling me to just watch the tipping scenes in Reservoir Dogs for tipping.
Yeah, the whole
Okay.
conversation about why don't you tip at McDonald's, but you'll tip bartenders, but you won't tip the coffee person. Or it's true. The person working at a fast food place is busting their ass way more than the bartender is, who just poured, basically popped a beer open and handed it to you, and you gave me $2.
And I see every bartender as Jax Taylor now, so it makes me respect it even less.
Yep.
He got a porn star pregnant in Vegas 2 months ago.
Bonos. Texo says the woman who physically assaulted and bullied a man on a live stream, that Elisa Jordana. Here we go. Let's come on. Let's get.
What are you carrying on about a state?
New York sports teams. I should have.
Oh yeah. I mean,
no, I love upstate New York.
And really, do you think the Philadelphia Eagles give a shit that you're their fan? They don't care.
I was right about.
Well,
that.
Do you think the Jets? Do you think the Jets are as much of New York as those guys are?
By the way, the Jets play in New Jersey. The only New York team is the Buffalo Bills. The Jets and the Giants play in New Jersey. It's so funny. People are fooled into thinking they're in New York. When you watch a Jet or a Giant game, they show you like Midtown Manhattan, and they show you Central Park, and they show you the Village, and they play in East Rutherford, New Jersey. It's unbelievable.
I can't believe
they get away
we're
with
back, and you guys haven't even mentioned the Super Bowl. Do you guys even love the Super Bowl anymore? Is everyone hated now?
It's just so beat to death.
I thought you'd do a roundup. John, you're like this sports boffin. I thought you'd do a roundup.
I will. I'll eventually.
Are tradable pieces. It's just a franchise to get idiots like you all charged up.
Well, it worked.
You hate New York.
I don't hate New York. All right.
I mean, what is there to hate about New York? You work in New York. I mean, you walk out, you can get anything to eat. You get the greatest restaurants, the greatest entertainment.
You walk out and get anything to eat. He doesn't walk out anywhere. He has a velvet pillow bringing him to restaurants with a team of security coming with him, making reservations 3 hours in advance. You don't walk out anywhere. You're anorexic. If anything, you're thrown up in their bathrooms. This is the last guy that should be giving you. You're going and you have a Nobu delivered for fucking. Go ahead, Davyd. I'm sorry.
This really is a right and wrong side of the track.
Payment. You've got a city that is.
It is, but he'll never cop to that.
But I don't even think he understands it to some extent. Again, I think that he's been so wealthy for so long that he thinks that doesn't everybody go to Nobu 5 times a week and like order $800 bottles of wine and I don't think
that was so great about what Chauncey did with Lila Arciera when he interviewed her. Like, it exposed the 1%er life. He sits on West 67 the Columbus and has Nobu delivered from Tribeca.
Right.
And they don't do that for anybody. And they
That's
brought
free
it
too, isn't it?
It's
all free.
For Bon, you know how many plugs he gives to Nobu?
Yeah. Imagine that.
and
How much
scores?
is that worth? The meal, is that worth like $100 from Nobu a meal?
From what I hear, what he probably ordered for them would have been $1,000, $1,200.
Bullshit.
And it's really just a meal. It's like just a regular. It's like getting the dinner special at walk in kitchen and save
Yeah.
Wow.
Hoi
Wow.
Ming.
It's built on a small island that has beautiful buildings and art and the greatest artists. I mean, how the fuck do you hate New York?
Sky Spectre hates the guitar now too. Johnny Depp made me hate the guitar.
No,
Sky Spectre.
you guys don't hate it
in a major
no,
way.
not yet.
I love you.
You don't
and I
even
love
know.
You. I love you, and I love you playing guitar. And I
Ron
know
is the
that you've been
guitar.
playing your whole life, but the world is too many guitars, and we all agree. We all agree.
Be careful, because if you start talking about the cello like this, you'll get Davyd angry too, and then you'll have two of us.
No, please trash it. I hate it. I'm in a fight with my cello.
The cello is a beautiful instrument.
Horatius says the guitar sales are way down from what I've read.
You sound like the rest of the idiots in this country who sit there and go, fuck New York, let it go bankrupt, when during the Gerald Ford presidency. And I was like, let it go bankrupt. It is a crown jewel of this country.
Yes, Howard, because people can't afford to pay $6,000 for a studio apartment.
Right.
So when it hits like that, I can actually afford to live here again. Yeah, I was rooting for it too. I loved when 9/11 happened.
Country. What do you think? Tourists are going to Omaha? You fucking maniac! Get out of here!
I'm sorry,
Shame
New
on
York.
you.
I'm sorry, New York.
I mean, really? I mean,
There's an arrogance with the city. Okay,
Right.
New Yorkers.
Will is spot on. There is an arrogance
Get on my nerves.
that I'm embarrassed about. He's right. There is an arrogance, an elitist, a rudeness that wouldn't piss on you if you were in the street. If you got hit by a car and you were lying there, nobody would give a shit. And that is no way to be. That is no way to be proud of. He's right 100% about that. I agree with every word he just said.
Crown jewel of this country. What do you think? Tourists are going to Omaha? You fucking maniac! Get out of here!
I'm sorry,
Shame
New
on
York.
you.
I'm sorry, New York.
I mean, really? I mean,
There's an arrogance with the city. Okay, New Yorkers think they're better than everybody else.
And you're talking to the most arrogant, elitist person on the face of the earth, Will, right now. You're looking at him.
Well, and that's what's so funny about it is that Howard's arrogance has nothing to do with pride for his city. It has to do with the fact that he's rich. And in order to enjoy New York fully, you have to be rich.
Yep. He'll never talk money because Howard can throw money at any problem and then turn it into whatever he wants it to be. And he has access to everything. And
yeah, as far as Howard's concerned, his place in Florida is an extension of New York City. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
it's his own little play world. He thinks that he's so. He thinks he's so New York, but it's really just all the different properties he owns, even if they're not in the state of New York.
Yep.
So yeah, it's a totally disingenuous description of the city from someone who doesn't really care about it and only cares about wealth.
I couldn't agree more. Huck Finn has a great point here, Bon. This is what I'm talking about too. The guitar is the only instrument, and he says it's a boutique retro thing. It's not mainstream pop. That people play it for all the wrong reasons. Like, there's obviously you're playing it for a noble reason or whatever, but it's the only instrument where people are playing it to get laid and to look cool. There's no other instrument that can say that. So there's I'd say 67% of people playing the guitars for all the wrong reasons, to get laid and to look cool, and they're not interested in music. And I'm right. And I think Depp is in that class, by the way. I think he's in the wrong. I think when he initially got into the guitar, I think it was for all the wrong reasons. It's not about me. According to what's up,
Bon is purchasing a guitar to send to you and ambush you.
I'll smash it over your head like the honky tonk man.
And that does get on my nerves a little bit.
Really?
Get out of here.
I'm a New Yorker. I don't think I'm better than anybody. I've
So there
been
are
in
people that
Harvard.
do.
I've been.
Please.
I loved it.
I'm a New Yorker. I don't think I'm better than everybody. Says the kid. We don't even need to
Hartford. I've been in.
Please.
I loved it. I love Philadelphia, but I mean, I don't.
Yeah, he goes. When I was in Detroit, I was a Lions fan. Robin, the Billy Sims years too. That's when Howard was there. My favorite football player of all time.
Can I just say so Howard in the span of 30 seconds says, I don't think I'm better than anybody. And before that, he said, no one's fucking going to Omaha. No tourists are going to Omaha.
That's bashing Omaha in the worst way. That's
Right.
the height of elitism, right? No
Exactly.
one's Davyd perfect. No one's going to fucking Omaha. I'm better than Omaha is what that is. I'm way
Right.
better.
dwell on.
Gary's
you're
like the
dwelling on
perfect
it.
example. Anyone that's like from the country is like a country bumpkin, and they have no culture,
right.
and they're just
Isn't.
idiot people.
That's not true.
It's true.
You know,
Horatius, I hear that all the time, and I agree with that, and I take it as a compliment. Philly is the craziest whites in America, from what I've seen in the media. It really does feel like that, and it's. I'm not insulting it. I think it's good. They're in a class by themselves. Remember that Bill Burr stand-up thing where he's screaming at the fans and.
Today, I want you to write a note to New York apologizing and read it on the air. And talk about what's great about New York.
There are a lot of great things about New York, no doubt.
Yeah, really? I mean, how do you hate New York? New York was built by immigrants.
Benjamin, you son of a bitch. You wise ass. I bet you Phil Hartman won't show up to the SNL 50th.
Will Charles Rocket show up, do you think?
Of all types.
It's a great city. Like I said, I don't like the sports teams. I'm sorry, New York.
Grow up, man.
I don't either.
No more sports for you.
Okay.
It's dangerous in your hands. Sits there, he's frothing. He's so involved with sports teams. So ridiculously idiotic.
It's like a baby.
Yeah. Like a baby. Like a baby. With the sports teams.
Keep love it.
Yep.
The other giveaway that Robin's not in the studio is that her mic sounds like it's in a completely different space than her booth.
Yeah. It's now that we know it, it's really bad.
Yeah. I just hearing that just kind of brought that back to my mind a little bit, that you could always tell when Robin wasn't in studio. Like she sounded like she was closer to the mic, or it wasn't going through the same kind of processing.
Exactly. Closer. Yeah. Yep.
I was like, why don't you take a 22-minute helicopter ride?
Guy's got a baby at home and a wife, and he's 40 years old, I think.
He's running around.
PC23 goes, your doctor, your dentist, your therapist, your carpenter, your TV isn't in Manhattan. They all suck.
With the stupid colored T-shirts.
Have you been to Provincetown, Davyd? Horatius wants to know, in New England?
I haven't.
Okay.
The only sort of gay mecca that I've been to is West Hollywood, and I haven't really even been there for dancing or clubbing or anything like that. So,
Davyd, did you watch the Donald Trump movie?
The one with Depp?
The Apprentice. Did you?
Oh
watch
no,
that?
I did not. No.
Okay.
With Winter Soldier.
There's a gay character in that. I'd be interested in your
Roy Cohn.
opinion on all of the gay. It's intonated throughout the movie that Trump is a bit confused. But an elegant movie, though, as David Allen would say. John, have you watched that yet?
Not yet. You're
gonna love it. And Sarah,
I know. I'm such a mark for the winter. To see Winter Soldier play Trump is.
Holy.
Okay.
What?
I just bet Sarah won't watch it. Like if I demanded she watch it, she won't watch it because she knows.
Because it's not from 1978. She won't watch it.
Nice way out of that one.
Joan Van Ark's not in it.
Screaming ridiculous chants.
So, Will, real quick, summarize your thoughts. I mean, you seem shell-shocked. Rarely. You're usually very quick-witted.
I thought I was going to get away with it. I wasn't going to have to deal with these clips. But, you just don't want to disappoint Howard. I do love Howard, and I do want him to see me as professional. And this is pretty close to unprofessional as you can ever get. Granted, it was on Friday night, my first night of craziness and God knows how long. But that's when the cameras got me. That's when the mics got me. So I got to live with it.
Do you think Howard will start taking you seriously within a week, or how long do you think this process will take to get back to normal?
It'll take a while to earn his trust back, probably.
But you're willing to do it?
Of course I am.
You already look more serious.
Listen, you got to get this shit out of your system.
See, guys, this is what we do now. Like, I know it's hard to remember, and I'm drifting. In the background, when we show, especially from this era, we are looking for Marci at all times. So you see a corridor or a cubicle, just look for that fucking fire crotch walking around. And I know it's hard.
The Howard Fist logo cardboard cutout standing at the exit there is very ominous. Like, you shall not pass. You will never leave.
Yep.
You're here forever.
It's been a crazy year. I spent most of the year looking for Waldo and the rest of the year looking for sex. And I'm not talking about Madonna's book, as Billy Crystal's.
Jerry Maguire.
Jerry Maguire. Jerry Maguire.
When you go out, you get crazy, and then you remember why you don't do it, because this is what fucking happens when you go nuts. So it'll probably take me at least another 3 to 4 weeks before I do something stupid again.
By the way, you weren't entirely...
Okay, we got Gary's office here. Look. You talk about a try. Sara always says try hard. He's a try hard. Look at Gary with the Mets crap on the wall. That's try. Like, that's so... Is
Just
this
the
now...
look on his face. Oh.
But this is now where, like, Marci has him excommunicated from his own office, and all his Mets shit is on the same wall where Jason and Will's stuff is.
Wish we could zoom in.
This is Gary when he retired the Puma tracksuits and like tried to wear dress shirts a little bit, and he has this
and
weird,
blazers.
like this weird, like, you know, like trash stash, and this is a particularly ugly era for Gary.
The Kathy Griffin comes out in you so many times. The trash stash, yeah.
Yeah, the red carpet trashing of people comes out. Yeah.
PC23 says, I remember listening to the Stern Show in the 90s. I was paying for rent in Florida what Gary was paying to park his car in the city.
Totally.
It made no sense to me at that time. Also, we're tipping your garbage man and your mailman. Like, the mailman gets a nice salary and they get huge benefits and stuff. You know, he doesn't need your tips. He really doesn't. That's the job. You paid for the postage, and his job is, he's not Karl Malone. He's got to deliver it.
Right. Honest. You should have gone down the honest road.
Honest.
You don't like New York. You and I had this conversation once, and I thought it was a...
This is the spot to find Marci, what Gary's doing now. He's zipping around. This has got to be it.
So much, John. I'm willing to go through footage if people
all
can
the
send
2012
me
videos.
If people have YouTube links to all this stuff and they just send it to me, I'm willing to just sit there with it on fast forward to try and find the woman. Oh, imagine if we found the whole show.
Jason is in a suit, so they're clearly being groomed for higher positions. And Jason's dressed better than Gary right now.
And Marci is such a part of this. I mean, this is where even Jason and Will are marginalizing Gary on back office radio. You know, they're making their move. Most Tonecott says more people in New York City are now moving to the Poconos and Scranton, Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, because New York City is way too expensive and too much crime. I mean, I was there, you know, for 6 years, and I watched the gentrification process happen. That people were going, Brooklyn became, you know, Connecticut, and they were going outside of just keep going out and out. Now, some people are moving to like Port Washington, Long Island to commute to New York.
Fair assessment for you. You're like, I don't love New York. Like, I was like, this is the greatest city. It's got everything. You're like, I like the country. I don't like the city. Like, you had a real fair reason for why you don't like New York City, as far as the way life goes.
You're not.
Yeah, but you're like, I'd rather be in the country. I'd rather have a yard. I don't need the fucking hustle bustle. I don't take advantage of all the restaurants the way everybody says. I don't go to the fucking museums. I'd rather be some.
Tonecott goes, not too many groupies want the keyboardist, right? You know, it's an interesting, the piano and groupies, right? Like Billy Joel, you got to be at his level in order to get. Go ahead, Debbie. I'm sorry.
It must. I answered my own question, but I thought it was nighttime because you look out the windows, it's like pitch black, but it must be like 6 a.m. or something.
It could be.
Yeah,
it could be. I mean, I know that this segment was like first thing in the morning.
Okay,
so it could still be dark.
That makes,
it
makes
could.
Sense.
That's a great observation by you.
All my guys are acting retarded. Will went there and got all.
Okay, that's it. Edward Rush. I learned Nirvana because I love music. I taught myself while stationed on the USS. Yeah, Kurt Cobain is a guy that is very unique in a lot of ways. But one of the ways is he is not a groupie guy. He is not in it for girls. He is.
Yeah.
When I've seen a lot of documentaries on him, and I'm not saying I'm an expert like Sara is, but I never got that sense. The guys from Seattle in general, I never got the sense that there's like this groupie pose. it really seemed like all those guys are in it for the right reasons, whether it's
Yeah,
Cornell or Vetter,
they absolutely were. Lane Staley, those guys weren't. You didn't
Allison
see.
Haynes. Yep.
You didn't see them in magazines.
No.
Eddie Vedder was seen here back then. They hit out. I mean, maybe Chris Cornell hooked up a lot because women.
But he
were
wasn't
seen
bragging
obsessed
about
with
it.
him.
If he
no
did, he wasn't.
way,
Yeah.
no way.
He's writing songs about Spoon Man.
But it's the whole. That whole movement was about that. You
It's
wouldn't
the best
do
thing
that.
ever.
You wouldn't wear the crap that 90s, 80s so bands were wearing. Everything
Going the
was,
total opposite way of
let's
what
wear
they
our
were in.
pajamas. It's just great, and it's gone, and I'm so
Wearing
sad. And
shorts.
now it's all about image again. It's been
Yep.
like that for 20 years. It sucks.
Horatio says Howard trashed the rest of the country nonstop for years. Everyone outside of New York is dumb hillbilly. It's so true. And like PC23 said, you can't have a doctor unless he's in Manhattan. That is the worst. Florida's some pretty batshit crazy people. Yes, they do, Brandon. Batshit crazy white crackers. Yes, they do. And they're all over like police videos on YouTube, like where the cops have the body cam. The Florida stuff is exactly what Brendan's talking about. It's so.
You know what I'm watching, John?
42-year-old skateboarders behind the 7-Eleven getting frisked.
I'm getting so I miss the 90s music so much. There's this YouTube channel with this guy uploads all this old live music, and he used to play in a band, and it's just a small channel, but he uploaded like a house party his cover band played at in 1994. It's just a camera handycam VHS walking around the house filming the cover band, and it's just a party, and I watched the whole thing, and they play like Alice in Chains, Stone Temple Pilots, all the 1994 stuff, and I'm watching this terrible quality video with this garage band playing, and all the people are dressed in 1994 gear, clothes, and it's amazing. And I enjoyed watching that more than most of the things I could watch on YouTube. And everyone's commenting, this is like a time capsule. This is hilarious. It's awesome.
Yeah.
And I commented like, this should get 1 million views instead of the crap that gets 1 million views right now.
I know, it's amazing what traction some of the bullshit
they're wearing
gets.
flannelettes, and you see they're drinking beers and they're all jumping around, and it's terrible sound quality. It doesn't matter. It's just the aesthetic. It's like a frat place. It's there's beers everywhere. It's so great.
While Joe Rogan talks to Brendan Schaub and gets 40 million views.
Yeah.
No, you're right. I agree. I agree with everything you just said. Housey Football says we joke that Howard's a veal, but he absolutely has no understanding of anything that isn't the elitist tropes. Football's a waste of time. Translation: football is for the pores. Yes, 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 Housey. Bon, you want to do your video? I believe.
Is she here?
Mrs. Francois has got to be. She's at least lingering.
All right, it's not long.
I think it's a good Marci the Shusher. Damn,
it's
New York is the mecca of the Ponzi scheme. Yes, yes, Davyd. Villataro.
Last year we had Tamara on, Francois, who's an absolutely lovely lady, and she was a bit drunk when she was on.
I've been drinking, so
that's okay.
I love you there, John. You're like, drinking? That's okay with me.
That's okay.
There's a drinking cup.
And her thoughts on Howard Stern are...
To be honest with you, I never listened to Howard Stern. I never listened to him back and forth. I can't deal with that. So...
She's lovely. I was just looking through all of my stuff, like cleaning up the computer, and I found... she sang Piano in the Dark on the show, and here's a little clip of you asking her, which is classic Listen.
Tamara, and I'm not putting you on the spot. Do you want to sing?
Oh my gosh. Is that the Piano in the Dark?
There she is, Bob.
I know, caught up in the middle, I cry just a little when I think of letting go. Oh no, gave up on the riddle, I cry just a little when he plays piano in the dark.
So that's beautiful, and I know John's, and I just thought, is she there, John? She's there?
Yeah,
okay,
she's there. You see that thing?
Hey, John and Sarah, it's Holly Robinson Pete. How you doing?
That's her down there, yeah.
There she is. And I thought, why not do a little tribute to her? And here it is.
I know, caught up in the middle, I cry just a little when I think of letting go. Oh no, gave up on the riddle, I cry just a little when he plays piano in the dark.
So there you go, Tamara.
That's nice.
Just a tribute every now and then. We love you. And if anyone ever comes on the show and sings, you'll probably get that. And the best part about all of this is what John talks about after that. So I'm giving a bit of applause. And then John says something, and what I'll call, I need to make a little logo picture of arm-isms.
Before me, can I say one thing about what you just did? I like how you gave her a karaoke echo that didn't exist on the original version to make it look like she was karaokeing. And if anyone doesn't know that song, that's Brenda Russell's "Piano in the Dark." I believe it's from 89, and it is a great song.
I'd never heard it before you talked about it.
It is a great song, and it should have been on 21 Jump Street, but wasn't.
But listen to arm-ism right now. So we're going to. That's after she sings. We give her a little applause, and John goes into just absolute This is one of my favorite arms.
I think I know it. I thought I've said this numerous times to people that when you said, when I think of letting go, I thought there was a black guy named Lengo. I know, caught up in the middle, I cry just a little when I think of, I thought it went, when I think of Lengo, but it's letting go. So the way Brenda Russell pronounced, I've gone 30 plus years thinking there was a black guy in Brenda Russell's life named Lengo, which makes sense, right? Lengo Unchained or something like that. And because Tamara's saying it, it's letting go. I thought there was a black guy named Lengo. I'm going to name my first kid Lengo.
John. And Tamara, thank you. That's just a little treat. I couldn't help.
Thank
John,
you.
Lengo.
Thank you.
I want a Lengo t-shirt in the Deppening store as soon as possible. Sara is watching, I know. Get on it, Lengo. Oh, she's saying in the chat she can do better. Like, there's a bit of auto-tune, so maybe you can. Yeah, but I would love if you want to do more. And there you go.
You don't have to prove anything to these people, Tam Fran. You really don't. You really don't. That was great.
You committed to the performance. It sounded great.
Yeah. Vinny, it's Mark. Dearest viewers, a new month and a new show. If able, please donate to the Arm Fund, which is how your host gets paid. Super Chat, Venmo, Cash App, or memberships. It all counts. We'll all go. Now put your face in the buttermilk and take a sip. Oh. Little western towns that I East and West End. Okay, now what?
I got Rick, John. I got Rick. Hey, Bon. Okay. I was 25 in 1994. I lived in Hollywood, and it was an awesome time to be alive. We went dancing every weekend just to dance, and the vibe was hot and sexy and sweaty and amazing.
You should get Mr. Feeny to read that. That's great stuff. Jason Kaplan. A lot of people may not know Jason had a little tiff with Richard Christy on the wrap-up show. And this is great. Speaking of, like, you know, people in Omaha and Kansas, this is Jason pissing on Richard Christy for blowing off his wedding. Now, Bon, I wanted to ask you about this band.
Mm-hmm.
This is when grunge came along. When was Coheed Cambria big?
Late 90s, early 2000s.
Yeah, that's a bad time to come out with that genre of music, right?
Well, they put out a seminal. I'm actually a big fan of that. They put out a great album in 2005. They really went up big. That's probably a couple of years later. Richard was talking about blowing off that wedding. I think this was, I guess.
So they're touring, and he can go anytime he wants. He wants to blow off Jason's wedding to go to a Coheed Not only that, he's not even bought the tickets yet. So he's not even. It's not like they're there.
I think he had.
No, apparently not. Let's see.
Well, I don't want to spoil the twist in
I'm-
that because Howard will announce.
Learned that
it
my good
during
buddy
it.
Richard
There's a
Christy
twist of-
has chosen to go to a COHEED and Cambria concert in Los
This is
Angeles
right.
rather than attend my wedding. And while I do not doubt the awesomeness of COHEED and Cambria, the fact that he has yet to buy tickets to the show or tickets out to LA, you know, it cut a little deep. But you know, he's a hick. What are you gonna do?
He's a hick. What are you gonna do? G Mexico, lingo, not lingo. I love the word lingo, in nomenclature and all that, but it's I meant lengo, like Lengo. Yes, thank you. That's what I. Quitter says I've seen Coheed and Cambria 3 times between 05 and 07. They are a good time.
Oh, they're
Coheed-
a great band. Great guitarists.
Progressive rock.
Oh, they are. That's what's weird about Richard liking them. I thought,
Yeah.
I thought Richard liked much less quality music. So they're
Look at G
great.
Mexico here. I was 14 in '94. Rioted in Vancouver after the Rangers beat the Canucks in Game 7. I got pepper sprayed and dragged by a cop dog. No injuries. Hey, G Mexico, was that by any chance? Did you get pepper sprayed by one Officer Thomas Hansen
Uh-oh.
or
John.
Officer Douglas Penhall, perhaps?
You know something? That's what you were talking about. People from New York, they want to tell everyone they are. That's Canadian people
Yeah.
really want everyone to know that they're from Canada. Why is that? Is that because they think we're almost Americans, but we're a lot better? So they want you to, if like you hear them talking, you might think they have an American accent, but they say,
They
no,
are
I'm
better.
not from the States. I'm from
They are better.
Canada. Is that
I've
the
heard
reason?
that Vancouver, according to most people that have been there, is the nicest city in all of North America. It's expensive, but supposedly it's the nicest city in all of North America. The best place, if you can afford it, it's the best place to live.
We
And
need,
Davyd and I go in Jump Street watch-alongs. We
Yeah.
love to analyze Vancouver.
Yeah, it's very, very ghostly, sleepy town. It's very cool. We
Hastings, Frank the Tank. Hastings. Thank you, sir.
need a G United States, and then we've got all 3 countries in North America.
Montreal and Quebec. Holier than thou attitude, says Pelel in Montreal and Quebec.
So explain to Jason why you don't think you're going to be able to make it to the wedding.
Coheed.
By the way, guys, look at all the people they cram into this wrap-up show studio.
Yeah, this
that's
is
not
crazy.
Howard's. Look
This
at
is
this
a
shit.
fire hazard for
This
sure.
is crazy. Yeah, you'd think, right?
Oh, look at that. Oh, I couldn't look at that for a minute.
So explain to Jason why you don't think you're going to be able to make it to the wedding.
Coheed and Cambria.
Look at this. 1,
Yeah, there we
2,
go.
3,
So-
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people in that little space, and that's not
Look
even
at that
all. of it.
mixing console. It's a full
Look at that.
mixing desk, and look at all the faders are down. They're not even using that one. They're using the one on the where Will's standing in the middle. They're not even using this full
Oh, I know.
recording studio. That's like 32 channel desk or
Yeah.
something.
They're
Holy
using the Easy Bake Oven fader.
Yeah.
Right.
Scott the engineer is here, whose idea of a wild time is playing with the volume control on a soundboard. Kill yourself.
Is playing 4 nights in a row in LA and in New York, and I'm gonna be in LA for their show.
Have you bought your
that
plane
weekend.
tickets yet?
No.
Okay.
Do you
So
have
really
tickets
this-
to the shows?
Well, yes, I've already made plans to be at the
But hold
shows.
on. Made plans. In other words, you have not purchased tickets to the show. Somebody who works with them is going to be able to get you. And so really, to not go to Coheed and Cambria.
Gary of all people, who went to a
Oh, yeah.
Springsteen
Oh, God.
concert the day
But
his
not
dad
when it
died.
conflicted with anything.
Not when it
Gary
con-
would
right,
never do
right.
that.
Who's the woman
Cambria,
sitting down in front?
Yeah,
of the
taking notes. What is that?
I'm gonna say it's an intern.
Okay. Yeah, that's.
I'm
probably
not
true.
sure. I got to see the front, but I'm gonna say it's an intern.
Yeah, you're probably right.
There's no financial loss to you, correct?
And her task is to transcript what they're saying in case it doesn't record or
She-
take notes.
She's Marsha Friggin, sitting there taking notes.
Oh, great. That was
You
brilliant.
and Two Master might have line of the night with that. That's tremendous, Davyd.
That was awesome.
Tremendous.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he's choosing to go.
Thank you, too, Master. You got that. Colin, whose idea of a wild time is messing with the volume control on a soundboard. Kill yourself.
Go to Coheed and Cambria because it's more fun than going to my wedding.
Well, no, let him explain it, Richard.
Yeah, go ahead. You explain it.
Well, I mean, yeah, I feel bad now, but Will already said.
What, Bon?
Oh, I just said, oh no, not John Hine. Just to see him. Just to see him scares me.
Yeah, I know, you're right.
Sorry.
Just to see Smokey Robinson.
That he'd be pissed if I go to Jason's wedding and not his. So
why aren't you going to Will's wedding?
I have an appearance that weekend.
Well, that's a legitimate excuse if you booked it before you were invited.
Right,
to
but
Will's.
You guys remember Richard Christy had a... Richard Christy's either gay or bisexual, or both, and Ralph thinks he is, of all people. Richard had a crush on Will, and he used to prank. He used to drunk dial him at like 3 o'clock in the morning. and Will recorded him. I gotta find that. I gotta find that. Yeah.
Funny calls, disturbing but funny. Like
I gotta find that.
You didn't get Will's save the date card from a year ago either.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I'm a guy. Weddings. I'm not gay. I don't care about
Not
weddings.
gay. It's a guy you work with.
gay.
You know what?
I love Jason, but
Can I tell you
Not
something else
gay.
too?
Not gay. You wanted me to do a gay act with you yesterday
I
to
know.
get Rush on the show. Don't say you're not gay.
Rush, John Hine and Rush, right? That's like nerd rock. So John Hine's obsessed with the band Rush, which is a Canadian band. They're pretty big, and Howard doesn't care about Rush, and so that was one of the guests they would turn down over and over again.
I was kidding, but you know what? To God, like this is what I thought Jason would say. And Will even said, "Hey, it's no big deal.
I don't care
You're
that
gonna,
much.
Yeah.
He's thrilled to get the extra money back.
Exactly.
But I also
Horatius goes, imagine the smell in that goddamn room, right? That's so true.
also thought Jason would be excited that I'm not going because that's going to end up saving him money, and I'll still get you a gift, Jason.
Well,
and
thank you.
Trust me, I would love to hang out with you, but
No, you wouldn't.
You're gonna
No,
I
you
do.
wouldn't. You do. Listen, if this was something, look. First of all, I'm the
Bond stepped out for a second.
Yeah,
Davyd, just in case you're wondering, so we're gonna just in case you throw it to him or something.
king of not wanting to go to weddings. So to say I don't understand would be a lie. But if you're talking about a trip that is not booked, there's no money invested. There's a band you've seen before and you will see again.
But,
there are
dude,
band members you've hung out with before.
This is
I mean, it's an unnecessary
That's
reason
to
for
you,
missing my wedding.
to me.
All right, well then there you go.
I love you, Jason. I'm not
you
trying to
don't.
make light of your wedding, but they're playing every album they've ever done. They've never done this before.
Richard,
and
Not
it's
only
like,
that, can I just say one more thing? Your girlfriend, who I'm also very good friends with, or friends with, I get along with very well, and I like very much. Janice.
Jason's. Remember
Sorry,
that. It doesn't come up a lot.
Say that again, John. I'm sorry, you cut out.
Jason's wife is named Janice.
That's right. Yeah, and she's
So,
a
remember that,
because
because
a cellist,
doesn't
if
come
I
up.
recall.
She's a cellist.
Yeah.
And do you see that on his Instagram?
No, I just remember that from Wedding Talk. Jason's Wedding Talk. He mentioned that that's what she does.
Good callback, Davyd. That's a great catch. I forgot that.
Yeah.
Mugshot DOS, a very young JD. Yes.
if you still want her there.
All right.
But the thing
Eddie
is,
Lee,
like,
Neil Peart.
really, you're going to have all your family there, everybody you know.
You're right.
Is it going to...
Rush was a huge band when I was in middle school. They were huge. It was like
Tom Sawyer for them. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was a cool thing to say you like them. It wasn't like it didn't feel like nerd rock at the time. And their Tom Sawyer was what Kerry Von Erich came out to, I believe.
Yeah.
Does it matter if I'm not there that much?
No, apparently not, dude. Don't worry
Would
about
it matter if the roles were reversed,
upset.
Richard? If you were
I can
getting
tell.
married, hypothetically,
There's Teddy, Davyd, that's Artie's assistant right there to the right.
What year
Now,
is this?
This is 2008.
Okay, so Artie's still around.
Artie is still around. Artie is quitter. I'd 100% be going to a 2007 Coheed and Cambria show over Jason's wedding. Richard's one shower away from a week regimen. 2 months. What was I going to say?
and you wanted Jason to come, and he basically backed out for something that maybe you don't, maybe it's a cat party that he's thrown a bunch of times, and he wants to throw another cat party, kind of like you want to
Eddie
go
Lee
see this
Howard
band. Wouldn't that
lookalike.
bother you a little bit?
No, if I knew it was something that was really important to Jason.
So, according to Back Office Radio, and I never got his last name, Teddy's last name is Knitter. That's what Jason keeps saying on Back Office. I don't know if it's his nickname for him.
Right.
But he constantly says Teddy Knitter. Teddy Mike is here with us, and he was the
that's a
third
mouthful.
Mike. Yeah, on Back Office Radio.
It really, that's me. It really wouldn't bother me. I wouldn't look at Jason as any less of a friend because we have a lot of other chances to hang out. Jason, you said earlier in this wrap-up show that this wedding is not that important to you.
The party part, dude. Listen, it's hard for me to argue this because I get not wanting to be at a wedding. I really do.
No,
like, more
it's
than
not.
anybody.
I would be there.
See, the problem is Richard's not saying he doesn't want to be at a wedding. He's saying he'd rather be at this than your wedding. What you're really saying, and this is what
LL is right. Like everybody thought that Rush was the band was Tom Sawyer because the song was so like omnipresent. Would you play that in piano, W?
I could.
Did you cover that?
Yeah.
Did your father like Tom Sawyer?
Yeah, I mean, my parents, you know, they were born in 61 and 63, so it was a lot of that kind of late 70s, early 80s kind of stuff that they introduced.
Davyd said that his dad and I share a favorite song, "The End of the Innocents" by Don Henley and Bruce Hornsby.
That's right. Yeah,
it's to me, it's timeless. I think it's the saddest song in the history of pop music. And it's so applicable to today. It's brilliant, hypnotically depressing song.
Yeah.
What I told Richard today, why it may affect Jason, is okay. It's a wedding. We're not gay. We know we're not looking to go to weddings. All that. We get that. But what you're saying is, I'd rather go see a band I've seen 30 times than be with you on one of the most important days of your life.
But Gary, in Richard's defense, they've never played their entire collection back to back.
Good point.
Yeah. This is. I mean, you guys are making light, but this when I heard about this,
that was Housy's right. The Bloomies. Teddy said Bloomies instead of Bloomingdale's to Artie. And Artie used that to gay shame him.
To smear the queer, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Right.
Artie loves playing Smear the Queer. Iron Claw. Yes, Hanzo. I still haven't seen it, despite its dramatic light. That's a Von Erich biography he's talking about.
Is what Two Master says true? Was this after because is that how it went down where Jason said Richard is talking about you behind your back?
Yeah,
Artie?
it's right around this time. In fact, I think I have that coming up in my.
One of the most important things in my life. And
Brendan with soporific.
Soporific.
I know what that means. Sleepy. That is a great word, and it means something that is sleep-inducing, boring, it puts you to sleep. That's a great word, Brendan.
But it's really not.
And you've said that about a haunted hotel, too.
You said that about a haunted hotel. Every girl you see is the best-looking girl you've ever seen. Every porn star is the hottest porn star. Every concert's the best.
Is this more important than elves tucking you in at night?
Absolutely.
Exactly.
I feel bad, but I didn't think Jason would.
No, you don't.
Well, I feel bad that you're upset.
No, I'm not going to tell you not to go on a trip. Go do your trip. But you're very.
Thank you, Sara. If anyone can donate, please, to the cause. I don't know how much we're away from our goal, but a lot goes in it. Thank you, Sara. I'm not a salesman. I'm not a huckster, but Sara is. Cash App, Venmo, Super Chat. Let's do it all night. Thank you, Sara.
Clearly choosing an extraneous, I can't fucking say the word,
a bullshit activity.
Yeah. Over watching your friend get married to the person he's going to be with for the rest of his life.
Superfluous? Jason, is that the word you're looking for?
Yeah, sure. Superfluous.
No,
but you've already said that. But you know what? You know what really weighs on this decision for me, too, is that you said that this wedding doesn't matter that much to you.
I see, I'm being misunderstood. The act of party, the pomp and circumstance of all that bullshit, that doesn't mean anything to me. But the wedding, I mean, the ceremony of being, listen, the point of all this bullshit spending and big party and everything is to be surrounded by your friends and family and the people that you love most in your life and during a big event of yours. And listen, I'm going to give you a pass because I really think there's something mentally wrong with you and you don't understand what's going on here. So it's fine. It's fine. I'm a little startled by the news, but it's...
Subdivisions is very lugubrious. I think I heard Rachel Maddow say that the other night. She really did. Great words.
All right, I'll give you guys a second to catch your breath. We got to take a break. We'll be right back to talk more about this, and I promise to work.
John Hines, an interesting guy on this show. Like he doesn't belong on anything to do with this show. It's like this is a guy who so badly, he's a Buckwall client too, brother, wants to be in show business somehow. He has no personality. He's just so insipid, so banal, so average. So, the whole thing we talk about with the condiments and stuff. I think I think he wants to be a Sports Center anchor. I think what his goal was. I think he thought he was going to be Mr. Snappy ESPN sportscaster.
He was going to be Dennis Miller on Monday Night Football.
Yeah, kind of like a much more boring Craig Kilborn on sports. I think he thought he was going to do. But he doesn't know what he is. He wants to host stuff, but he doesn't know. And they would crowbar him on all these. Yes, hit like, everyone, and subscribe. Thank you, Sarah. Everybody hit like right now if you like Dexy's Midnight Runners and the Emerald Express.
Calls in. This is the wrap-up show on Howard 100.
It's all right, Richard. I know we're friends, and I know you're a little backwards and maybe not realize.
LL's right. Richard seems too classless to appreciate the celebrations of anything.
Well, the other thing I was going to say was Richard saying to Jason, but you're not even excited about the wedding is the same thing as taking a loan from a wealthy friend.
Yeah.
And then you don't pay it back. And when they ask about it, you say to them but you're wealthy, so it shouldn't matter to you when I pay it back. It's the same level of classlessness.
Thank you, Tam Fran, and we love you. We love to have. We need to have you on next time if you would. And we need you to sing another song because that's going to happen. And you can sing whenever you want, unless you take a request and we'll think of it. Thank you, Tam Fran. What the hell was I going to say? Villataro said yes. Jason took it, and what Davyd said there is applicable. If I were Howard, right? And that whole thing with Jason taking a loan out. So at some point, wouldn't you say this to yourself? Would this register to you at some point if you were Howard? Hey, I've gotten a month worth of material out of this guy's wedding.
Right.
I make $4,000 a minute off this guy's wedding. His wedding, ballpark it for me, Davyd. What would you say about 15 grand?
No, I think I remember Jason saying it's ballooned up to 35,000 or something. Yeah.
8 minutes of radio.
Yeah.
Here you go, Jason. Here's your wedding gift. Thank you for giving me a month of material for your wedding that I got paid. The irony. $4,000 a minute to talk about the wedding you can't afford and we're taking a loan out for. Right?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
When you put it in those terms, right? You're always, thank you, Tam Fran, again. Go ahead, David. I'm sorry.
That's sort of the plight of not having organization to this show. I know Howard prides himself on not being a writers guild. They're not signatory to the writers guild. They're not signatory to the directors guild. They're not signatory to any guild or union. But what happens is now it's sort of Jason spent 45 minutes talking about his wedding on Monday and 35 minutes talking about it on Wednesday,
right.
And how do that people are paying the Sirius subscription to hear whatever comes out over the airwaves. So it's I'm content, whether you like it or not. I am coming out over the airwaves. I am part of what people are paying to listen to.
And I'm sprawling content. This is leaking into the wrap-up show. This is leaking into, he doesn't think on this. If you think I'm not going to circle back to signatory, you're crazy. Signatory. I almost couldn't focus on what you were saying because I was fixating on signatory the whole time.
I make a really good point, and it's just it doesn't even matter.
I had to reel my brain in to focus on, and you're saying great stuff as you always do.
Set it aside and come back to it later.
Signatory.
How that comes off sounding when you say you'd rather go see a band than go to your friend's wedding. But whatever, don't worry about it. I mean, what do you want me to say? I mean, you made your decision.
I know.
I don't. Go.
Wait. I don't expect you to say anything. I'm sorry. Well, I didn't. To me, I don't.
PC23 says the loan was 19% interest.
I think that's true.
On top of that, Jesus Christ. All right, let's go to the next one. So many good things here. Jason versus Sal. This is a wild fight. This fight. You want to see this one? Jason versus Sal, Jason versus Lisa G, and the picture thing? That's hilarious. That's really good.
I feel like I know the Lisa G thing really well. I don't know the Sal thing as well, so
Okay,
I'd be
it's a
curious
wild
to hear
fight.
that.
This fight is over. Basically, Sal thinks that Jason and Gary, especially Jason, isn't qualified to judge a song parody contest. He doesn't know anything about comedy. He doesn't know enough about music. He doesn't get the right to judge me. And all Sal wants to do is write N-word parody songs.
Right.
And so Jason is tapped. This is when he's starting to get more responsibility to give his opinion. And Sal cannot stand that Jason has any responsibility over him and his song parodies. And it leads to a crazy fight.
I'm bitter because I'm not listening to the songs that I picked. I don't give a shit. I worked hard on
Hold
that.
on a second. Did you go to Jason, and did you say to Jason, okay, after we listen to the songs, right, and we pick the 30 finalists that will be the ones that Howard will now pick for the 5 finalists, after that, did you go into my office without telling anybody and listen to them all again?
Yes.
Okay, stop.
Okay.
And then did you say to Jason...
What is this, People's Court?
Did you say to Jason after that, Jason, how come none of the songs I picked were in there? Answer the question. When you went to Jason, you said, Jason, how come none of the songs that I listened to made the finals?
And he said, so you're putting it in the wrong order. I came to Jason. I said, Jason, where were the ones that I put in the acceptance bin? Jason says, I had to refilter those. And I said,
yeah, Pell, that's interesting about Opie and Anthony. Another thing they did was good. Opie and Anthony had I think it was almost like our thing, like a chat.
Right.
And people were writing stuff and they would credit the person who would say it, where Howard would just steal it.
Yeah.
So someone would write something for him and Howard would never. They would actually say the person's name, and it's a great way to get your audience to. I mean, it's really people who want credit or people who want to hear their name, and just you should be crediting them if they said something great, like I try to do here.
Things are better when there's no sense of hierarchy and it just feels like an ensemble. You know.
Yep.
I think the reason that aside from being much more talented and funnier than Howard, I think another reason that Artie or Jackie or Billy West are more popular is because they're not hyper focused on all the time like Howard is. You know, that Howard's going to do the impression of his parents for the 75th time in a week.
It's special when you hear them. It's like a really, it's a treat.
Exactly. Right.
what's the point of you refill? So he listened to everything that was accepted again and then put the clips up. So you're listening to stuff that Jason made a call on things that I accepted. That's what I was upset with Jason about. When I
Sorry, I'll make this quick.
That's all right.
Sal doing the horrible Fred Baba Booey impression, it always angers me how much they don't look to what's his face's impression of Gary as the
Sour
superior
Shoes.
one. Sour Shoes' impression.
Yeah, I don't want to hear anybody impersonate Gary anymore.
Yeah.
When you hear Sour Shoes, no one should allow to be do that.
Right.
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it anymore.
That just shows you what a hack Sal is, that he
Yes.
thinks that's the superior impression, you know.
Great comment.
I went back into your office to listen, I wanted to see what you guys picked and liked.
Wait, Sal, I want to make sure this is clear. Why were you upset with Jason if he was going through, like, we all went through them, you know, here's ones we like. Jason then went through them again. Jason, you should come down here. Jason went through them again and then said, okay, these are the ones, right? Yeah. So he did that with yours,
so
correct?
what happened? Yeah, so during the break, every day I came in.
Yes, Tone Cut. Opie and Anthony, new comedian guests that frequently had, were more of the stars. And that was one good, thing that Opie did.
That's a really
he gets a lot of
great
shit, but he's like, I'm going to let Patrice and Bill Burr do their thing and I'll get out of the way. Yeah. And that's when I listened. And that got me to listen when they had comedians on.
And I really loved doing it. It was a lot of fun. And Jason gave me a pile of CDs. I give him back, let's say, 3 out of 20 that I enjoyed. Then, once everything was up on the screen, there was a...
That's not Jason being lazy or inundated.
No, Jason said it to me. Cut it down. I'm getting inundated. He said it.
Cut it down. I better get what he said. He said, cut it down to the ones that are good. Here's a question.
You are proving everything.
Here's a question.
You're always going to defend your Quasimodo
I'm
over
asking
here.
you a
That's
question.
fine. I'm working. I did my job.
How many did he give you to listen to?
This is from if you haven't figured it, this is from the wrap-up show. So the wrap-up show had so much shit like this that nobody either caught or fixated on, or and sometimes Howard would bring it over to the next show and sometimes he would, and he didn't do it to this. And this is from the wrap-up show. And I was able to.
it also shows you how much Howard doesn't know how to conduct in interviewing his staff, like, because he's always going to do the Psych 101 stuff that no one cares about and they don't even buy into. And, you know, the wrap-up show, because that element wasn't there, you could get Sal to, you know, you could give him enough rope to hang himself and get him to say something that is genuine.
That was the goal.
Yeah,
that was the goal, especially if it was racist or, you know, sexist or
piles every day. I don't know, about 15, 20 a day.
Okay,
and then I did cut it down.
And I think you'll agree with me. And Sal knew that. I mean, at some point he knew they wanted him to go in that, and he would become that a caricature of himself.
Yeah,
as, you know, the cliche goes.
Right. It's what I said on a previous show where it's like, and I said it in relationship to the pleasing Howard from a sexual gratification point of view. But like the longer you stay there, the less options you have in terms of going to another job. So the more open you are to pleasing him sexually or pleasing him with what he wants, you know.
And once they know that, they've devised different ways to get on. I think Sal and Richard sit in their office and say, "How do we get on the air? What do we just gay for play, and that'll get us on.
Yeah,
and that'll be our thing."
I want to ask you a question. If you listen to 100, how many did you give back to Jason?
Probably 15 tops, maybe.
I don't know. I don't know.
No, I don't know either. Every day was a different pile here, different pile there.
John, you were part of the process.
Yeah.
You did the exact same thing Sal did.
Okay.
Was there any problem with the process as you saw it?
No, I mean, you gave me a bunch of CDs. I went through. The ones I liked, I gave back to you. And actually, there was one I really liked a lot.
Right.
To quote Dennis Miller, when he was funny, John Hine deserves to vote in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame like Elvis deserved his black belt.
That you shot down because Sal and Richard said it wasn't that great.
Right. Sal, do you think that Jason didn't put your stuff up because of his bias against you?
Absolutely.
So what would you think is the reason?
There is the reason is, why are you asking me to review shit if it's going to be filtered by Quincy Jones of Baba Booey songs because Jason Kaplan?
At some point, somebody's got to be a filter.
All right, but here's the thing, Gary, and Sal, you correct me if I'm wrong here, okay? Listen to me and correct me if I'm wrong.
I mean,
Sal, I'm reading into this. Sal.
You can't beat Jason because Sal's trying to insult him and Jason's laughing. He's got the Lexapro laugh through it. There's nothing you can say to him. He insults himself before you can do it. There's no getting to him.
Feels like he does Baba Booey songs for a living, basically.
That has nothing to do with it.
Maybe you should be the be-all, end-all.
No, not even close. We're all part of a team. I don't know why I'm filtering down something and then it's being refiltered by Jason Kaplan.
And then it got refiltered again?
By me. It's going to be refiltered by Howard.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't know. I thought anything that we picked. Let's say Richard picked. Hypothetically, let's say you picked 6.
Sal is a stupid thing too, where he's almost like he believes in the fourth wall of the show or the Howard. They're a human shield for Howard. He's there thinking for him. So. Sal will never blame Howard for this. It is his decision and it is his show, and that's why these guys are doing it. And he'll never blame Howard for it.
And that's the sort of stupid like a fox genius of Howard Stern, is that he gets his staff fighting with each other and pits them against each other so that they don't look at the common reason for all their problems, which is him. You know. Yep.
So. They never distill it down to,
or if they figured it out, they know that they're
not allowed to.
Yep. Because, where are they going to go? You know,
Howard is great at Mexico says Howard is great at making his staff think they could not survive on the outside of his universe.
Yeah.
Sal's humor wears very thin. Look it up.
My
thirst a tickle. Divide and conquer.
Songs. I picked 10. John picked 8. Jason picked 20.
You think they're all finalists?
That's what I thought. I didn't know it was broken down to
so
another
what does it
round.
matter? So now you know. What does it matter? Would you have listened in a different way?
No, but it
matters
that
you did the job we asked you to do.
I did, right, exactly. But the thing
Thank
is that,
you for that, by the way.
I didn't know in the end that, again, it was, the Jimmy Jam of fucking Bowie songs.
But why?
Oh, excuse me, G thing. Listen,
man.
No, but it bothers you that. I think what's really bothering you here is that you feel your opinion wasn't heard, but apparently it was. And at some point, everyone. Listen,
but that opinion does. Okay, now you went on the air and you painted me as like being bitter about that filtering process.
You're pretty did a good job painting yourself that way.
You guys are pestering me about it, so I'm bringing up the real story.
But I don't understand.
So who cares?
So the stuff that you liked, we didn't feel was worth it as a finalist, and that upsets you. But what does that mean?
Because my opinion was dwelled down to just one person.
No, everybody's was. Everybody's was, not yours.
Oh, that's fine.
Well,
if you guys want to do it
and
that
what
way,
does dwell down mean?
If you want it to filter down to
Sal meant dwindle down, and he said dwelled. Yeah.
guys are blowing it out to be. I'm not that bothered by it. I'm saying if I could change one thing, that's my only issue. I would prefer 5 guys in the room reviewing round 2 versus 1 guy.
Far from your only issue, dude.
That's it. 5 guys reviewing round 2 versus 1.
So you're telling
Idiot.
Sal, so you're telling me that,
Jason.
and I'm not making a joke here, you're telling me that your expertise in creating these things and knowing what works and what's been done and all that stuff, that's not playing into how you feel at all?
Okay, my expertise in doing what I've done has got me a job on the show. That says a lot already.
Really? Did you get a piece of shit song you wrote today? You're the fucking song parody expert?
Secondly...
So that's why you're here, because we think you do a good job with the song parody.
And that's
Stanzilla says, y'all are funny arguing about Howard playing guitar. I'd much rather hear him talk about guitar than him talk about chess. Or none of the above. He's not good at talking about anything. There's almost nothing he can. I want to hear him talk about his kids,
And his
Alison,
1%er life.
his money, and his 1%er life. That's the only thing I want to hear. He's not capable of talking about anything.
all he's
Everything he
good
talks
for.
about sucks. That's all he's good for, right, David?
enough for me. So it doesn't come down to Jason.
We asked you to be part of the process,
and I appreciate that too. And that's good enough for me. I appreciate that.
Nothing comes down to me. We had a meeting with 10 people yesterday in Gary's office.
Okay.
We went through everything.
You guys,
you show up for 1 second.
You
go,
guys have a
these
hold
all
on.
suck and leave.
You guys have a creative perspective. I'm looking at it from a managerial point of view. I think it was structured improperly. 5 guys versus.
Let him talk. Go ahead.
5 guys versus 1 reviewing round 2. I think would have helped the process. But that's fine. And I have no problem with it. I have no problem with it.
I'm asking you again.
Zersky, it's tough with Sal to tell when he's doing shtick and he mispronounces something and when it's real. There, I think it was real. I think he genuinely did mispronounce, but he's in shtick mode a lot too.
There's a do you remember there was that whole thing where he didn't know that Ireland had like a potato famine or something?
Yeah.
And he makes but before that, like a couple of years, he makes a joke about the potato famine in Ireland. I remember like he just slipped a thing in there. So it's like, you know, Casey pretending he can't pronounce filet mignon, you know?
Yep.
So
you
Sal
can see
does
through it.
Right.
Bob Levy actually admitted that they do that, where they make them be stupid, and Howard's to goof on it, and it's a thing they do. And even if it's fake, they know they'll get airtime if they do something stupid and mispronounce something or do something really low IQ. So Sal certainly tuned into that. Sometimes it's genuine, sometimes it's not. That one was fake, like you said, and that last one was probably genuine.
Yeah,
I'm asking you again, because this is the key to the whole thing.
There's no key.
Is there anything in round 2?
Yeah, Pell is right too. Sal thinks he may be higher on the totem pole than Jason, and he's finding out now that he's not, and that's really what's eating him at this point.
Right.
I want to hear him talk about Sweet Lou Sanisco's. I want to hear him talk about journaling and high quality paper and the David Covey organizer.
Right. You seem to be more annoyed by the process than the actual end result.
Sorry, one of the reasons Jason is probably higher up on the totem pole is because he is more he's better. He's a better listener of what Howard actually wants. Sal thinks he knows what Howard wants, but he's projecting a lot of the time.
Yes,
and it just scares Howard. So that's why Sal is lower on the totem pole, because Jason actually, I think, does listen, and I also think that he can be one of the, you know, get smart human shields that's in the way of other people. And Sal isn't, you know, Sal as a creator is not more valuable than Jason as a human shield to have.
But also Sal's clinging to what the show was, and he won't acknowledge how shitty it is now. And a lot of people say, oh, Sal and Richard, they just should have their own show. And they are as neutered as anybody else. If they still work on that show, they are part of the problem. He is not, whatever he did a couple good roasts, and he's not doing anything without that. He's not a rebel. He's still there. And so hence he's part of the problem.
Yeah.
Stanzilla says that's because it's not English. It's a mixture of Italian, English, and Tard.
Because it appears that nothing that got cut out of round 2 was strong enough to get there anyway. So
No,
why
that's
are
not
you?
true. You're making an assumption.
I just asked you the question.
I would have loved to hear John. I would have loved to hear John's submissions in round 2. I would have loved to.
Okay, hold on a sec.
Stanzilla asked, "What did Jason become?" They tried to delegate Dell'Abate duties to Jason, and they became so good at it. Jason was smart enough to know that Gary is complacent and falling asleep at work, and he seems to have a shitty radar for booking guests, and he's more interested in going a spring sync with Ross Zapin, and he's slipping and losing his edge. And now I'm going to be Iago and take his job, because he knew that it was prime for the taking. And Jason's kind of, him and Will sit back and look at what Gary does wrong, and they improve on it.
Yeah. Gary got too comfortable with the perks of his job at an early retirement age. That was a big mistake.
Yep. And the complacency was they could sniff it on him, and just the entitlement, right, and the arrogance. And
Joe, do you feel that there's anything that didn't get to the final round?
yeah, ironically, Tonecott, that also endeared him to the audience more than he ever has.
Right.
With that Beth joke at the roast.
That you felt strongly about.
Yes.
Okay.
And I told Jason what it was, and we had a discussion about it, and
Richard hated it.
And because of the process, and Richard and whatever else, I respect their decision, and I shut up.
I would like to say that I agreed with John on that song, and these two come in, Sal and Richard, and completely spook me about the whole process, because I do respect their opinion, and I played it for them. And both of them, this is the most horrible song. You guys are lame for life. So they scared me from even putting it through.
Do me a favor. I'd like to hear that song after the show today.
Okay.
Because I may put it back in the...
I don't need that the way...
Here comes Mother Teresa to explain how he's going to coddle me, and let Sal explain, Gary, so I can cut up the clips tomorrow and throw him under the bus.
No. I'll do that anyway.
Wow, that only took 2 years and 8 months.
I don't need to coddle you here, Sal, because I don't. Let me dwell...
Not funny than your USO stories, that's for sure.
All right, look, let me dwell down to the real issue.
You homo.
Let me dwell...
you should have stayed.
Let me dwell down to the real issue.
This time when Gary went to the with Artie and Nick DiPaolo and David Tell, to the USO. Swarthy type like Sal is meant to do manual labor. Instead, he's doing this shit.
Shoot here, okay? Gary, when you went
Celtics bravery's going to Wyandotte.
Gary, when you went in... No, I'll do that anyway.
Wow, that only took 2 years and 8 months.
I don't need to coddle you here, Sal, because I don't.
Let me dwell... Not funny than your USO stories, that's for sure.
All right, look, let me dwell down to the real issue.
You homo.
Let me dwell...
you should have stayed.
Let me dwell down to the real issue here, okay? Gary, when you went
Celtics bravery's going to Wyandotte.
Gary, when you went in...
I think bravery's breathing your breath.
Gary, when you went in today, when Sal's song was played...
Wyandotte is a local reference. They have to know. No one's going to know what that is unless you live on Long Island. It's the blackest city. It's the blackest town in Suffolk County, Long Island. And so Sal uses it as a racist reference for everything that he does. It's one of the it's in the top 3 blackest towns. It is in the it's in western Suffolk, almost Nassau County, and it's north of Sunrise Highway in between Lindenhurst. And it's small, but it's its own little and so Sal's thing is, I'm going to make Wyandotte jokes. Like the rest of the country knows what the hell Wyandotte is the Roosevelt of Suffolk County.
Really. That's what's first of all, I have 2 things. First of all, Sal making
Davyd, you're from Cleveland. You don't know what Wyandotte is, right? And this is a national show, right?
Yeah.
So, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. Sal making a Gary's breath joke, like, again, just hate the hackery of it all.
Yeah, I did. I hated that too.
The worst.
Agreed.
The second thing, to the point you just made, it is weird to me that your Sals and your Richards and your Shulis and everybody, they thought when they came to Sirius that Sirius was going to be their gateway to mainstream show business. They want their own shows. They're going to break out onto Comedy Central. And yet they still think that they can just do this really regional type of humor. They're not trying to broaden their comedy in any way, shape, or form.
Well, look at who's in there, Davyd, right? You got Sal is from Bayshore, Holbrook, Central Islip. Gary's from Union. This is all Long Island. Gary's from Uniondale, Long Island. John Hine is from, I think it's Hicksville. And Matt. So this is all, everyone in that room is from Long Island. The entire Stern Show is either from Long Island, New Jersey. Basically, that's 90% of it.
Yeah.
And somewhat New York City, but really Long Island and New Jersey comprises 95% of the people on that show, including Howard.
Right.
Robin's from Baltimore, Fred's from Connecticut, and that's about it. Jackie's from Bayville. You know, it's on and on and on.
Yeah. But I guess my point is, like, you know, when Fred Armisen and Carrie Brownstein do Portlandia, even though it takes place in Portland, you try to make the comedy not, you try to make the punchlines not referential to places that the rest of the country doesn't know about, you know?
Yeah.
And so to depend on the idea that your audience is going to know what Wyandanch is, you're right. It's ridiculous. Like, I don't get
it's ridiculous. And it's a small town. Like, it really is. You have to be there. You do not, it's not even a famous town. It's not even like Brendan brings up Brentwood over here. Brentwood there's a Brentwood, Long Island. Like, there's a Brentwood by you in LA. Yeah. There's a Brentwood, Long Island. And I cannot tell you how different these towns are. Brentwood is, I think, one of the highest crime rates per square inch in any, I guess, suburban.
Wow.
And it is the ground zero for the MS-13 and Latin Kings and Bloods and Crips. And it is a badass town. And it's probably, it's got all, I don't know if it's the blackest. I'd say Wyandanch is blacker, but Brentwood's a mix of all of the, and that is a badass town. And that is, again, it's just east of where Wyandanch is.
The opposite of Brentwood in California.
I know, it's I know, they're polar opposites, and they call them.
His perspective on it, if you will, wasn't represented at all. You took it as Sal sort of paying you back because of the way things were paid. And Sal, I mean, again, I don't want to coddle you here, so you should speak for yourself.
Okay,
so I don't have to fucking do it.
So now that we explained what
Gary
Gary
doesn't curse much.
assumed is that I was bitter in every breath.
Gary, when you went in today, when Sal's song was played, his perspective on it, if you will, wasn't represented at all. You took it as Sal sort of paying you back because of the way things were paid. And Sal,
that's the OJ
again, I don't want to coddle you here, so you should speak for yourself. So I don't have to fucking do it.
So now that we explained what Gary assumed is that I was bitter.
John Hine and Sal drive to work together. They live basically in the same town. Sal also lives in Hicksville now. I drove by his house about 6 years ago, and it's this really small. It's a 2-story house, and it's the smallest 2-story house I've ever seen in my life. No fence. I don't even know how they all fit in it. Like, with I think 3 boys or 2. Yeah, it's in Hicksville
and everything else, and that
right behind.
And I wasn't the only one. Just so you know, I was not the only one.
Yeah,
more than 3 or 4 people have the same thought.
You and the conspiracy of assholes back there. That's fine. You're a little clique of
the Fab Four. That's not the Fab Five.
Right. Whatever.
The
it is.
Unfab Four.
So then he goes on the air today with, Sal was bitter in the selective process, and he slowed things down, and he didn't like certain songs, which was a bunch of horseshit. So therefore, this is Sal's retaliation song. Completely wrong. Completely a complete farcical statement, as that guy would say.
Al Michaels. Sal doesn't even know he's quoting. Farcical.
I made the song because I had this theory with John. I said, you know what's funny? The
N-word.
Right. The odd thing is that, no. I go, the odd thing in the past is that a lot of these songs, there's always some sort of submission involving the N-word. I go, I'm just surprised it didn't happen this time. It happened with the World's Meanest Listener contest. It happened with the prior Bowie song contest.
Times are changing.
You got it, Davyd. Beat me to it. So Sal's pretty much chronicling that in 2002, when they did Meanest Listener, it was, and that's terrestrial.
Right.
And it's edgier. And now Sal's supernova blast is the N-word. It's the only thing he goes to, and he can't do it here freely. Times are changing, as Davyd just said.
John, didn't you drive past his house and sing that That's Life parody song?
How do you remember that? I did do that.
Yeah, I remember you saying that once. Yeah.
My wife, she's a real pain in the ass. I screamed that out the window when I drove by.
You'll arrive at 17 Squabble Lane.
Bon Jovial's back with a fucking sound drop.
With a vengeance.
It was 4:00 in the afternoon on a Saturday. I remember that.
God.
So Sal told me this while we were listening to submissions. This was before any of the finalists.
So you saw something that wasn't being represented in the contest.
I envisioned gold that wasn't there yet.
What, the N-word?
Yeah.
No. Well, No, based on the past submissions of the show, I said, I'm just surprised that hasn't come across yet.
No, Sal,
so hold on. No, don't tell me what I'm thinking, all right?
I just thought you were done.
What are you
thought
doing?
you were done.
No, I'm not done. I'm not. I'd be... No, quiet.
Jason, only I can tell Sal what he's
Jeez,
thinking.
no
Please
wonder your
continue.
mother hates your guts. Holy cow.
No wonder your wife cheats on you.
All right.
Oh, my.
Oh, my God.
You cuckold fuck.
Whoa!
So anyway, so I was just saying that to John. So when it came down...
Let's do that again.
Yeah. Nothing in the involving the contest.
You saw something that wasn't being represented.
So hold on. No, don't tell me what I'm thinking, all right?
I just thought you were done.
What are
I
you
thought
doing?
you were done.
No, I'm not done. I'm not. I'd be... No, quiet.
Jason, only I can tell Sal what he's
Jeez,
thinking.
no
Please
wonder your
continue.
mother hates your guts. Holy cow.
No wonder your wife cheats on you.
All right.
Oh, my.
Oh, my God.
You cuckold fuck.
So anyway, so I was just saying that to John. So when it came down to it, I made a goof, a complete goof, to make a song with the N-word in it, and I put it up as a goof, as like, I was making fun of myself as Al Giovanelli versus Sal Governale.
But to find the goofy, what's the goofy part of it?
The goof was...
Wait, you have to explain the Al Giovanelli thing, because he didn't say this was by Al Giovanelli.
Right.
He said it was by
Hey,
Sal.
guys, listen, I don't...
Please take over, Artie.
My name is Artie
So Artie pops into the wrap-up show, and the first thing he hears is...
Lang. I just walked in, and it's hilarious, because as I walked in, McClure said what we're talking about, and the first thing I heard was, look... I wanted to make a song about the N-word, goofing on myself, and Al Giovanelli. So, again, I don't know Al. I don't know what's going on, but it sounds like Sal is digging a huge hole, and this is going to win Best Wrap-Up Show of all year.
No, it isn't.
So go right ahead.
Okay, Robin hit the nail on the head. She said, is he spoofing on the song?
So the next one spills into a video, and I got the video version of this, and they put it on the actual Stern show. He finally picks up on this. This is Sal versus Jason part 2, and this is a video version of it. Hold on a second. I'm sorry. Here we go.
That Jason was the sole arbiter of good taste.
Well, of his selection.
That's right.
John, you could back me up on some exact quotes we all heard from Sal in the office. I cannot believe that everything Richard and I approved didn't make it to the contest.
I never said that.
John, did you hear that?
I don't remember him saying that, but I believe you if you say it.
Who would believe you?
And when he came in,
Jason, who would believe you? You're just you're a selfish air whore weasel who will say anything for attention because you can't stand on anything creatively on your own to get by. So therefore,
Look at Nicolas Cage in the background, Bon, right behind Sal. What's his name again? What's the dude's name? He's shit. I forget his name. McClure.
Jim McClure.
Yeah.
This is your niche. Your niche is to make up shit, to inflame shit, to exaggerate shit, because that is your only way that you will receive attention. You don't receive attention from creative stuff. You don't receive attention.
That's not true.
Oh, well, Gary, stop backing him up for one fucking second.
Wait.
Get your fucking fat lips out of his fat ass and let me finish.
Hold on.
Where are your bits? Where are your pranks? Where are your songs? Where is your contributions in that sense?
That's not how he
I was thinking that too, Sky Spectre. Miss Artie's voice too. I was thinking that same thing. I think we all feel that way. Benji is Hugh. Look at him.
Tributes.
Okay, but all
You're
does,
wrong.
but he stretches the truth. He stretches the truth. He does it to the pace. You lied about Richard Christy, talking about Artie behind Artie's back. You fucking created one of the biggest turmoils in the show because you stretched it out tremendously. You also get under DePace's skin deliberately. You just made up a quote where you asked John Hein to back you up that he said he never heard.
You said it.
That's what you do.
No.
That's what you do.
First of all,
and I have no problem with you listening to my shit. I said I just thought it would be good if 5 heads did it. That's a compliment to you, Gary.
No,
That's a compliment to Ben. Don't make assumptions, because you don't know what's in my fucking head.
And you don't know what's in my fucking head. Why don't you shut up for a second?
There's nothing in your head. I know what's in there. Absolutely nothing.
Mayonnaise is in my head.
Except for ways you just deliberate this bullshit to piss people off.
First of all, if anyone's
and I don't care. I don't care about this process. I don't care.
No one cares what you care about or don't care about.
I did my job.
You fucking freak.
You keep asking me over and over again.
You're such a loser, dude.
Would you like to not be included in the next process? Would that
I would
make you
love
happy?
to be. I was proud to be part of it. That's not the issue.
Well, it seems like it's
dude. Mike Morse.
Mike Morse says the Shuli. Wow. Yeah, it had a KFAB quality wrap-up show. It did back then, Zersky. Now it was better than the Stern show.
Yeah, this is Sal finding out that Santa Claus isn't real. It's like, yeah, you're not more valuable as a creator to Howard. Jason is more valuable as an administrative human shield. And if you want to have autonomy over your bits, or you want to be in the mix of things making decisions, that's probably the direction you should have gone in, because as a creator you're very replaceable.
Yeah, it's hitting him really hard right now, that realization.
I put through songs great from him. Joey Pajamas, Poland Joe, Stephen Smith. For the past 2.5 years, I listen to every Bowie song that comes emailed to me. I love them. I put them up. I'm proud of these contributions.
Right.
So what's the problem? All of a sudden now,
have the problem. You have the problem.
The problem is
it'd be interesting to hear people who didn't hear this right back, or like relatively new to the show, like, what is this show? Like, it just,
right.
The newer listeners would watch this and just go, what? This is the same show?
I remember when I first saw it when YouTube started, I couldn't understand what Fred and Benji were sitting there. I'm like, do they just type stuff? They are computers. It takes
weird.
You got to watch an hour or two before you start realizing, they're all part of this. It's like, I wouldn't have a clue what this is if it said the Howard Stern show, the wrap-up show. I'd be like, what? A wrap-up? Where's Howard? What? Anyway.
Why is he not right?
I also love I love Sal passionately listing the name of other song parody writers as if we're supposed to know who they are. Like, Mike
Joey,
Morse, Stephen Smith,
Mike Morse.
Because those are his people, before he was on the show. That was his thing. He was trying to get on by making Gary songs all the time. And those are like his contemporaries and his peers at the time.
I just think it's funny that he's yelling them out like he's mentioning the name of, like, your
murderers for the Yankees,
right.
the 61 Yankees.
Right, exactly.
You have a fucking problem. Don't ask me what the fucking problem is when you have a problem.
The problem is
tell me what the problem is.
I have a beef with one guy listening to the
because you don't respect him.
Wow. Then it got worse. Then they got into the name calling.
Oh, you mean they went on from
Oh,
there?
yeah.
In his pajamas.
For you to sit here and call me an air.
What?
You see why
Howard showed up in his pajamas that day. That was nice of him.
You see the ego trip Howard gets off this? Not Howard.
He's got the white sweat. Yeah, what is the jammies? Right, that's Ralph's creation.
Yeah.
Wear the white jammies.
Listening to
while your producers have to wear blazers.
Right.
The white dress. Look at that. Look at LW says, at least they're getting smarter about pretending people from Alaska and Hawaii are waiting to call into the show. Classic LW, right?
You don't respect him.
Wow. Then it got worse. Then they got into the name calling.
Oh, you mean they went on from there?
Oh, yeah.
For you to sit here and call me an air whore, where you are on the air, you put your whole life on the air. We find out, you tell us how your wife's cheating on your ass on the air. You're on the air every 10 seconds. Yeah, why not? You call me a fat fucking loser, so I'll go wherever I want to go with you.
But the thing
your
is,
wife cheats on you.
Wow.
So where
I just want to throw that out.
And
there.
your mother hates
guys. Look at the background in the serious halls. They have to blur them out. Check this out. I wonder who that is.
Call me a fat fucking loser, so I'll go wherever I want to go with you.
But the thing
your
is,
wife cheats on you.
So
look at that. Blur. What is going on? Is that like Jessica Alba?
Nothing. I just want to throw. It's probably staff members that didn't sign a release, and so they're This must be the beginning of David Allen getting more like, Howard, if you want to run a successful business, blur people out.
And your mother hates your guts because she's realized that the pile of shit that shot out of her uterus is completely useless.
I wonder how many blowjobs you give on the back of that bus.
And that's why you're on so much medication, because your mother hates your guts. You realize that she realizes that you should have been an abortion.
I bet
but
Christine
instead you're a
left the
big
guy.
blobby pile of fucking
right
shit.
inside her.
You're like a fucking.
There's no pouch holding for Christine's man.
You're nothing more than a pile
Look
of
at the
chopped
girl.
meat.
At least
At the bottom of the screen.
She's not banging anyone out.
You're nothing more.
That girl is you see
She's
how
hiding
real
behind
it
the
is.
script. Did they blur her script out?
I mean, it's really low. I think it's a low res video file.
Shadow.
Yeah.
more than a
tilted.
pile of chopped meat.
At least I'm banging
a pile
my
of
chick, and she's not
useless
banging anyone
banging
else.
chick. You said you preferred jerking off to fucking her.
So no one else is fucking about me.
Yeah, Autobot's right. Some of those people were SFN members that he was stealing material from Stern Fan Network.
You're nothing more than a pile of chopped meat.
At least I'm banging
a pile
my
of
chick, and she's not
useless
banging anyone else.
chick. You said you preferred jerking off to fucking her.
So no one else is fucking about me.
You're fucking closet homo.
Wow.
That's probably why.
Oh, please.
Howard, in the next clip, which is important, this is the one that really made me feel really uncomfortable because it went from.
You weren't uncomfortable with that?
No,
before?
but it went.
I'm uncomfortable now.
And Sal got so mad you can hear he's off mic at the end of this. He looks at Jason and his face turns red like the marmot and he takes his headphones and he fucking hurls them and he goes, "Fuck you," and he runs out of the building.
Gary, where's all this animosity between these two coming
I
from?
don't know. It's
I don't have it.
Sorry, that reminded me, and maybe you have this clip, but I feel like early on, Will is the one who accused Sal of stealing material from, like, maybe not songs, but like sketch ideas or like bit ideas from Stern Fan Network.
He was still like roast jokes and stuff, yeah,
Right.
from Stern Fan Network, and it
Sal
probably was
blew
Will.
up at him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and it was like verbatim, like it was unmistakable that he did it.
Right.
I
He's the
love
one to
Sal.
start. I do too, and I
No,
like this.
not anymore.
Oh, please.
You guys
I
both
do.
say you love each other.
I
and
do.
then-
I still don't have a beef with Jason. I really don't. I don't.
Well, I now officially have a beef with you because you can't treat me like an asshole on the air. I didn't treat you like an asshole. You treat me
I'm
like an
not.
asshole on the air, and then we walk outside the studio and you go, I love you, I'm just
And
kidding.
you do the same thing.
You just sat
And I
here
said it right now
and
on the
said
air that
some
I
of the
still
meanest
love
shit
you.
about me without me saying a word about you. You just
no,
said
they
horrible
keep
shit
saying
about me.
because Gary made an assumption that it was
No,
you,
no, no.
you
I'm
who was
talking about me and
filtering.
you.
I'm talking about me
but
and
I'm
you.
telling you where they came. They
Am I crazy, guys, or do they have the screen blurred on their caller? See that on the bottom left?
Play it again. Yeah.
Came to me.
Because that's blurred, right? That's not low res. That's blurred out. They don't want you to see.
They're focused on Sal. The mic
Okay, I
stand
don't
is
know.
out of focus, I think.
Go
though. Go.
Okay.
Oh, that's
it's the issue with Jason. I said it's not with Jason. I keep saying over and
Then
over
why
and
did
over.
you go on a diatribe about
I
how
think they
I'm
might
an
have,
uncreative,
John.
lazy
Yeah.
ass?
What, Bon?
I think you're right. They might have. Yeah.
I've seen it before, and I've seen them blurred out, and I think
Yeah.
I definitely think they're doing
Asshole.
that.
Right, and
Because you were
insinuated-
jabbing me.
No, I wasn't.
Yes,
I didn't
you
say a goddamn
were.
word
Yes,
about
you were.
No,
They
I
just,
didn't.
Jason.
No, you know what, Sal?
They just kept
Fuck
going
off.
with it.
You're a lying, two-faced
All right,
piece of
fine.
shit who acts like my best friend out in the hall. And acts like an
Believe me,
asshole
I
in
don't
here.
act like your best friend. I'm an acquaintance next to you, and I have
Oh,
to say
okay.
hello. I'm far from your best friend.
No
You
shit.
have no best friends. You have no friends.
There's that girl on the bottom right. See,
Yeah.
let's get a better look at her. She almost looks like she could be like it's a cross between Julie from The Real World and Winona from Seinfeld. She's got that like an Indian. Look at her.
Friends. You have no.
What's she doing? I guess she's
Let's
transcribing. it?
profile her.
She
Yeah.
looked like
I think
the voice of the mom on Family Guy. I forgot her name.
Yeah. Oh, Mila Kunis.
No. The mom. She was on Mad TV, Miss Swan on Mad TV.
Oh yeah.
Xavier.
Bernstein. Alex Bornstein.
Alex
yeah.
Bornstein. Yeah.
Friends, period. You're useless. I wish your mother would have aborted you. I'm sorry, Mrs. Kaplan. If I was
I
the
wonder how many
doctor, I
abortions-
would have taken those forceps
all
and
right.
crushed your fucking head
wonder how
and then
many-
high-fived your
I wonder
mother.
how many abortions Christina had to get from her emotional friend.
Wow.
I can't go home pregnant.
I love it.
And with that, we'll wrap up the wrap-up show where everyone respects one another. Gary, anything you'd like to plug?
Brutal kid.
Yeah, I'd like to plug that. I don't want to be here right now.
Benji.
I just want to again say if she did cheat, which we don't know if she did, I'm sure she used a condom. There was no abortion.
Oh,
Sal, where can people catch your...
You can catch me at fucking Jason's house with a fucking machine gun.
Nah, you're kidding there.
And you
Come
can
on,
catch-
Sal. Any appearances? Seriously.
No.
You-
Chambersburg, the 25th.
Try to appear composed.
Jay?
Look at that girl staring at him.
Yeah.
Now I'm
she's-
just getting-
Catch me online waiting to fuck Christine.
All right.
And Superfan Roundtable tonight.
Enough
at
of that
7
shit. I'm not fucking
Well,
kidding around.
keep doing it
No.
with my mom, you asshole.
Well, you're the one who keeps doing my wife.
Well,
Enough
keep
of that.
doing it. I'm not telling you
All
enough.
right. You want to keep doing it?
John Hines waving
John
to
Hines,
the
yeah,
board
giving
guy
him the high
to
sign.
cut it out.
Keep doing it.
Go ahead.
You're a fucking douchebag.
Fuck you, asshole.
And thank you for listening to the wrap-up show on Howard 100 and Howard 101.
Wow.
Easy, guys.
Howard, I want to point out the only reason why we ended it is we have no control over it. The next commercial comes in, or we'd have kept going.
Whoa, isn't this serious? The Wild West? Don't you do whatever? Isn't this no more bullshit? We do whatever we want? Why? Why do you have to listen to that?
You're saying you have to hit the song or hit the call or hit the right.
Gary
This
loves
is serious. No more
Gary
bullshit.
Gary gets to be like Howard in there.
Yeah.
He's
Right.
he's the one. has the final say. What a crazy.
It was a crazy fight.
God,
Alex Bornstein, yes, thank you, Autobot. We got that. Honestly, if Sal didn't make fun of Gary's teeth, he'd still be selling penny stocks for unsuspecting customers. Yeah,
True.
it's boiler room bullshit. Stop. If you run your mouth like Jason, you get your teeth knocked down. With Jason, well, the Zoss raping thing, we're not even going to get to that. That's going to be like
a whole show.
It's a whole show. That's going to be like the last finale.
Yeah.
I got some more. So this one's small. This one's short. So speaking of Jason and Will, you guys heard this. We've played it on Gunk a few times. It certainly bears repeating. So the fantasy sports guru, Matthew Berry, is in their fantasy football league, and he is kind of bullied into revealing what Jason and Will talk shit about during their pregame show. So Jason and Will have revealed to Matthew Berry that Howard has an unmentionable red flag list. And so Will and Jason spill this to Matthew Berry, and Howard's, I guess, unknowingly forces him to spill what Jason and Will has told him. Probably regretted the shit out of this, and they cut this out, I remember, on the replays.
Publicly.
And in the red flag list, say it together, right? You guys know this?
I mean, I know a couple
Allison,
things.
Allison,
Yeah.
Marci Turk, and the kids. And
kids,
it's a very rare Marci Turk reference on the show.
You're also forgetting the most important thing: the Rachel Hunter appearance. I'm kidding.
Yes. There are, over the years, as I've become friends with all these guys, they have all told me a lot of private stuff off the air about the Stern Show, about stuff that does about how your show works, about you that doesn't come from the air.
What are you guys talking about? Hold it a second, Matthew. Hold on. Hold on, Matthew. Now you're saying something interesting.
Howard's pretending like he's rolling with
He's going to get into it. I'll get into it. Yeah.
What the fuck are you guys saying to Matthew Berry?
You're giving him inside information?
Have an amazing job and love being here.
Listen, what have you heard, Matt?
Sarah goes, Stern NFL. Get it, guys? Hashtag Stern NFL. That's so clever. Benji wrote that.
She needs to do a sports show when football starts later in the year.
Sarah's a killer in the fantasy sport when she gets going. She's the most competitive person I've ever.
I just want her to do a show, whatever it is. I just want her talking to the chat on her own for an hour about something. I just want to sit.
I agree with that. She said she wanted to do that. I think she had a vacation or something. She wanted to just like field questions from people.
Yeah.
She did say that.
Giving you a warning, John, of course.
Hey, shit. There's Marci now. Marci's coming up. Thank you, Brendan. You got that, Julie from.
I need John.
But we did. Ready?
Hold on, John. I just want to point this quickly.
I said that you looked out of it, and you did, and I'm
That's
the only one who said it. Gary said it.
This was a few shows ago.
He has, besides the whole money thing, whatever. But he's definitely afraid of him. Look at Marci Turk here, and then start wrapping it up. Dr. Sara. You see her cartoon cat Camilla in the thumbnail? Sara is going to have to become a rapist.
Next, the gas tank. Boom, boom.
We're gonna have a good old-fashioned hang.
Anyway, this girl Sara has the most amazing body.
Good theory, Dr. Sara.
You did.
There's Sara.
Dr. Katz's office.
I'm gonna burn you.
That was crazy. That was insane.
Crazy
oh
eyes.
My God.
I just had to. I loved it. You called her the worst. You called her the worst insult possible, John. Marci Turk, the Turk. You must have got. I bet you looked. You finished the show and then you looked at your phone. There's like 10 text messages from her. Is that what happened after that? How dare you call me?
No. She took that all right. I believe it or not. She was fine with that. It's like a backward compliment.
And what does the cartoon mean in Camilla the Cat? The cartoon
cat looks like a cartoon character. I don't know what it is.
Thank you.
It looks like a cartoon cat. Especially
I love it. You
like
always add
like
that.
Tom and Jerry or something.
Yeah.
I like that.
Howard, I have too much respect.
No, please, come on.
No.
Whoa, you're going to make it sound like we said something negative about Howard?
And then just leave it there? So go ahead.
I wouldn't say that.
No, you're talking about things.
Go ahead, you can tell me.
You know, I mean, I know that like Matthew Berry's terrified to drop this. He knows he shouldn't go down. He somehow knows, and Howard has no idea what's coming. But he's trying to act like he's cool with everything, and he's not. It's his list.
How did it come to this that he revealed this? What was the context?
Howard was trying to waste. He was trying to make his $4,000 a minute, fixating on their fantasy football league and the crazy way they act. How dare they have a passion for this? And they're all hyper competitive, and so he dragged it out on the air for an hour and change. And Matthew Berry is a ESPN. What they do in their fantasy league, in addition to the people that work on the show, they try to do like peripheral ancillary people like Jerry O'Connell and Matthew Berry and who's Rappaport. And so some of these people are in this, and Matthew Berry's a fantasy guru on ESPN, and he is a super fan of the show, and he called in to tell him to be part of this, Boffo.
There are certain things that are not allowed to be brought up on air.
Come on,
like
Matthew.
Like what? I mean, I know there are certain things that are not allowed to be brought up on air.
Come on,
like
Matthew.
What? Like what? You're not allowed to talk about Marci. You're not allowed to talk about.
We talk about Marci.
We talk about Marci. Yes, it doesn't. Marci gets mentioned like Tom Chiusano did, and Tim Sabian. It's the same thing. She gets. I mean, there are full days where they talk about Marci.
Mel Karmazin or any of
that.
Yeah.
She Howard goes, we talk about Marci.
Yeah.
Marci, you're not allowed to talk about.
We talk about Marci.
Talk about the kids.
I can talk.
You're not allowed to talk about. I think Allison's in the middle of this, and Howard steps on it. Let's
talk about the kids.
I can talk about my kids. I talk about my kids. I'm not going to talk about.
Who's talking about that?
He just said it.
I said that. I just said my daughter.
Matthew.
Like what? You're not allowed to talk about Marci.
Ralph is on there, by the way. So Ralph's supposed to make it better or worse.
Be brought up on air.
Come on,
like
Matthew.
What? Like what? You're not allowed to talk about Marci. You're not allowed to talk about.
We talk about Marci.
You're not allowed to talk about Marci, and then Howard stepped on him, and he said, "You're not allowed to talk about your ex-wife." And he stepped on it.
Okay.
Listen again. Like you got to really listen to this. You're not allowed to talk about your ex-wife.
About Marci.
Talk about the kids.
I can talk about my kids. I talk about
the kids. What? You're not allowed to talk about Marci. You're not allowed to talk about.
We talk about Marci.
Talk about the kids.
I can talk about my kids. I talk about my kids. I'm not going to talk about.
Who's talking about that?
He just said it.
Robin does that exasperated, like, she knows the red flag. Like she knows full well this has been instituted.
Said that. I just said my daughter got married.
But
he said my daughter got married, and that was a gunpoint. He had gone years without bringing up his kid. It was crazy. It was like, what? Remember when the Sarah Jessica Parker thing we played all the time when she goes, wait a minute. What do your kids do? I need to know more about them. Where are they? Who are they? I can't. Because my daughter's with the nursing, and it's about you.
So Sarah Jessica Parker held up a stiletto at his head and got him to admit that.
Hattori Hanzo's when Robin was after the fight with she goes, what the fuck is going on around here?
Yeah, Robin's projecting like she's at the Astrodome.
Yeah, it's the same tone.
Are you guys? What are you, a bunch of fish ones?
Right
Why would you even be talking about that?
Wait, you got Robin. We're not, Robin. Don't let him turn you on.
There's a great compliment. John Fugelsang's cat, Sarah's cat Camilla. That'd be a great name for a cat, by the way, Fugelsang.
Yeah,
that would be a great name for a cat. I love John Fugelsang.
He has sat in on production.
That guy's so smart, it makes me uncomfortable.
Yeah. I've heard his
meetings. I don't know how that came to be, but I certainly wasn't the one that gave him access. But he has been part of meetings
too. Oh, yes.
What mostly bothered me was, again, conversations that involved a lot of different things that don't involve things that involve the show.
All right, never mind that. Let me ask you the key question.
Get out of there, Howard. Get out of it.
Let me ask you the key question. I see why he's verbose.
Thank you.
I was going to say, what is the key question?
Oh,
wow.
So what Howard did there is he gave it enough time so that people unfamiliar with like the things in the Stern hater community and the red list and all that stuff are sort of like, wait, what is this? What is this now? So it's like he can't be accused of trying to bury it or trying to shut Matthew up. So he gave it enough time to get like the big headline words out there, but then cuts it off as if he's bored and the audience doesn't have any further
And
questions.
he'll frame it that way, and he looks like he's owning it. But you don't care about this. Yeah, nobody. That's all we care. That would have been amazing if they if he's still fixated on that.
Look at this. This is John
So that was
Fugelsang's
tremendous.
cat. Look at this. It does.
Oh, you
it's
looked it up?
identical.
You son of a
I can't
bitch.
believe it. It's
Holy
identical.
shit,
It's the
they do
same
look alike.
breed. Wow. Good
Holy
call,
shit, what kind of breed
bro.
is that?
Yeah,
That is a great call.
Sarah, tell us what her cat is, and then we'll know, because it looks perfectly identical.
Here she is again.
Oh,
Wow.
the ears are so cute. I bet they're so soft. Oh,
Camilla's eyes are darker. Like the cuter, the darker the eyes, the more cartoony it looks.
Well, her pupils are bigger too because she's in the dark in Sarah's clip. So
this next one, because I had the thumbnail, I'm kind of forced to do this. This is Jason is repulsed by his own genetics, and he doesn't want to have kids. And we're gonna look at Jason's physique.
Do they have
Real
kids to this day?
No, he still doesn't have kids.
Okay.
No, Will does. Jason doesn't.
Okay.
Howard 100 Newsroom, and then I'm going to get to a bunch of things that we have to get to.
Lisa Glassberg takes shits at work.
All right, Lisa G, what do you have for us from the Howard 100 Newsroom?
Takes shits at work.
You're walking in laughing. What are you laughing about?
Because Fred's singing the theme song.
Fred's not singing it.
Well, I was singing along.
Oh,
with
okay.
It.
All right.
And I'm glad you relieved yourself this morning.
I was scanning through the Lisa G Jason fight about the picture.
Yeah.
It's really good. The video of it. It's really he said to her during it, and we're gonna get I don't know if you want to do it after this, or he said to her, he goes, the industry has passed you by. You have no business being in. And this is
rough.
15 years ago.
That killed her.
That killed
her right up.
Killed her.
Join the party.
Yeah, but I do it at home, not at work.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
All right, I spoke to fertility specialist Dr. Andrew McCullough of SiriusXM Doctor Radio.
So the premise of this is what stern mutants and Morlocks are capable of having attractive kids. This is the story branches, and they all come in, and then Jason says, I'm so hideous. I can't imagine breeding.
And this
he says, Will Murray.
What that mean?
This is before the ugly app bullshit that they did.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Grimace sperm, says PC23.
Dear God.
He shouldn't give up hope, even though undergoing chemotherapy as a teenager killed off his sperm supply. He says there can be isolated islands within the testes that produce sperm, but Will would have to undergo surgery where the entire testicle.
Yeah, Will thinks he can't have kids because of his cancer thing, and he's impotent and stuff, and so
is opened up.
You should. When I heard this,
where's Chauncey during this story, right, guys?
It's getting laid.
Yeah, tell me what's to figure out. You're not going to open
You said you offer a donor, right?
I
You'd
would
be the
never,
guy.
you want me to beat off in a cup? I'll do it. Just help me out.
why don't all of you? So he doesn't know exactly
Will,
who the father is.
Take off your clothes. I have something to beat off to.
Oh, Jesus.
He's serious, Will. He's serious. That's not a joke.
Also, Howard shouldn't be piling up kindling for the guy who thinks that Howard's into KC. That's the worst person you could make that joke to.
That's for the kindling reference, Davyd. Kindling.
I live in Los Angeles. We've had quite a bit of it with the fires.
One of my favorite comedians, Andy Kindling.
I'll come on your back, and then we'll wipe it up and put it in your wife, and no problem.
It wouldn't be good if he knew you were the father for sure.
No, I'd like that. I wouldn't mind.
No, but I mean, to donate sperm?
Who knows?
Fuck no. Who are you thinking of? Not your old man.
No. I mean, I have a brother. I have uncles.
Your brother?
How about Chandler Parsons donate sperm to you, Will? Right? You look exactly like him. Is there anything better than that? Chandler
I didn't
Parsons.
know that.
Don't do that.
Why not?
Because the sunken
That's
eyes
Will's
of a
brother,
raccoon.
everyone. Very rare look at Will's brother, everyone. Look at this.
Yeah.
I think Artie's mom is shown in this in a cameo. And you never see her.
It would be a murder in your assumptions on.
I don't like it.
It's this video.
You'll never make
between the teeth and the lips.
Why does the
And
kid
he
have
doesn't have good hair.
Why does the kid have to have teeth?
Artie with the Raleigh fingers goatee.
I have my hair.
I know, I'm
the
joking.
style isn't correct. And I do have 2 sons.
No, you lucked out there.
I think they show Jackson and Lucas in his office here, like a footage of it, and
got Mary's genetics.
Mary must have very strong.
Look at that. Gary's
Where's
2
the-
kids in his office.
Where's Height House's turntable?
Look at how young they are here. That's Lucas on the right, Jackson's on the left, and this is look at this. Is this that's serious still? I think, or is it K-Rock?
No, that's serious. They came in.
No, it's serious. No, it's K-Rock because Jackson is on the show in 2012 or something, and he's in college. So this has to be K-Rock.
But Gary's wearing a serious hoodie. That's what makes me think.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. You're right. Good catch. You're right.
But they are on the show because like Sal's kids come in. And I think John Hines' daughter comes in, and Howard does like some predator game with them.
Yeah,
he's very predatory towards them.
He's so creepy. So
Yeah,
creepy, baby
creeper,
Jackson.
yeah.
And thank you, Mr. Villataro. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Sarah's giving me she says thank you. Okay.
Mary is very, very. I see those influence of the Mary genes.
I don't know why. I don't know why I'm asking this question.
Yeah.
But who do you think in the office of all the crew would be the worst donor?
The worst?
I go with Benji.
Yeah.
That's easily my first
Meatball
choice.
eyes.
Yep.
Are we going looks or are we going
We're going
I'm going everything.
the whole
All right,
pack.
I'll tell you what. If it was me, I'd reject Gary as a donor. I'm going to be honest.
But as the worst?
Because of the teeth. No, not as the
Well,
worst.
he's just
Gary's
telling you
not the-
who wouldn't be in the mix.
I love Gary, so he wouldn't be the worst. But,
Okay.
But I'm saying Will
Who
should
has
not
the
use
sunken
Gary.
eyes of a raccoon?
I literally saying to reconstruct a mouth off of Gary's genetics. It's like building the Empire State Building.
Okay, take looks and personality and demeanor. Take all that into account.
That's a heroin problem, but I mean, I think.
Gotta go to Artie here.
Hard about this.
No, that's like imprinted on him. He's never getting rid of it.
I'm just trying to think of the sex talk you'd have with his son at 12. That might be a little.
I think Benji's at the bottom of my list.
All right. I'm with Howard.
Wow, really?
Yeah. Well, who's at the bottom of your list?
He's a very.
Look at Benji wearing a fucking ski cap and thinking he's something. And he would wear it like in July and shit. He really thinks he's
Pretty
trying
smart.
All right. So who's at the bottom of your list?
Me.
No, that's a cop out.
No. Okay, that's a cop out.
All right.
All right. I'll that's a very
That's very
interesting question.
funny, but who is the bottom of your list?
Let me think long and hard about this.
Because like when you're in shape and stuff, you look good.
I think they show his mom here. I'm trying to remember.
You're an athlete. Yeah, you're smart.
You got some
you're
things
funny,
going on with you.
Well,
I mean, you get that fucking heroin problem, but I mean, I think
Is
that's
that
because
genetic?
I think it's his fucked up way he was raised.
I was raised.
Yeah,
No,
right.
you weren't.
It's terrific.
You couldn't wind up this way, Ray.
Yeah. He would not raise fine. No offense.
I was
That's like
raised-
my mother. My mother goes, when I raised you,
Howard goes, "Oh, my mom. I got to do an impression of my mom." You just you find that
I
whole
had
thing.
a plan. Gave you, and those. So now I'm a gun owner. Wow. I'm Howard Stern has naked women up here all the time, and she still thinks. And I raised you to be independent. I can't even sleep alone. I mean, yesterday he said,
Who's the
I love this kid. I love this kid.
Go ahead.
And I do. But for certain reasons,
You're
certain reasons, and maybe it's just because I'm a city slicker and arrogant. My pick would be Richard.
the bottom of your list.
That's a good
I
choice
think
there.
Richard's below Benji too for me. Is Benji on?
Wait a minute. Between Richard and Sal, who's the lowest?
Oh, Richard.
Really?
No, maybe Sal. That's a tough one. But there's a lot of people I'd avoid.
Yeah, I think it's funny. Like you're only even considering Sal probably because he's not bad looking, but you're discounting him because of his intelligence, right?
Yes, PC23. You heard it. Howard asked for a hand job from Will. Yes, that's what you just heard.
Can I jump on that comment real quick?
Yep.
So not only did he say, "Can you help me out by stripping down so I can, jerk off," but also that like I'll finish on your back and we can put it in your wife. So it's not just the homoeroticism, but it's also the cucking of other men, which Howard is very into as well.
That's true too, Master. The Tim Pool phase. Exactly right. That fucking guy.
Right.
So he's getting more points just for being good looking.
But Richard's a rocket scientist.
See, Benji is very intelligent.
What makes you say that?
No, I agree with Howard. What I don't understand how he gets that.
Benji,
but he's writing for you. Why is he there then? You have a dumb guy writing for you because you're a dumb guy. I agree with you. He's stupid. I don't know why people ever call him smart. It bugs the shit out of me too, Howard. But
yeah, the winter hat thing. Like, I would never hire a writer that's wearing an obviously compensatory piece of headwear. You know.
Great.
You had me at
and he's
compensatory.
sweating. That the beanie, whatever he's wearing, is covered in sweat. Benji was
Hold on,
probably-
I'm fixating on compensatory for a minute.
Yeah,
Hold on.
it's compensating for balding.
This is.
So he's getting more points just for being good looking.
But Richard's a rocket scientist.
G Canada says that sweatshirt gave everyone a license to never have to dress up again. I agree with that.
Yeah.
I would use that all the time.
Points just for being good looking.
But Richard's a rocket scientist.
See, Benji is very intelligent.
What makes you say that?
No, come on. I've talked to Benji. He knows all about.
What does he know?
What does he know?
Wait, he knows how to Google people? He knows how to go on the internet.
Yeah,
You
but
think
he
that's-
retains this information.
What college you go to, Benj?
Penn State.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, he's
oh,
no
that ain't
dope.
bad.
But
No, all right.
For 8 years, like your daughter Ashley did,
Yeah,
like Van Wilder did, like Belushi did.
you think I'm smart?
I don't know. I don't know you that well.
Really?
How much time have I ever spent talking to you? Only time I ever talked to you is about once every couple of years when you.
The Chris Gaines phase, says Sarah. Oh my God.
Benji spent the amount of time in school as if he was going to become a heart surgeon, and meanwhile he's writing like what's happening references for Howard.
Yep. Chris. Oh God, that's what's his name? The Friends in Low Places. Country singer, the famous country singer.
Garth Brooks.
Yeah, wasn't that Garth Brooks' alias, Chris Gaines?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Howard, so glad you broke free here at Satellite Radio, so you can go analyze Taylor Hicks singing "Living for the Silly." You faggot.
You complain about how little money you make.
I think you think I'm smart. If you don't, maybe you don't. I don't know.
I don't know anything about you.
I think I'm intelligent.
Sit here every day with you. I've never had a conversation with you. You show up at dinner one time, and you're fucking late.
Oh, that's right. Remember you got invited to dinner.
But he was interesting.
And then you sit there and eat. And
I ate
well, you
at dinner.
barely ate.
That's right, PC-23. Nothing lamer than a tracksuit unless you're in the mafia or an actual person who runs cross country like Brenda.
Yeah.
And then everyone, they cleared all the plates, and you go, no, keep my plate here. Keep my plate. One of us to get your.
Difficulty.
He's got the.
I have on myself. This is why I don't want to.
Okay, let's go to Jason. Jason is very transparent about his shitty genetics, and this is a great way to get on the air, and this is a great way to get on Howard's good side is own
self-flagellation.
Yep. Right. No one has been dealt a genetic hand on this show.
Weight issue. It's the excessive hair.
Excessive hair. Oh, on his back. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Jason,
and I love him. Fred is 100% right. Like,
wow.
I mean, he is. This is the image I have of myself. This is why I don't want to have children.
Right.
I have back hair. I have a lisp. I'm balding.
Oh, the lisp is nothing.
My whole family's fat, so I have the fat gene or whatever that is.
Right.
Why do that to a kid?
I feel like you've lost weight, though.
I have.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I feel like you've lost 2 pounds, Jason. I feel like you've lost weight. This is the anorexic fruit that Howard is. He's staring at him going, I feel like you lost like 3 pounds. My favorite, I love that Tom Arnold book. It said, How I Lost 6 Pounds in 5 Years is the title of this book. It's like my favorite book title.
Howard's one of those idiots that like he can't add 2 and 2, but you put a $sign in front of it, suddenly he becomes a NASA computer.
Yes.
I was gonna say you look slimmer just walking in here.
You know, thank you. I'm still.
And I also think when you lose weight, you look good.
But thank you. I mean, okay,
if he were thin,
I think Jason looks better fat. As a matter of fact, I think he definitely looks better fat. Thank you, Dr. Sarah. Wrap it up.
it actually kind of looked like Andy Pettit a little bit.
Right, but he won't get there.
But he won't get to that point.
I'm down 35 pounds, so I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
You were getting do me again.
He looks like a heavier Mitch Fatel, right, Davyd?
Yeah. He'll instead of Andy Pettit, he'll look like John Pennant, or a comedian who killed himself in a hotel room.
Or Al Molinaro from Happy Days.
Yeah.
Get thin. Let me see how good looking you could be.
Okay. Yeah, I hit 300 pounds back in April, and that was the wake up call. Anyway, yeah, I wouldn't
and
give
also
Will.
Jason's on medication for depression, but I think that's the way he was raised.
Hanzo says, I wear Adidas tracks gear when I cosplay as an Eastern Europe. That's our favorite show, Bon, right? The Russian tracksuits and fucking.
Well, I also think that's why he's also a little overweight.
The medication.
Well, not the medication, but all the troubles that he had.
But just strictly genetic speaking, like my big fear, I used to think that if I had a kid, and then he went through puberty, and then he started getting the back. I mean, I've had back hair since I was 13 years old.
Wow. Back hair at 13. Why would you even
Robin
admit
Williams.
that? Unless it was, I know, right? He makes Robin Williams. Who's Woody Allen's?
Sun-Yi.
No. The blonde-haired fucking oh God, the son.
Ronan Farrow.
Ronan Farrow. He makes Robin Williams like Ronan Farrow.
This isn't like a new development.
And let me tell you something.
That's fun and Jim.
Chicks, like
They used to
I
pull
can
it.
see Lisa going, "Oh, what's the big deal?" But meanwhile, she knows chicks hate back hair.
It's disgusting.
It freaks them out.
And you know what? As a kid, it didn't matter what. It didn't matter how skinny I was, how much I worked out. It didn't matter because you're still covered in hair.
And you sit by the pool, and chicks. I hear these chicks. They're like, "Ugh." That's what they go. This is the noise.
I sit by the pool, and I hear chicks going, what did we just listen to start this whole thing, right? Will and Casey at the pool. He just outed himself again. I sit there at the pool, and I think about guys' bodies, and I hear, like Mark Harris wouldn't say that.
Right. No.
Believe me, I've heard that noise.
So have I.
We've all heard it.
Yeah.
And every chick in a magazine, that's what they say their biggest turnoff is. The
Back
giggle.
hair.
Yeah, oh, a hairy back.
Yeah, like you're reading these magazines and they interview these
And they're
chicks.
talking about you.
And they go,
For a second.
biggest turnoffs, back hair. And like you go, aha.
What, Davyd?
Sorry, I just wanted to say, like, I'm of the belief that any guy can be a 7 if they want to be. Like, there are things Jason could do to fix these problems. He could get electrolysis. He could, you know, you find a haircut that works for you. You know,
he'd have to have unlimited money to throw at it.
Yes and no.
I mean, it helps. Not that it's everything, but I'm saying that
Right.
electrolysis could be solved. Like, he could throw enough money at it. He could get himself to a 6 just by having money.
That is true. And even without the money, I do think that, like, at some point, you know, you're dealt the hand you're dealt in terms of your genetics. And I think that, like, there is a way to find, you know, to even in a cheap way, find a haircut that works for you, find a wardrobe that works for you. You know, if you have back hair, there is a way to take care of that permanently.
Right.
You know, so I don't know.
That is a tough. You got to admit though, that is a tough turd to polish. That is tough.
Definitely.
He's got a lot going against him.
Well,
sorry.
I was just going to say, like, you know, part of what makes him so physically unattractive is his personality too. So that's part of it, you know.
Thank you, Philly 29. You are a mensch. We love you, sir. Congratulations to your Eagles. I agree. Roasted pig in Hawaii, says Sky Spectre Howard. The chick. Ew, I hate back hair on men, says Villataro.
What about Sarah's thumbnail? I went, when
isn't
I
that
saw
good?
that.
I actually chose the pictures. She made the thumbnail, but I actually chose this.
She had to deal with this.
We work in tandem on that.
The dream
gave
team.
her the fun job.
Back hair. Like in droves.
Well, you just mentioned how Jason was raised. Is there anyone you think here was raised right?
And it's his long. Yeah, Gary's father.
Yeah.
Somehow got through to him.
Really? Yeah, but his mom was a tough one.
But his father kept him real.
Gary's
the most
away his
Gary's
demons.
the most well-adjusted guy on the staff.
I agree about that. Them away.
Yeah. Hey, you
I was getting around to getting his shirt off. He's working his way to it.
You waxed that back here, I thought.
I wax it sometimes during the summer.
Jason knows what the boss wants.
But it's not pleasant, and it only lasts like a month or two.
And
you know.
And
for a month you're a god. And
yeah.
And then it goes away.
And you know what? My wife is great, but you know she loves it when I get my back waxed. You know, all of a sudden I'm my hand up and down the back all the time.
Oh,
and
so she doesn't want to touch it.
It's not that I notice she touches it a lot more when it's waxed. So I notice she likes it, but you know, it's.
Think you may be part animal?
Yes.
Seriously.
I really do.
Part llama?
I really I'm wondering what is in our genetics that makes us just grow this much hair? Like maybe we're from a cold environment originally? I don't know.
Do you shave your arm hair? Because it doesn't look that bad on your arm.
No, the arm hair is okay, but here, let's
see what it's doing. Take off that shirt.
Look at how quick. Listen to how.
Oh boy.
You got to take that shirt off. You got to take that shirt off.
Wow.
No, the arm hair is okay, but here, but
That's what he's doing. Take off that shirt.
Wait, just let me finish my eggs.
Let me see that.
Wow.
Wait, turn around.
God, is he?
It's funny because the front hair and the
gut.
back hair meet each other.
Turn around.
I'm looking away from the screen.
Look at this.
Yeah.
What's grosser, this or Chauncey's description of his L-shaped schwanz?
I'm not really sure, actually. It's a tie.
Look at that. Look at that.
God.
That's a hot back. That's like Angelina Jolie in Tomb Raider, right? When she comes out of the shower.
John, are you suggesting that Howard also has a fetish for overweight men? Like,
yeah, I think that Davyd, right?
Wow.
He's
Well-
even if it's like not a sculpted, Casey Armstrong, he still is getting the staff shirt off.
Well, I think it triggers another fetish, which is his superiority. I think he feels horny being superior to guys too.
Yep.
So if someone's fetish,
It's very important to be hairier and balder than Howard and fat.
Right.
That's the main goal for everyone.
Also, I'd like to retract my "anyone can be a 7" statement. I take it back.
You see? You see? I don't know what he's supposed to. He's right. Sarah got hair on her computer editing that pic.
I think you may be part animal.
Yes.
Seriously.
I really do.
That's what he's doing. Take off that shirt.
Wait, just let me finish my eggs.
Let's see what's doing. Please take off that shirt, says Howard.
Howard is.
Let me see that.
Wow.
Wait, turn around.
God, is he?
Go ahead, David. What?
No, I'm sorry. Howard is so his mother, like with phrases like "let's see what's doing." That
Let's
is
see
a
what's
race
doing.
turnism, like through and
Yep.
through. Yeah.
It's funny because the front hair and the
gut.
back hair meet each other.
Turn around. Yeah, his back.
It's like a
It's
sweater.
like he's still wearing a shirt. Yeah.
And you've got.
Look at that.
Oh.
That's an avatar for someone on the internet, right? Put that on Radio Gunk or Dog Shed or.
I've been narrating because I'm so lazy.
Sarah. Better late than never.
That
Marci.
weird male pattern baldness on your back.
Yeah, well, right here, where there's like no hair,
Yeah.
it's the first time I ever got my back waxed. It just never grew back in that spot.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, I know, but I've got my back waxed a couple more times, and it keeps growing back in the other areas. So
And I see the hair even wants to grow up to your neck, but I guess you shave it.
I shave. Yeah, if I don't shave my neck, it'll go right up to my chin.
Wow.
Right up the back here, it'll go. This is where my wife shaves on the back of my neck.
Sarah, you know that? Does anyone know the wrestler Dutch Mantel? He is an
No.
old wrestler from the 80s,
Wait,
Mid-South.
David, you know him, don't you?
Oh yeah, we had drinks last week. No, go ahead, John. Sorry.
No. Well, I think you might have gone to elementary school with him. David.
Probably did.
Anyway, he's the hairiest wrestler on the face of the earth. If anyone can see footage, Dutch Mantel, he has a podcast now. He actually has Artie's facial hair with Jason's physique. That's his look in the ring, and it's he might even be hairier than Jason is.
Look at how long my shoulder hair is.
It's like he has sleeves.
Yeah.
You know, I tell you what, though, if you ever get a hair transplant, they can take all that hair off your back.
If you ever get a hair transplant, you can take all that hair. Okay, listen to what he's saying.
How would
here.
you know about that?
How would you know this? Why would you care? Why would you know? How would you know this?
Wow.
Right up the back here, it'll go. This is where my wife shaves on the back of my neck. Look at how long my shoulder hair is.
It's like he has sleeves.
Yeah.
You know, I tell you what, though, if you ever get a hair transplant, they can take all that hair off your back and stick it on your head.
I'm sorry. How do you know that, Howard? What?
Yeah.
Wife shave. I'm not familiar with that process. Huh?
You know what's interesting? Jimmy Kimmel, who also has a
Hair
wig
plug.
or hair plug,
Huge hair. Huge hair plugs.
never questions his guests about their hair.
Nope.
He has a much better poker face than Howard does for the things he feels guilty about.
That's right. Pelle says in front of a shag rug. Waxing hurts. PC23 says, I spent $7,000 for the laser treatment. Back, chest, stomach, shoulders, and I haven't shaved since. You know, if you're someone who needs to be clean, like, you know, the Yankees have a rule that everybody has to be clean shaven and clean.
Yeah.
Could you do that to your face so you never have to shave again? Like, why don't people not do that? Like, you know, some people have to be presentably clean shaven for work. And if you shave every
Right.
day, wouldn't that be great if you never had to shave again? You just
Yes.
get in and out of the shower, and that would be it.
If I could do that, yes. Yeah.
I do too. I have to shave virtually every day if I have to be presentable, and I would love to not shave.
Yeah. Same.
That you could just,
an injection. They just give you an insulin.
Yeah,
you
and it
never
would
have
just
to,
go.
I would love
right?
it.
Wouldn't that be better than anything else? I mean, why is
Yeah.
that not a thing? It's always, wow, $7,000. That's crazy, 20. But he sounds like it paid for itself.
Yeah.
I'm glad it worked for you, PC23.
On the back of my neck. Look at how long my shoulder hair is.
It's like he has sleeves.
I'll tell you what, though. If you ever
Every follicle is manufactured 10 years
by
on his
nature.
back.
get a hair transplant, they could take all that hair off your back and stick it on your head.
Times and it keeps growing back in the other areas. So
I see the hair even wants to grow up to your neck, but I guess you shave it.
I shave. Yeah, if I don't shave my neck, it'll go right up to my chin.
Wow.
Right up the back here, it'll go. This is where my wife shaves on the back of my neck. Look at how long my shoulder hair is.
It's like he has sleeves.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, though. If you ever get a hair transplant, they could take all that hair off your back and stick it on your head.
Yeah, something to look forward to.
It's all about dominance and humiliation. Yep.
Yeah.
Schadenfreude, too, quitter. Schadenfreude, dominance. Yep.
You look like Hyman Roth.
It's disgusting. It's disgusting, and I know it's disgusting. I'm disgusted, but I find hairs all over the house.
Wow.
I can never be a thief.
The best way to be thin, tone cotton. This is Howard. Surround yourself with fat people. That's exactly what he does.
That's so true.
Wyatt Lang, Artie Earp, says Sarah.
Because I leave hair everywhere, just everywhere.
Right.
Just little, and they look like pubes because they're all small. And,
But when you get the back shaved, think about how nice it is for your wife to actually feel the sweat and zips.
All right, well, listen, Jason. Fred says you're the last person he'd go to genetically.
Yeah.
Sarah goes, it's like tan lines, but with hair.
So true.
Sarah, you are one of the most brilliant, quickest joke writers I've ever seen in my adult life.
Yeah, it's
Dutch
a farmer's tan.
mentality.
I understand.
Hair.
What, David?
It's a farmer's tan with hair. Yeah.
Yes.
Basically.
For his
George
brains,
Animal
he's
Steel is good.
top notch.
What about Nair? You ever try that?
Yeah. It smells really bad. Number one.
Really bad.
Number two. Again, I need my wife to help me, which is embarrassing, or somebody to help me because you put up.
Does he have 3 nipples? Says Hartaro Hanzo. Anyone?
Let's not get into this, Luke.
Sarah, I won't, Sarah. You're right.
I
Bon,
thought
that's such a
Sarah
good drop.
was on. That's how
That's how good that
was.
was. That's how
Yeah.
seamless that drop is.
Oh, no,
on your back, and then you have to you can't wash it off. You wipe it off. It's this. I've thrown away so many good towels because what happens is you just end up with nair and hair all over your bath towels.
Oh.
You can't even see the towel anymore. It's just black.
Wow.
And it smells real bad, and it lasts 2 weeks, and then it starts growing back. So
jeez.
How hairy must it be at your house after one of your cat's birthday parties?
Very hairy.
Howard, shouldn't we be doing a bit here where you pay for his electrolysis to get his hair there? Shouldn't we be doing that? Why don't use your guy, right? 17 Squabble Lane and in Palm Beach, right? You have your plastic surgery room. Use your guy.
The amount of time Jason has been shirtless easily must be $7,000
At least
TCBO told us about. So
and by the way, Jason's good friends with Ralph. Isn't that Ralph's job?
Right.
Isn't he handling the body hair? Why can't we use Ralph? He's a master at this.
Yeah,
shave
they're
off
friends.
his eyebrows.
All right, Jason. You look better, by the way. I'm
Thank
glad you
you.
lose
That's a good in the future. Ralph and Jason, their friendship. That's a really good thing.
away because it's alarming. He's got a boyak on him.
Wow.
Look at that.
A boyak, what's that?
Big belly. It's Italian. You should know
And
that.
what about Steve
Sorry.
Brandano?
Oh, he's all right.
He's a good kid. He's a Red
Right.
Sox fan, though.
And John Hine?
No, John's all right. I
So
mean,
anybody...
There's John Hines' daughters at work.
Oh no.
They
Look at
got some. One of them got a nepo baby internship too, right?
Yes, Comedy Central and something else. It was right in front. It's very difficult to get those things because it's almost like instant employment, and they get paid now. Interns.
Yes.
When you get a college thing. All right. Remember, he had a guy who had crazy hair over his body. I think it was a second year at Sirius XM. I know what you're talking about. I know it. Anyway, thank you, everyone. Bon, brilliant job. Filmaz, Davyd, fantastic commentary as usual.
Love you,
highbrow,
boys.
erudite.
Love you, Sarah, man.
And I'll see you, John. I'll see you tomorrow for Golden.
Oh,
Globe.
you might.
I might. Okay.
I might.
Sarah, I'll see you tomorrow.
You and Sarah doing. Yep.
Yeah.
Tamara Francois. We're gonna have you on next time. Pick a song, please. Bon, that was a brilliant Brenda Russell video you did. Anything else on the way out?
That's all I got.
Nope.
On?
All
All right, everyone.
Anticlimactic ending.
Oh, that is such a good line, too, Master. Take care. Brush your hair.